자리 잡겠다. 인사이터.
이거 하늘나리의 변수가 과연
이거 전략 좋은데요?
그러니까요.
근데 부산 베스파도 어느 정도 예측은 하고 있어요.
네.
근데 이 하늘나리까지 체크가 됐습니다.
드론을 됐고, 근데 결국 부산 베스파도 이쪽으로 계속 와야 되는 시점에서 자 드론을 계속 깔아주는 게 아니면 지금 하늘나리 장전 중이죠.
자, 결국 축소가 되거든요.
선수가 또 앞에서 잘 버텨주고 있고 지금
민선수
들어가요.
자, 들어가는데
태우는 쪽에
프리아 쉴드까지
들어갔고 에너지 빌드 뒤쪽에 깔렸고
자, 그럼 역으로
무빙.
수아 잡나요?
수아가,
수아 잡나요?
수아를
잡으면 잡았어요.
와 서로 일단 1대1 교환인데 교환비가 너무 좋아요.
네.
근데 체력이 부산 베스파가 압도적이긴 합니다.
자, 근데 인사이터가 지금 금지구역 시간적인 부분은 좀 더 우위를 가져가고 있거든요. 그래서
시간이
인사이터가
5초,
시간을 잘
4초.
활용해야 되겠습니다.
승부 봐야 됩니다. 이러면 시간이 늘어나고요.
자, 그래도
오!
연아
이렇게 이제 엠마를 리아로 바꿔주고 약간 이런 과정이 좀 있는 것 같아서 또 되게 이런 실험체대 병력도 재밌고요.
아이작의 체급이 느껴지는.
와 일단 그래도 2대1 구도는
2대1이니까.
네.
와!
교환까지 이러면은
네. 뭐 반격 한번 해보니까 다 피하고.
오 스파크탄 좋아요. 그리고 위쪽에는 또 아르다가 대기 중이었고요.
자, 연아 선수가 합류를 하고 있긴 한데 이미 체력이 많이 깎인 상태거든요.
그렇죠. 근데 여기서 자 와류 터질 때쯤 와 방금 와류 타이밍에 맞춰서 이제 톰파 무기 스킬 돌려줬기 때문에
네.
아이작의 체력이 그냥 풀피가 됐습니다.
와, 진짜 그야말로 와류가 됐습니다.
네.
맞습니다. 그래서
맞았거든요.
그렇죠.
음.
사전설의 아드리아나와 1대1 구도를 만들었다는 것 자체만으로도 굉장히 큰 역할을 했던 거죠.
한 번 더 체육관 개장.
깔끔하게 터뜨렸고요. 네.
자, 제키가 달려가는데 물론 멀긴 합니다만 와, 이게 천라지망인가요? 그게 조이는데요.
이러면
교환. 어머.
잠시만요.
잠시만요. 톰파무기 스킬.
와,
네.
멋있다.
그러니까 진짜 이 화력 지원이 전혀 안 되고 있습니다.
예. 그리고 이것도 토스
게임홀드
잘해줬고요.
안으로 제대로 넣어줬고요. 자 원업.
자,
원어서 버텨주고
빠져나가고.
내려오면 자 뒤쪽에서
자, 근데 리오도 건재하고요.
야
유스나도
이러면
건재합니다.
잠시만요.
오,
CNJ.
그래도
자 균열. 리스폰이 되고 있고 곰보 지금 얼추 위쪽에 있는 거라서 좋아. 근데 CNJ가 시야를 먹고 왔을 거거든요.
맞습니다.
그래서.
그래서 리오 쪽.
선택은 건.
근데 한 턴 버티나요?
아
다운돼
이거
있어요.
못 버텨요.
이거 그런데 KCW 선수의 디테일이
와.
뭐였냐면 얀이 뛰어 올리고 이제 채공 시간이 줄었고 그래서 이제 무조건 그 연계가 잘 안 됐는데 그것마저도 좀 예측을 하고 있네요.
자, 이거 구석에 몰아놓고서 한 번 더 하겠다는
자
CNJ거든요.
그리고 까마귀 때리면서 스택 쌓고 있고요. 자 하지만
싱크 포인트도 잘 들어갔어요.
자 도드라곤에 이어서
아,
게임월드.
이거 리오는 일단
와.
다운이 됐는데 이어지는 교정 구도.
자 근데 이러면 이미
야.
제키와 얀이 이건 다 해줄 수 있을 것 같은데요. 와
하늘나리
밀면서
자, 근데 글로 가면
하늘나리
글로 가면 글로
가면서.
가면 글로 가면
자
소리가 난다.
이쪽으로 CNJ가 뜹니다. 네.
네.
터미네이트.
네.
아 근데 지금 CNJ가
시간도 별로 없고.
아, 근데
CNJ 가.
하필이면 스택도 다 쌓인 CNJ.
근데 결국
뚫어야 한다.
신발 정도는 없어도 된다예요. 아르다니까 해야 될 역할이 있으니까
그렇죠.
신발은 나중에 뭐 어떻게 하면 된다.
자, 그래서 CNJ도 원래 조합상으로 좀 별론데 신발이 없는데?
네, 양말만
가는
신고
거죠?
있는데 지금.
양말도 아니라 스타킹인데.
아, 스타킹.
자, 그런데 대구선과 현지가
어머.
어머 말씀드렸다시피
어머.
역할이 있었기 때문에 신발 하나 없더라도 결국에 해줘야 될 걸 잘해줬고 뒤쪽에서 잘 파고 들었고 앞에서 NCMB 선수랑 잘 막았고
예.
3박자가 다 됐으니까 자, 먼저 뭐
예.
깔아놓고 아니면 좀 대응할 수 있고요.
NCMP 선수의 스킬이 하나씩 써질 때마다 사실 크로노스피어 밖으로 나가야 되는 원거리 딜러들, 그리고 이렇게 시야가 안 보이는 상황 속에서는 헬릭스를 한번 클릭해서 연계 창수를 체크해야 되거든요.
네, 그리고 자 들어왔고요. 자 민 선수 마크 하는데 그러면 이 상황에서
이게
서로
근데
서로
중간 쪽이
썰려
뚫렸어요.
나갑니다.
예상이 됐던 걸까요? 대구 수성 가디언즈.
네, 워낙 엘레나의 밸류가 높았다 보니까
네.
그냥 들어오는 거를 민 선수가 아무리 뭐 노력을 해서 막아내려고 하더라도 떨쳐내지지가 않았네요.
와우, 맨발의 짱이 결국
그룹 AB도 제가 해설했는데 그룹 A, B, C, D 다 다르거든요. 그런 기조의 양상 이거
와.
TW 선수 저 상자 지켜내고 싶을 건데요.
자, 그리고 로즈너 선수가 게임월드를 바로 블링크로 빠져나가주면서 굉장히 또 좋은 구도 그렸고 결국에는 뒤쪽에서 프리들과 민 선수까지 합류했기 때문에 이거 포스코 1 확률이 높았는데
야.
뺏겼고요.
아 이거는 크죠.
하늘이. 승리 보상까지 획득을 잘해줬습니다.
상승 곡선을 그리는 부산 베스파였고요.
민식박
이거는 좀
선수가
해볼만한데요. 스테인.
자, 공격을 하려고 했는데 일단 하지아에 의해서 한번 막혔고요.
자 이건 근데 구도가 나쁘지 않아서 프리아가 나오기 전까지 빠르게 잡아주는 게 필요할 것 같은데요.
자,
와.
민식박. 좋은 움직임 보여줬습니다. 이거 잠시만요. 습격이 벽에 걸렸거든요.
그렇죠. 하지만 위기를 기회로.
근데 오히려
위기를
지금
기회로.
니아의 게임월드에 제대로 좀 초대하면서
그렇죠.
예.
마치 내가 벽에 습격을 쓴 거는 이제 페이크 플레이였다. 페인트였다.
네.
보여줬습니다.
자, 유리한 상황을 계속 유지하고 싶은 CNJ입니다.
와,
자, 싱크
지금
포인트.
네, 버버 선수 완전 슈퍼 방장이거든요. 아이템은 없지만
자, 이러면 지워크만 살아나갈 수가 있습니다.
벌써 2명 강퇴시켜버렸어요.
예.
이게 낫습니다.
음.
제가 좀 비싸긴 해도. 자,
3일차의 상황, 손실 나오는 게임입니다.
이 결국 치바메를
근데
위치를 봐야
펠릭스가.
되는데 치바메 견제가 너무 잘 됐거든요.
그렇죠. 결과적으로 대지메아리 때문에 치바메가 안쪽으로 파고들었는데 그 파고든 걸 펠릭스가 잡아채니까 치바메가 할 수 있는 게 없었어요.
근데 균열이 안 보이네요, 근처에.
정말 황블린 해설의 균열
네.
사랑은 오늘.
아, 이럴 때 가라고 만들어 놓은 거니까.
그렇죠.
자, 근데
자,
여기서도
펠릭스 들어오는 거 한번 잘 피해냈거든요.
와, 근데 이거 수화가 너무 많이
와.
맞았는데요. 아니,
이러면
뭐-
힘을 잃었습니다.
네, 모던 조합 파워를 잘 살려줬습니다.
네, 그 상황에서 대구성 가디언즈가 세이 마레바 팀을 또 터미네이트 시켰고요.
첫 번째 탈락팀은 세이십니다.
자, 여기서도 스크린 좋은데요. 아니,
자,
민
오른쪽
선수.
교전이죠. 민 선수와 소혜 선수의
와,
1대1
기가
구도.
막힌 스킬 활용 적중 보여주면서
네, 타자.
와우!
귤이랑 앞정 같이 밟으면 그냥 발바닥이 남아나질 않거든요.
가요.
그렇죠.
네.
이득 또 받고.
큰 이득을 받습니다.
자, 이거 그런데 잠시만요. 펠리스가 너무 깊게 혼자 들어온 감도
근데
있지만
연계 창술이 쌓이고서 들어간 거라서 좀 오래 버티긴 했습니다만 또 소혜 선수가
한 번 더 보여줘야 됩니다. 하지만
한번더 해야
1대3은
돼요.
어렵죠.
이게 결국 근데 같이 뭔가
근데 습격이
이루어지면
끊겼거든요.
하지만
그래도
이렇게
미스트라이크.
자, 옆에서
이거
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. We still have no intro. A little bit of a shame, but maybe we'll have it for later down the road. Not entirely sure. Welcome back, everybody, to Eternal Turn Masters Season 8 Phase number 1. We are now on day number 3. So glad all of you guys are able to join us here today. If you are here right now, good job for listening to us yesterday. You are here at the start time instead of 2 hours later, where I'm sure people are going to show up and ask for more drops, but we can't do anything about it, so that's why I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters like usual, basement dweller, casually and professionally. At this point, Super, you're also joining me in that category. How are you doing today?
Hello, hello. I am doing fantastic, and I'm excited to see which teams, or a little sad to see which teams that we will have to say goodbye to, because we are going to be starting the knockout stages for today. It's going to be knockout stage 1 and 2. You guys can see the overview already. On the left-hand side, we are on day 3. So we're almost about halfway done with the first phase here. It is going to be knockout stage 1 and 2. So the bottom 4 teams for these 2 knockout stages will have to leave for this tournament here. The prize pool is still going to be the same, 10,000 Korean won. Point matrix is going to be the same as well, with 1 kill being 1 point, and yeah, I think first place is 10 points, second place is 7, and it goes down all the way down to 0 points.
And here is the format for this weekend as well. Well, actually this weekend, but I'm also including the next one. We're done with everything on the very far left side. Group stages are all done. We are on knockout stage 1 and knockout stage 2. As Super said, top 4 teams from each of the knockout stages are going to move on to the next one, which means if you think about it for a little bit, teams that are in knockout stage number 1 have a lot of games to play if they want to make it all the way to the final stage that is going to happen next Sunday. So the teams right here up on the screen, knockout stage 1 teams are going to be Invincible, Wait a Meowment, Daydream, Say It from the ones, I believe these were the ones from like Group A and B, like that, I'm not sure. And then group stage for the 7th place teams, never mind, it's Invincible and Punisher that came from A, Wait a Meowment and Always Inton that came from B, Daydream promised the ones from Group C, and then the last two, I forget which they were, but they're just moving along. They're just
It is going to be, I think if these teams want to make it to the finals, it's going to be 24 games. We have seen Always Inchun do it before, so maybe we'll see it again. You know, maybe this time around we're going to maybe have Luminal coming in on that Shoichi. Don't know exactly how Shoichi is doing in the meta right now. I mean, we did see Blaster coming in the knockout stages. It didn't really work out for them, so maybe they try swapping up this strategy.
Yeah, it was actually quite surprising for both you and I, and I'm fairly certain a lot of people in the chat were also surprised about the results throughout the past couple of days in the group stages. A couple of really high caliber teams that are going to be inside of the knockout stage. Just the first one to begin with. Daydream is here as well. Another very high skilled team that was a very, very good contender for the season finals in season 7. They are here in knockout stage number 1. Always Inton, as you said it as well, are also going to be here. Now, a lot of the other teams that are also in knockout stage 1 might not be ones that we're all too familiar with, but a good chunk of them are players that we do know about. So just because it's knockout stage number 1, I don't think this is going to be a slow-paced, mundane, let's just kind of figure out what we're doing. These teams are fighting for survival from day 1.
100%, but it's going to be a lot easier for them. It is only going to be that top 4 spot that they need to get to. But I mean, even down here at the bottom, it is still pretty competitive. So these teams definitely have to be under a game.
It'll be a little bit rough for a good chunk of these teams. I hope that they're able to do well today. We've seen quite a lot of things teams could improve on. It's one of the reasons why specifically Daydream is here, right? We talked about it yesterday. A lot of weird things going on. I couldn't really pinpoint what the problem was, but something was wrong with the way that they were either playing, or maybe even the roster could have been a little bit finicky, which didn't seem to be the case. So I'm hedging my bets a little bit on that. Maybe yesterday just maybe their gameplay couldn't be fully optimized or something like that. Still, today is the day you need to lock that in, make sure you fix all the things that you need to fix so that you can have a rest of the smooth cruise all the way to the finals. Otherwise, you are gone pretty early on.
Yeah, I mean, that does happen, right? Speaking from experience myself, sometimes you just don't have those good days. You're just not playing on your A game, and, other teams can basically exploit that. But today, they have to make it count, because if they don't play well, I mean, if they don't make it into that top 4 spots, they are going to have to say goodbye to their run for the phase 1 here for season 8.
Yep, it is pretty cooked if you aren't able to do all of that. But you're about to get started with game number 1, Super. Another thing that I'm super excited about today is now that we're mashing all the teams from the group stages together, what are the bands going to look like? So let's take a look. Character selections for game number 1 is now underway. I already see a couple of my priority coming from Quay and Elate is going to be picking that up, but I don't recall a lot of the other teams inside of this lobby actually picking up that Mai, so there's a possibility we don't actually see that band from game 1.
Look at who we see from Always Inchun.
We do. Blaster is out. We only saw Blaster during the group stages, but at least for the knockout stage, we will be starting out with Luminal, so I guess we are going to get a little bit of a taste of how Shoichi is in Season 8.
Yeah, I love to see Luminal come back in here. Shoichi's such a flashy character. Let's see if he can make it work this season. I mean, we always see Luminal coming in these lower knockout stages, and he always performs. He always gets his team all the way to the finals, and then once those teams slowly start to play around that Shoichi, I think the top teams have slowly started to learn how to play around the character. That's when they can maybe sub in Blaster and have a better time. But I mean, the first group stage, Blaster just couldn't really get there with his team there, so now we're gonna have Luminal to see what he could do.
Yeah, and it's not like the Tazia was a bad pick throughout the past couple of days already, right? We saw the play from Soe last night inside of Uptown. A lot of damage potential on that character. Again, it could be a variety of variables. Maybe it's just not your day today for the team. Maybe you're just not having a good set of games. Your strategies maybe getting thwarted by other teams just playing better for the time being. Regardless, I do like this change over onto Luminal. It's usually a pick that we do tend to see Always Intun starting out with at the beginning of the season, and then they start kind of moving over to Blaster if they don't think it works. Like the change here, good stuff to happen. For everybody else, just things that we've seen pretty much throughout the course of the weekend. Priya priority, which means we are going to get that ban for game number 2, but that is something teams have already had to dealt with a couple of times, so not that big of an issue.
100%. And we do have actually a split here between our tanks. We do got 2 Estelles and 2 Mice here. Then we have that Marcus as well on Punisher. So a lot of variety, I would say. And it's pretty good to, or it just goes to show you, you know, that there are still a lot of different tanks that you can utilize. I think in Group A we did have some Alonsos as well coming out. So a lot of tanks with Shukais coming in, I think, throughout the first group stages as well. So a lot of tanks, I would say, that are pretty viable in the meta. We do have a Hisui pick coming in. I think that is going to be pretty interesting. I love to see the Hisui in the competitive scene. Another really flashy character that just is able to do so much if you are able to land your pivotal skill shots to get to the back line and try to look for those angles. We did see, I don't remember exactly the player name, but we did see it in the LCQ, and it was quite the performance coming out from that Hisui player.
Yeah, and that's why I'm worried, because the bar for Hisui has already been raised so high in the ERM kind of environment that if say it doesn't really perform with this, I think you just cut it straight from game 1, right? Very flashy character, but it is kind of the same story as what we've been talking about throughout the entire course of the weekend so far. There's a lot of unconventional character picks, and that's for good reason. Either they're really hard to execute, you really don't have that many mistakes that you're allowed on those kind of characters, or just other teams are able to adjust to it extremely quickly. We've already seen it on things like the Daniel, we've seen it things on probably the Hisui for the time being as well.
Oh,
here we go, nice CC combination coming through from both the Yan as well as the Felix inside of the game world. We talked about that yesterday as well. Fighting inside the game world is usually not good, but when you're crowd controlled to oblivion, you can't really right click out of there.
Yeah, great double knockup coming out from the Felix, and then the follow-up there, the double roundhouse kick into the wall, and it's just easy cleanup there for the Nia to just, you know, pump out all that AoE damage to really obliterate those 2 members there. So a nice 2 kills going to the side of Milky Way. Daydream going to be able to find one, and looks like Punisher's Priya is going to be caught here, so we'll be Sayed getting a kill as well. So a lot of early game aggression for these teams, a lot of kills being spread around here. Looks like the Yubin is going to drop the ultimate down. It's going to connect some skills, but the respawn is going to be in for that Bernice, and the Bernice is going to get knocked back, but is going to be able to secure the kill on the Yubin here. So will be Team Invincible sitting on 3 kills already, 1.5 points for themselves. They have to be feeling pretty good about that.
To fight inside of police station. Not exactly sure why the hyperloop came in. Maybe it was a helitax that GTL is going to get sacrificed to the gods of Team Punisher. Good stuff. Half a point for these teams. Still phase number 1. Not that big of an issue for these players as well. Short death timers. It is a-okay. Now, here's the thing though. It's actually Netizen that's going to be on the Hisui. I know we haven't seen too much of it yet, but there's a part of me that's kind of worried because I saw the fight up on the north side of the map, inside of Alley. There's a slight delay in some of the skills that Netizen is trying to use. Typically, Hisui, you want to be chaining your skills together as fast as possible, getting your auto attacks in and animation canceling it. I didn't really see that earlier on. Regardless, Sword will fall down. Punisher is getting punished instead. They're not the ones dishing out that. They're the ones receiving it this time around. But not that bad of a kill. Say it, sitting on 2 kills for themselves. Not as fast as what we saw like yesterday in Group B, but I will say this is still a game where everybody is looking for kills pretty early on.
Yeah, I'll take getting caught out once again. This time it's going to be in a gas station, so just going to have stagnated respawn timer. Should be back up for the objective coming up very shortly here. Complex might have been caught out by this Yawn here. Yawn not going to pursue it though. Priya does have that mobility to get themselves on out of there. Sword though, on the other hand, down at Beach. There are going to be some TPs. It's going to be that Marcus coming on in. It looks like they're going to set their sights onto the Marcus here. Burger Flip is going to connect onto the Zahir. Zahir is going to get pulled back, but a great exclusive is going to be able to keep them to get them out to safety, and they're just going to focus all their damage onto that Marcus. Marcus is going to go down. Not really much he could do there, as it will be 2 kills going to the side of Team Invincible, sitting on 3 kill score already in day 1, and they will be able to get that meteorite down in Beach.
Punisher struggling a little bit. But here we go. Day number 2 has now begun. Always Incheon trying to find something inside a factory. I think they already got it. It seemed like they were going for either the mutant wolves or some kind of meteorite, I guess. Not entirely sure. Fight is going to begin. He misses the flash cut. That's not good. Monohoshizel is going to miss. Same thing for the Tsubame guy. She doesn't really do anything. Rakchan joining in on the fray, but there is a lot of crowd control sitting right here for the Yan to be effective. Yeah, I know what you want to do. Oh my god, the triple knockout with the wind scar. That immediately leads into the game world, and then 2 knocked out. In a blink of an eye, Wade Yamen loses 2 members. NXA has to completely book it, but at least the demo is alive, because that could have actually been catastrophic.
Yeah, great combo there coming out from the Nia, able to hit that knock-up in the game world as well, so gonna be able to proc that instantly and deal out so much damage. So great 2 kills coming out for the side of Team Milky Way, and they get the meteorite as well, because they were contesting for that, and yeah, Wade Yamen just weren't able to really get really grab that at the very end there. So very, very nice for the side of Team Milky Way.
Now it's slowly quieting down. A word quieting? I don't know. It's slowly starting to get quiet for these teams. Now that teams are looking for these call-ins, right? 350 credits is what you're looking for these 4-score buy-ins. It seems for the most part, teams are just focusing on what they want to get. Although, I do see Team Punisher struggling a little bit. I saw the Tsubame actually going for a tree call right now instead of the 4-score. Couple of teams are going to be behind, and in situations like this you just kind of have to take the L sometimes. You need to keep the pacing up and going.
Oh, NXA is gonna fall.
Taken down by himself. The rest of his team just nowhere close. As soon as he reses, he'll probably join up with the rest of them. Hopefully they're right in front of a kiosk or something, because their credit count is also at a point where the 4-score buy-ins are gonna be a thing. You see the Elena building something, so we should be fine. 2 more seconds to go until that's going to come to fruition. Meanwhile, on the north side of the map, Luffy is being contested. It's going to be Sayed versus Team Punisher. Team Punisher getting a good chunk of the credits. Sayed is going to try turning around, maybe getting the rest of that, which they will be able to. But are they going to initiate is the question.
Nori is looking for that angle in, and then it's actually going to jump on forward. Here comes the ultimate as well with the Estelle. I don't even find anything. The ultimate is not going to connect, but the 3-man knockup from the Estelle might be what they need here. Sword is getting engaged on and will go down. So a nice kill coming out for the side of Sayed. I do like their coordination there with that engage from that Tsubame, and the Estelle ult was instantly used, so that 3-man knockup was perfect. They do end up getting that kill, and they'll be able to get some bears as well in Temple. A great double knock from the Yon. That delayed roundhouse kick will catch 2 people off guard, but it's not going to be enough, as the Alpha is going to be secured, and they're just going to walk away with that mithril in their pocket.
Right inside of the Dimensional Rifts, 2 different ones. There's 1v1 in one of them and a full-on team fight in the other. 2 members are going to fall down. It's a trade, actually, 1 for 1, but Alade will fall. That means Shidar by himself, I don't think the Zahir is going to be able to do anything. The seasons have closed. That means Shidar will fall down in just a moment here. Unfortunately, no way Zahir is able to turn on this. Never mind. It looked close for a second, but those Gandivas had to go through the Estelle, which doesn't happen in order to tag the Debbie and Mark. Nice try from the Zahir, but it is going to be a wipe for that team. They will res back in a few moments, as it is a Dimensional Rift. Rami trying to stay alive. Yojun following through.
Oh, TPs are coming in for both teams.
Very tanky Elena has still joins the fray, but that is a Leon. They're actually trying to look for this.
Yeah, they really know this Priya. They know this Priya has the item, so they're trying to knock them down, but the Priya gets alive with the shield, and the Human Law is going to be able to tag 2 members of the side of Team Wade Yamen. But then look at the HP bars now. Human should be able to finish off this Estelle down here, but unfortunately not be able to connect the skills. Just 1 more is going to be good enough. And say going to be able to grab 1, and it is going to go to the side of Team Daydream here. They do end up securing that meteorite off that wolf, and they'll be able to keep that Priya alive here. And oh my god, look at the damage is coming out. The Bernice just pelting bullets into this Marcus, but the Marcus was able to stay alive for so long there. Unfortunately, not going to be enough though. Punisher is going to drop their Marcus, but it's still a day 2 death, and they will be back up very shortly. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to... Oh no, they are actually going to be able to get the Meteorite and the Tree of Life here, as no one's really around to really contest for this. It looks like they're going to be able to get the Meteorites in Pond in red, and I think that Tree of Life was secured by that Tsubame as well.
A good trade, right? You might have lost about 10 to 15 seconds of your timer, but if you get a Tree of Life and a 4 and a Meteorite, that could equal a 4-score or 2 smaller transitions. You'll definitely take that at day number 3. Good stuff coming from the Priya as well as the rest of that team. Okay, with day number 3 starting, all 8 teams are still alive, which is really good for us because now we get to the point where teams are going to be a little bit more strapped on space that they have to work with. As soon as we go into night number 3, we have to see which teams are actually going to go into the Dimensional Rift, right? That's another one that I do want to see. Are teams willing to risk the fact that you could wipe very early on just for that slight advantage? How many people are going to be sending in? All the mechanics that we were talking about throughout the knockout, the group stages, I apologize. Are they going to be implementing any of those during the knockout stages is the question. Chaos getting contested. I don't know how that explosive bola landed, but straight into the Nia's game world, taken out by the exclusive. Everybody from Team Milky Way will just have to back away. That's a huge ultimate that's been invested for this team.
Though.
Believe, and they will.
Yeah, they don't want to push into it. Yeah, I love that coming out from Team Milky Way there. They just use Ania's game world to completely zone off the other team there to make sure they secure their objective that they ended up calling in, and making sure they all get their teammates out to safety. Ania's game world is definitely a pivotal cooldown for that character, but you know, you definitely want to make sure you get all your teammates out. Ooh, the burger flip is going to connect onto the Bernice, so great ultimate coming out for that Marcus, able to tag them up there, and it is going to be a free kill coming to the side of Team Punisher.
Oh, okay. Minus 200. Not that bad, though. It's still recoverable. They did have the credits for it, so Bernice isn't going to be dead for way too long. Now it's time to contest for the Alpha. Say it's in position to go for the Alpha inside a police station. Daydream is hanging around. This is the human composition that we saw from them as the main roster. Not going to be banned out, by the way, after this game, which is absolutely fantastic. They can stick onto this if they're comfortable with it. But this is one of the more annoying places to contest for the Alpha. Very tight corridors everywhere, which means actually, funny enough, the human is going to be at an advantage here. Even the Leon is going to be able to provide a little bit of support, but the initiation just straight up goes on in. Netizen is going to miss the flash cut, but he still tries to go on in. He gets everything in, but I don't know if that Nichiren cut was exactly the right idea. Surfs up straight in. Hessel takes a huge chunk of damage. Netizen just refuses to die. And how is it that Hessel is the one to fall?
The human damage. Oh my god.
Down goes the Estelle as well. Netizen, he has to get away. What a good turnaround from Altail. This is the reason why so many teams were playing the human yesterday. He's so good at turning the tides around.
He just has so much damage that you have to respect, and looks like this time the side of Team Seiya just didn't. They walked in straight into the human. The human was just able to just dash on forward, get that damage down, and those tornadoes down. Just way too much for Team Seiya to handle there. I think they just thought they had the win pushing into that 2v3, but Human just able to turn it around for the side Team Daydream. As Daydream do end up getting 2 kills, and they get the Omega as well, so huge win coming out from them. But looks like Demon's going to be caught this time. Netizen going to try looking for something, but it's not going to be enough, as he is going to be the last member alive. And he actually gets a kill here. Netizen's going crazy, able to sustain so much on this Hisui, getting the shields and the healing off. He is able to turn the 1v3 here. Doesn't knock me one, finishing the body here. But Human is going to look for an angle in. Maybe going to dash on forward, but is a little risky. Does end up dashing. The Arcana skill is going to proc on Netizen, and
there's no
he's trying to look for an angle. There is the White Lily. They won't be able to proc it, and I think Netizen should be able to escape here. Just barely, but the Human is going to start chasing this Tsubame down. Tsubame forced to call in some food there. You can see the fried chicken was used. Wait a second, actually resting in this bush, and maybe gonna try turning it here. He's gonna jump on in, but I don't think you could turn on because Human gets to dash in. Does get a lot of damage, but is just gonna go down to the Human ult, and that is going to be it for the side of Team Say It. In a valiant effort for Netizen, but it's just not gonna be enough.
Yeah, that is really brutal. You don't really have that much space to work with. He is red everywhere on the southern side of the map. I don't think a safety drone or two is going to really save you here either. That's brutal for Team Seiya. They do get 5 kills, and I will say, the Hisui performance was actually pretty good. I think I'm actually okay with it.
Yeah,
just continuously running this.
He turned the 1v3 there, almost actually solo killing maybe 2 or 3, but did end up getting 1 and got out safely, but yeah, just ended up getting chased down. Hisui, one of those characters that has a movement skill, but the movement skill doesn't really get you that far, so you can just get run down by these characters, and Human just immediately capitalize on that.
One of the best ways for Hisui's to get away is to use like the back of the wall strat, but it's not like you're focusing on that when you're trying to run away from somebody with that low of health bar. Very unfortunate for Team Sayed. We'll see if they can turn it around in the rest of the series. Because as I said, I mean, I think Netizens Hisui is actually looking pretty solid right now. They should be able to bring this in the later stages of this series. Still look comfortable with it because none of those characters are banned. They can run this again if they want to.
That is correct. The only character that's going to be that is going to be Priya here. Here comes a Humanol, is going to get a lot of value. And, oh, the Oculus does end up coming down as well. The Alina is going to freeze too, but the sustain is going to be a lot coming out for the side of Team Promise there. The Alina going to go in and should be able to finish off this Estelle as the red zone is going to be changed here. Look at the timer on that. Estelle is going to be forced back in, or they will end up -1ing here. They maybe might have a safety drone to maybe try going to get a TP here. Oh, looks like GTL is gonna get caught out here. Went a little too early, and that would be a -200 for the side of Team Wade Yamin.
I like the positioning of that safety drone though, because if he actually had it, the safety drone would have covered him while teleporting out. Unfortunate that there was a team still waiting right on that area. More fights as NXA, they do not have their Estelle still because she just died. Team Punisher looking for, oh, that's not Punisher, sorry, that is a different team. Looking for a kill, they will be able to get it. Down goes the Elena, good kill for Team Promise. On the northern side, still trying to run away are the members of a Team Milky Way. They're out of time.
Zoned out here. Oh, wait, jumping on in.
Too much damage, Surf's up in, but the Surf's up is, oh my god, the game world just obliterates Tessel. Oh no, Surf's Up just bought so much time for the Nia to get the kills. Alltail gets chased down as well. Nice turnaround. Milky Way desperately needed that. Inori taken down dangerously low himself as well. But this is a corner up against a Tsubame and the Priya. These flower values are insane right now. Narahara trying to chase down people as much as possible. The Tsubame goes in, gets the execution over onto the Zahir. Now it's a 2v3. They can just split the focus as much as possible. Look at the damage output, and the knockup is there as well. Narahara goes down. I think that's going to be it for Team Invincible. What a turnaround for Team Punisher. Execution from the Tsubame, perfect. Follow up on the rest of the team, perfect.
Yeah, a huge find there coming out for the side of Team Punisher. Unfortunately, I think the exclusive was just a little too late. There's a here going down before it was proc there, so not gonna be able to keep them alive. And once this here goes down, there's just not gonna be enough damage to kill any of the members of the side of Team Punisher there. So a clean 3-0 coming out from them. Daydream gonna use the VLS to get back in. NXA gonna get caught out here. The Soul Stealer is invested as well for the side of Team Punisher, and I don't think this time can get away here. Does end up getting knocked up here, but the movement speed buffs coming out from the Prius is gonna be way too much, and there's the auto attack from the Tsubame to finish the deal. Team Punisher to get another kill, and they're gonna get some a lot of credits on that demo body, so they should be able to get some party buy-ins as they desperately need it. You can see their items are actually looking pretty good, but still not fully kitted out yet. It's going to be that bunny hat going to be built up for that Marcus.
Fighting for position inside a police station. You can see the value of Priya. That's one of the reasons why Priya is just so good right now. The damage, look at it over onto Yogi. That was one flower, man. Well, it might have been the empowered one, but it's still just one flower. Half HP for the Yumin. I mean, you're just looking for position. You can't push into anything unless you're going to do something like this. Kimshai trying to look for an angle, gets the slow, immediately runs out of there. But that is the protocol violation invested, I think, from Team Daydream. One big utility gone, but I don't think Team Promise wants to do anything regarding this. Because when it comes down to the Leon versus Dylan, I think utility-wise, Leon has it. You're prioritizing the Priya and the damage after all, but the items on Kimshai is so important. They need to keep Dylan on.
Yeah, when everyone thinks of Priya, they think of shields and they think of you know, CC with the Echoes of the Earth, but Priya does a lot of damage with just with her flowers as well. So she has so much in her kit to provide, and you know, the movement speed as well from putting those flowers down is it's just a lot for, you know, a character. Oh, so that is the reason why. Oh no, Team Milky Way is just caught in the middle between two teams, and I don't think they can get out. A great double roundhouse kick, but I don't think the Yang can get away there, and that is going to be it for the side Team Milky Way. Just caught in the middle between Team Punisher and Team Promise there. Just not much they could really do. little unfortunate. Maybe we could have saw a VLS system come down, but I don't think they had enough time to really use it properly.
Yeah, and even if the Yan continue to move right, look at the minimap. There is nowhere for him to go. That is just really brutal for Team Milky Way. Punisher trying to block always Incheon from making their way in, but that scout drone, it doesn't.
I don't think
see
they know.
Team
They don't know.
Punisher.
Luminal might get caught here.
Luminal now, he sees it. The reactions from Team
Oh, good
Punisher are
reaction.
so lackluster. The pullback in with the
Oh
Lenny. This
my
is so good. Luminal goes
God.
in. There is just no more responses to this. Tsubami's trying to deal the damage, but she's in the thick of everybody walking into yet another team. Oh my goodness, it is an absolute mess. Promise just picks up an easy kill, one of the easiest they've had their entire lives in ERM. That
Team
just
Punisher.
sucks.
They just weren't ready for the Shuichi walking in. I feel like that should have been a free kill. Maybe if like the Marcus got the knock up there, maybe some damage coming out for that Tsubame, but just nothing really came down once Luminal face checked there. And yeah, great reaction from Luminal to just instantly pop that dagger shield to get themselves to safety. And it will be Team Always Incheon going to be the one to come out on top in that team fight. And now it's going to be Marcus going to be the last one left. And maybe he can take the other zone here. We have 3 teams in this top zone. No one in that bottom zone. So if one team goes down, maybe they could get that for free. Oh, Luminal does end up finding the dagger here. Does end up getting that into the Priya. And I think that is going to be it here. Leon did end up using the duck dive to get themselves to safety, but the Marcus is going to be there. And the spring trap is actually going to hit onto the Marcus here. But look at the timer at the top. Yeah, they have to get somewhere. It looks like the Marcus is trying to TP out, but it's not going to be enough. As it looks like Punisher is going to go down. Leon is going to come back up into Temple here, and the Priya, I think, is also on the top side. Oh, no. It's going to be a -1 coming out for this Leon, maybe.
What? Okay, that's a little bit
I think they're trying to
weird.
escape.
I think the Leon's trying to escape, but I don't think you can do that anymore. You can't do it in temporary zone. You got to call it beforehand. Yeah, you can't do it, so that's just a -1 taken. I remember somebody talking about this. You just can't do it anymore. The way the interaction works is you have to get the kiosk called in for the escape pad before
I like
before
this.
the
He's
temporary
trying to
zone.
drop a recon to maybe signal that I'm over here. Don't -1 me,
That's
but
just a
he's dead.
-1.
-1 for the side of Team Daydream, a little unfortunate.
I
But
like the
that
idea,
is just-
but you gotta
Yeah.
know how it works.
Yeah, but yeah, -1 this early is. I mean, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. They still got a 10-point game, so it's gonna be a 9-point game for them. So it's definitely not too bad of a game, I would say, for the side of Team Daydream. Looks like they are gonna call a blood sample. Is this gonna go into Luminal? It is going. I think it is. So a 3 blood build here. What are they going to build? Is it going to be the Nova Shield? I think it is. Oh wow, look at how strong the Shoichi is. Nova Shield, Taproot, Scarlet Dagger, double 4-score. They got the Courtier and the Dragon. Oh no, Dragon's Fury is not a 4-score anymore. But that Dragon's Fury is still quite the item. Yeah, the defense shred on it is insane. So
this fight is just gonna come down to no, not Luminal. Sorry, it's gonna be
look at
between the
Luminal's-
Lenny and the Priya.
oh my god, look at Luminal's stats. He has 3k HP, 180 defense as well on the Shoichi. So it's gonna be really hard to kill. And he's gonna be doing so much damage with that amp as well. He's gonna be sitting on that Vampiric. So as long as he's just able to stay alive, I think Luminal should have this.
Yeah, keep track of Xenophine versus Complex. It's going to be whether or not the Priya can put enough poke, or if Xenophine's going to be able to get a good spring trap in. Drone position-wise, it is on the bridge, so it's going to be a very, very 50-50 style final zone here from the looks of it. Depending on where this drone moves in 15 seconds, one of these two teams are going to be absolutely screwed. Obviously, for Team Promise, they are hoping that it moves over to the right, but from the pacing that we've seen so far in the pattern, I think this drone is going to go left, in which case Always Incheon has such a good advantage. Xenophine is about to be eating good the moment this drone starts to move. Complex needs to land these pokes right now, otherwise this is going to be a very, very rough final zone for this team.
Let's see, where is it going? I mean, it's just random. Oh,
Yeah,
it is
it's
going to go left this time.
What do you
It is going to go straight into the side of Always Incheon. They're going to be forced in down here in this bridge. It's going to be a little careful. They have to be a little careful.
That right
It's going
there.
to be up to them. It's going to be up to them to try to lock down Luminal, but the problem is they have the mine. Like, I don't think they are going to be able to CC Luminal down in time. The zone is closing down. They're taking great double spring trap coming out from Xenophine there to try to get Luminal. Luminal's already chunked down to about 30% HP. Luminal's going to get knocked up as well from the Humanol. This is going to walk back into it, and it's going to go down. And it's just going to be a promise win. Kim Shai, finding the angle in, is just able to chunk down the Shuichi before he's able to do anything.
Yeah, I think Luminal tried to focus a little bit too much on the backline because Kim Shai was there. Remember, I talked about his items. That Dailin is strong. She was just punching damage while Luminal was doing nothing inside of that entire fight. A crucial mistake from, I think, very unconventional mistake from Luminal, right? Typically, he would just go for anybody that is starting to make positional mistakes, but he was way too prioritized on knocking down either the Priya or the human that he just got hit by every crowd control coming from the backside, got knocked back by the human, ate the echoes of the earth from the Priya, and the rest of the time he was just kind of standing there, not doing a single thing. No daggers placed on the ground except for, I think, one that was utilized. He dashed in, ulted, and then died. I don't know what that was about.
I mean, Kim Shai just walked up and then just chunked Luminal down to half HP before the fight even started, and then the fight just devolved into Luminal just getting CC'd by the echoes of the earth, and then walking back into the human ult. I think was a pivotal mistake there because that just sealed the deal for just him dying at the very end.
Yeah, just a little bit strange. But again, with the Dylan on both the Hydra with the Echoing Fury upgrade as well as the Burgundy, yeah, that Dylan is really going to hurt. Really surprised that that's how actually the fight ended up devolving, but it is what it is, right? Game number 1, not that bad for Always Incheon either. Really good result for Team Promise. I think this is one of the teams that with this kind of composition showed us some promise during group stages, but just because of the innate style of this composition, it's just really inconsistent. A win like this is going to boost their morale. I love the way that they're starting, but the question is how consistent they get this. It's a double blood transition setup for the Dylan. If you can get there, then it's really cool, but if you can't get to this point, Dylan will be really difficult to play in the face of a lot of tanks that are going to be available still for game number 2 with no bans.
Yeah, Priya's going to be off the table as well. I think this ban is definitely going to help out a team comp like Always Incheon, because the Echoes of the Earth, it definitely hurts Dashoichi's engage because it just stops his combo entirely. So that being off the table here might just give the green light for Luminal to just do whatever he wants in these team fights.
Not a bad game though for Team Always Incheon, I would have to say. They played the map pretty well, especially up on the northern side of the map. They didn't really overreach anything until the final zone. I'll give them a little bit of an oops. Right, this is the first time they're playing with Luminal this season in ERM. It's a-okay. Communication-wise, I'll just give it to them for that one. Leaderboard looking though, Team Promise in first place, obviously with the first place win that they just had. Team Punisher in second with 13, Always Incheon with 12, and Milky Way with 10 points to round out our top 4. But outside of Team Promise, it's still fair game for everybody else. And even for Promise, you still have to be careful with this. As I said, consistency is going to be rough with a composition like that. Without the Priya in game 2, it might get a little bit difficult.
100%. There's only 4 games as well. Always Incheon, despite them getting that second place performance, they're going to be in third because they didn't really get that many kills. It was a really quiet game for them. Rarely see them taking too many team fights. I think just not really running into any of these teams, and I don't think any teams really wanted to fight them early on into the game because they did end up getting a lot of items at the very end there. We did see that Shoichi with those 3 blood sample items. It just wasn't enough to finish off the job, but still not a bad game for them. 12 points. And then we did have, I think, 5th place in 10, 6th and 7th and with the 9 points. So still relatively close for any of these teams to make it into that top 4.
All right, well, for game number 2, without the Priya, what were some of the answers that these teams came up with over the weekend? I do remember seeing a Lenny substitution, but that was for the Felix Tazia roster. That's not actually today right now, or at least for this stage. I forget if they're in knockout stage 2. I forget where they are, but I don't know if every one of these teams are going to be able to slot in a Lenny and just call it a day, right? 2 very different style of characters. They do kind of provide the general idea, but we just saw it. The prime example of one of the reasons why Lenny is just so good at playmaking. Even if Always Incheon lost, you saw complexity versus Cenifine, right? It was that one big, spring trap from Cenifine that actually ended up starting the fight. If Always Incheon capitalized on it, that was the play that I was looking for. It's one of the reasons why I said before the fight started, look at the Lenny and look at the Priya. Can the Priya get the good poke in, or is it going to be Cenifine on the Lenny landing a good spring trap? It's always that kind of initiation factor that Lenny has that really opens up opportunities, but it's not Priya, right? She doesn't have the damage, so I don't think Priya is going to be substituted with Lenny on every single one of our rosters, but I am excited to see what the answers are going to be for this.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna see probably entire team comp swamps. I mean, like Team
think so,
Daydream, they're
yeah.
probably just gonna go back to their Theodore team comp would be my guess, because that is what they ended up swapping to. I think in the group stages when Priya did end up getting banned.
Complex on
I
the Alex was the solution for that for Team Promise.
Yeah, I think yeah, it looks like Daydream is gonna go back to their Theodore, Johan, and Nikki team comp. Are we gonna see any other big swaps here? Looks like Promise, yeah, is gonna go back to that Alex. And I think which team was the last lane? I think it was Team Say It. They're gonna be playing Theodore as their substitution here.
Not that bad of a substitution here either. I've seen this. Hisui and Theo. Hisui provides so much more attention. I talked about this yesterday as well. It's like the same thing as that Magnus pick that we saw from Team Super Ultra Dino, where you open up opportunity for the real threat on your team to actually do something. The Bat Magnus is going to draw the attention, which allows the Jackie to do this. In this case, Hisui is going to draw in a lot of attention and actually buy a lot of time. If she can get the Nichiren cut out, that's so much time. She can't even be targeted. That's all the time that Theo can be pumping out damage with the auto attacks. I like the change here, especially with Minjik Park. This guy is such a good ADC player. Putting him on a Theo is not going to be that different as to what you're going to be doing in other ADCs anyway. So I love that change around. 8ㅅKNOCKOUT also coming out, by the way, for Team Punisher. That's going to be a pretty fun one to watch.
Yeah, beyond the Nikki and Nadine, we have seen this team comp come out in the past. It is good. I think going to be that Amp Nadine. So they're going to try relying on the Bullseye with the Pure Uppercut combo to try to get a lot of damage on a priority target, and the Tia is just going to be there as the mid-range mage to sort of round out that team comp. So I do kind of like Team Punisher's team comp, but we're going to have to see how they do end up doing it here. They are in that 21-point lead, so they have a pretty good spot here, I would say, already in after round number 1, but let's see if they could keep it.
Okay, on the mind, we're back to this character pick for Kyungkwae. I think Kyungkwae has been one of the more prominent Mai's, especially in ERM. Ever since they picked up Kyungkwae to be that frontliner for both Cenobine as well as Luminal, they've always stuck this roster of the Shoichi, Mai, and the Lenny. Such a pivotal player, right? We always talk about both Cenobine as well as Luminal when it comes to the showmaking, because those two characters are ones that can actually do that. But Mai has had some really good exclusives on this team. If it wasn't for that, I don't think this team would have had as much success as they've had so far. So Kyungkwae really deserves credit on this as well.
Oh, 100%. Mai is one of those, or the tank world in general is just really, really underrepresented in the way that they get credit for, just because you know, you always see the flashy plays and you always see the DPS players, you know, making these really insane outplays, but you know, tank players don't, I would say tank players don't really get enough credit with you know, how much value they usually end up providing for a team fight.
So much more. It's one of the reasons why I love, especially in like NA as well, I think Striker is one of the most crucial players in NA, because these tank players have so much value that they almost decide the pacing of how a team actually wants to fight. Are you going to be a wall that's sitting up in front? Are you trying to initiate for your team? You have to decide that on that exact moment, otherwise your team's pretty screwed. You can deal damage all you want, but if you're dead before you can get the meaningful damage out, who cares, right? And that's where the tank comes in, so love to see
100%. I do think tanks are really, really important, and they definitely provide like the engage. They're usually the ones shot calling as well, because they're the ones that are forced to, you know, go in first. So you have to find out the right target. But it looks like a great ultimate coming out from NXA on the side of Team 8ㅅKNOCKOUT, and a great combo. I really like their, you know, their engage on that Alina, and then the helitack stack coming down, knocking up that Zahir to get that one shot, and it's just a easy cleanup coming out for that Demo Marlene. So 8ㅅKNOCKOUT gonna be able to get a clean wipe onto Invincible. So we are seeing some life built into the team comp, and we actually can sort of see, you know, their vision with this Alina, Estelle, and Demo Marlene team comp.
I feel like I've seen that before too, you know, in game number 1 up on the northern side of the map. Well, here we go. Potential initiation from Luminal gonna be continued on. He's getting some really good resets. NXA being jumped by a Xenophine, but I don't think Eleni's gonna be able to kill that Debbie Marlene, especially considering the fact I think NXA is now on the Vampiric bloodline. You might be back onto that one. Nope, I think I see the Sentinel. Saw the shield there for a moment. There's nothing on Emma's kit that gives her a shield outside of Sentinel. She decides to run it. NXA has been a very advent favorite of running the Sentinel. He actually has like on quite a lot of his builds. But here we go. Netizen trying to turn a 1v2 for himself, getting silenced all over the place. The clear cut's trying to give him a little bit of sustainability. He is getting some in, but gets tagged straight into a yellow-red. Gets silenced and can't do anything about it. Another person comes in, but it's just a Estelle. He gets jumped on by 3 people. Down goes yet another member of Team Sayit. Just a little bit uncoordinated on that roster, right? Ruin T was taken down, came back, and then, yeah, Hisui's dead, so you're dead too.
I think maybe thought Hisui would live a little longer to maybe help them out, but just not enough. And the silence, it always gets you. You know, you always think you might have it into the Tia, and then you get hit by that yellow, red, and there's just not much you can do. You can't press your buttons because you're silenced for that 2 seconds, and you just fall down, and you look like a fool. But I think in Netizen's case, it was a really good attempt. He got so much damage, got so much value, just wasn't enough there. If he had maybe, you know, maybe that Estelle ult coming in for but he's a little earlier, maybe he would have been able to turn it.
Okay, Theo versus Theo, Alteo versus Music Park. They're going to use the Nikki to try driving back onto the backside, but the Estelle is just preventing Alteo from
doing enough damage. Oh my god!
He does end up getting the damage in to knock it out. 1-for-1 trade. Alteo's about to fall down, but he's just trying to heal back up with the lasers. Not going to happen as the Hisui trying to turn things around for himself. The clear cuts are coming in. Tsubame Gaishi not going to be enough. Ruin T, good call to just leave.
Unfortunate third party there. Looks like Team Promise just ended up TPing right directly on top of both members there. So Team Daydream and Team Sayit are just going to lose 2 members. But huge find for the Nikki there on the side of Team Daydream, just using the pure uppercut forward. I thought he went a little too deep, but was just able to completely solo out the Theodore there and get their team an extra kill.
Yep, good stuff. But these callouts, I think, from these teams are looking really good. Luckily for Ruin T, the callout was to leave, and he immediately took it. No chances taken whatsoever. I'd love to see it. Potential fight over in the southern side of the map. Narahara going to get jumped on first. Nice blink coming in from Shidra, but that opens him up for Luminal. Good explosive bullet to lock down.
Oh, he doesn't have the dagger reset.
Oh, wait a second. Over, but he gets the kill over onto Narahara. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Shidra is still alive. This hero is not going to be killable for anybody on Team Always Ancient, but I have seen this team do it before. The aggression on this team is insane. We'll just back away from that as Kyungkwae not looking for a reinitiation as a late, just sitting up in the front, gonna deny any potential rises over onto the Shuichi. What a good fight from Luminal though, right? Getting explosive bullet, still recovered, good stuff. Yeah. Another fight inside of 4 that's gonna be between Team Sage versus Team, Team Milky Way, I think. Nope, never mind. That is not Milky Way. That's Wait Meowman.
Trying to get the
Ultimate
Theodore
invested
here
from Minjik Park. There are so many people right on top of him, but the damage just isn't there right now. Where are the kills coming in? It's actually from the side of Team Sayit. They took forever trying to kill Minjik Park. That Netizen just ran them over.
Yeah, I mean, the Theodore was just able to peel back themselves so well because they had the ultimate, they had the blink to get themselves to safety, and there's just not enough follow-up from the Lina, and then the Estelle ended up ulting, but the freeze didn't connect onto the Theodore, so the Estelle ult just didn't end up hitting. Well, unfortunate for the side of Team Wait Meowment, as you are correct that that Hisui was just able to just wreak havoc on the side of Team Wait Meowment. There's nothing that they could really do. Great bullseye coming out from the Nadine, gonna be able to get a lot of damage, and they are just gonna look for this. Nikki is gonna get pushed into the wall, but a great blink, and the rainbow is gonna come down and just turn it onto that Felix. The Felix is just gonna get tagged by that and is just gonna fall. So it is going to be Team Punisher winning that one out and getting the box as well.
Inside of 4, Sayit just getting completely caught out. I think Estelle was by herself. Dimensional Rift being contested between Team Wait Meowment as well as Team Promise. One's gonna fall down. Yohi just obliterated from the beginning. Kimshai is still early on in the game. There's way too much sustain, way too much of a health bar for that Dylan to cut through. Complex will fall down in just a moment. A victory for the dimensional ref from the side of Team Wait and Meowman. They are starting to recover a lot more from the fight that they lost inside of Forest. This is what they needed to start coming back into the game. Good transitions with the Mythrol into the hand of NXA. Gonna go straight into the Mythrol boots for that player.
Yeah, so yeah, gonna get some items. Ooh, looks like a free item coming to the side of Team Daydream here, and that is exactly what they need for a team comp like this. You know, they need to snowball. They need to get those items online for that Nikki and that Theodore to make sure they have enough damage. A great taunt coming out from Alade is gonna lock up NXA. The ultimate is gonna come down from the Estelle, and it will actually knock up 3 members on the side of Team Invincible, and I'd say might be out here actually. Narahara, I think the explosive bowler was already used. The taunt is going to try coming through, but Dizzy here is going to be able to catch up to that Demo Marlene, and I don't think this Estelle can get away either. It looks like the Maya is just going to block the path of the dash for this Estelle, and everybody's auto attacks are going to be there, so Invincible are going to be able to get a nice 2 kills here in night 2.
That could have actually been dangerous. I was kind of hoping GTL would just take the L and die, because look at the timer up on the top side. If Team Invincible really wanted to, they could have just held that Estelle there, but it wasn't what they ended up doing. Alteo. Oh, actually, how the heck does that Spark Nade land? Courage Uppercut going to be countered by the exclusive, but he doesn't have the blink because he used it up against the Dema. Just now trying to chase him in. Down goes to -400 within a blink of an eye all of a sudden. Alteo getting jumped on as well. Complex on the backside. They're going to use the MP Barrage. It's so good. The combo is there. No chance in hell for Alteo to survive. A third party coming in as well. Heschel going to get taken down, but look at that. What the heck? Complex get taken down too. Where the heck is Yahi? Just in the middle of nowhere. Dylan is nowhere here to help. Oh my goodness, the blink coming out. 3 teams getting just completely ransacked in this school and forest plus hotel intersection. What the hell?
A disaster for the side of Team Daydream. There's unlucky third party. Theodore is caught out from the side of Team Promise. Team Promise able to get to those 2 free picks there, as yeah, I think all the cooldowns were already invested for the side of Team Daydream from that earlier team fights into Team Invincible there. So unfortunate. It looks like the kiosk was dropped in the research center. It looks like we are going to get some buy-ins for the side of Team Wada Meowment. Wada Meowment also reaping, you know, a lot of the rewards there. Able to just come on in and just clean up the bodies. I think they probably end up getting a lot of the credits off the bodies there at the very end.
Oh boy. Day 3 started out as a little bit chaotic, but it seems like it's calmed down a little bit. But I might actually completely flip the script with that one. Invincible doesn't want to fight this. I suppose that Theo is looking a little bit scary. The meteorite from earlier, by the way, did go into Commander's Home, and I'm actually surprised it didn't go into the Blade Boots as one of the more prioritized items for the Theo until they go for the red shoes. That is the plan for Team Daydream. I do remember this team always prioritizing that pretty early on. He's inside a school. It's going to be Milky Way versus Promise, just looking for a little bit of positioning. Nobody wants to fight, though, which is quite interesting. We're going to go into night 3 with absolutely nobody wanting to fight.
Yeah, I think all these teams recognize how strong the other team is. Milky Way, you can see their items. They're already sitting on about 10 gold items for themselves there. Promise, you saw they did end up having to call back some of their members. Same thing with the earlier, I think, side in Uptown. We did see, or you could see Team Daydream already having so many more items, while the other team did end up having to call some members back in. But we do have a team fight here coming out in Forest. They do end up actually taking down the, I think that was the Zahir a little early. Bernice is just going to be forced to retreat. Mai is going to be running as well. Alade going to call in that camera, going to try to maybe use it, but it looks like it's still on cooldown. So they will end up going down. It's another -400 for the side of Team Invincible. A disaster, as they are not going to really have any items to their name, and Bernice is the last one alive. Bernice, the character, doesn't really have an escape. It's going to be a little hard for them to navigate the map and get some farm to get their teammates back up.
Presumably having a way to escape that situation. Alright, Team Seiya, can you win this fight? Netizen is doing some pretty good damage over onto Inori. Diamond Shard is also gone. They actually find Sword with the flash cut. Can they get the kill is the question. They get another flash cut. Netizen is just running people amok. Gets tagged by the yellow-blue, but that doesn't do anything when it comes to the DPS. Oh, that is brutal. Team Punisher is going to lose one. Going to try to get the res back in, but look at the health bars on Team Seiya. They just don't even care. They don't have the credits. They couldn't get the res.
No, they do. I think they placed a camera down and it was blocking. I think it was just blocking them from clicking on it. I think that's what happened.
Oh no, I've had that happen before to me too, but to happen in a tournament.
I think they placed that telephoto cam and then it was just blocking them from interacting with the kiosk. So that's a little unfortunate, but it looks like they just ended up using some of their gadget power, put their mobile kiosk down, and they are in a safer spot now, I would say. Not gonna have to worry about those players contesting them off of the objective or off of the kiosk there, so this should be fine. Daydream is looking maybe for some fights here. There's a lot of teams here in school. We are going to see where Wickland is going to be spawning very shortly. There's a meteorite down in factory here. Looks like the safety orb was used maybe for the movement speed boost to try to get them to dive on this Theodore, and they do end up getting the freeze, but the Theodore is actually going to be able to blink away, and they're still a little healthy here, trying to heal themselves back up, but they are going to go down to the Estelle, and that is going to be a lot of damage lost. But the Hisui is one of these characters that can beat these melee characters who don't really do much damage. They have so much sustain and so much shielding from their kit that they're just going to be able to be such a threat that Team Waitemyama is going to be forced to back away.
So finicky for a second. I'm not entirely sure what the rest of the fight was. The beginning of the fight looked really good for Team Waitemyama, but the extended fight, they just let the Hisui start 1v1ing people. You gotta immediately leave after that. Coordination seems a little bit iffy. They do end up letting the Theo live, and the meter actually goes in that team's favor. Blade Boots built up for those guys as well. Sayed is a lot more stronger now than they were about 30 or so seconds ago. The fact that Netizen on the Hisui is able to just get 1v1s with some of these tankier members on melee composition, that shouldn't happen. That really shouldn't.
I mean, it's so hard for Team Waitemyama to really kill this Hisui. I think Hisui just has full reign over that team. The damage just isn't gonna be there because the damage is really slow, and Hisui is one of those characters that can just out-sustain. I mean, if she gets locked down by the freezes, by the Estelle stun, maybe a demo knockup as well, I think they can definitely kill her, but I think a lot of was invested already on the Theodore, and here comes Engage. The ultimate is going to come down from Lumina. Lumina's just going to shred down that Estelle and is going to shred the Theodore as well. Netizen, can they do it here? I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to be a 3v1 and the timer is going to tick down. They're just going to explode, and that is going to be Team Sayed going to be out in 8th place.
Yeah, not the way you want to go. Definitely not the way you want to go. Team Punisher might also be in a little bit of an awkward situation, but the res is actually going to be pulled up. Nikki a little bit late on that one. Doesn't get this cancel. All Tails here, though. Third party comes in, and now all of a sudden the Nikki just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Team Invincible walks in, says thank you very much. A free red box. We will take our lunch. We will take the money. We will take the dinner as well and just run with it. They get everything they want inside of Beach. Perfect time for that third party.
And this is exactly what they need. Look at the items for the side of Team Invincible. They had nothing. They are only sitting on 4 items on the Bernice, 2 items on the Zir, and nothing on the Mai. So getting this huge tempo swing, getting those credits off those bodies, and that red box is definitely going to get them back into this game.
It's a chess piece. It was nothing that both the Zahir as well as the Bernice wanted. Luckily, at least the Mai doesn't have any transition. That means Black Flame Dragon. Oh no, actually, sorry, it was the helmet.
So it was a Viking helmet.
Yeah, a Viking helmet.
I mean, still,
they both
still both the carries already had those headpieces built, so it's not going to be something. It's not going to be a priority item that they want. But the Mai is going to be slightly more tanky, so it's not the end of the world, but ideally they would have liked, you know, an arm piece or some shoes for their carries to deal some more damage. Definitely want your blight items on your backliners, because the more damage you do, the faster you can DPS race, and tanks don't really need too many items to do what they need to do.
Really rough. It's all good though. You can still come back from this. It's no problem. All right, let's see where we are. Night number 4 with the Wick line taken by Team that's Milky Way. Man, the WMMW, I'm getting mixed up a little bit here. Guys, help me out a little bit. Stop making it so confusing for me. But yes, it's taken by Team Milky Way. We've seen this team composition do some really crazy things. We haven't seen the big combo that we saw in game number 1 inside of Stream after that one. But with the Wickelon buff, they should be able to gain a good amount of map control. Try to push some teams out, maybe play the map a little bit, keep themselves safe. We should see that coming to fruition. Unless they want to go for kills. They're pretty low on the point count at the moment. They need to get something going. They got the items. They're pretty strong, but they don't have the points to show for it.
Team Daydream gonna look for an angle here. It is 2 very similar team comps, or I guess it's just the Nikki that is similar here. So We are gonna have to see which Nikki is gonna be able to get the parries and the garden reverses. Maybe gonna try looking for an angle onto the back line, but they have to be a little careful. They are playing that Tia, and that Nadine is just gonna slowly start working them down. They do have the sustain though to keep or to deny any of this poke coming out from this Nadine on Punisher. And it looks like Punisher is gonna be put in a really awkward spot now, as Team Invincible is on the bottom side. There's another team, it's going to be always Incheon, that is going to be joining the fray. But Team Invincible, they actually want nothing to do with this. I think they know they are going to be weak. A miscommunication though. They did end up using 2 safety orbs, so that is going to be a lot of their gadget energy that is going to be used. And they're just walking around in circles here. Oh no, look, there's a here, it's not going to make it in. It's going to be forced to use the blink. That is a pivotal cooldown to lose here. Just walking around, I think, not really knowing exactly where to go, as all the members are, I think, are just a little indecisive on where to choose here. But they will have to just stay and maybe look for a team fight. There is gonna a double knock up in Nia's game world, a lot of damage going through, and they're gonna try jumping on the back line here. Nia is gonna slowly go down. The 1-up is gonna be proc, but it's not gonna be enough. They will end up going down, and the freeze is gonna come out as well. The yawn should fall very soon, but double knock up
That's what I wanted
is gonna be there. And there is the Felix is going to be able to clean that up. The double knockup just able to keep themselves alive. And Wade Miyamit is going to be the one to actually get the team wipe.
Beautiful. I mean, that's what they needed, right? They needed the points. But the fight inside of Beach, it just goes completely awry. Team Punisher down 2 members. Daydream was able to finally find something despite the standoff they've been under for about, what, 3 minutes now inside of Beach. Punisher and Nori, last one alive on their team. It's night number 5. They got 30 seconds to find Lumi, but it's all the way up in school. Myers Cook, there is no way to recover from this. They have the credits for it, but yeah, you kind of need that device. Good parry coming in. Neo's game world is going to pop in, but there is nobody sitting inside that zone. It's just a double agent. Now, I don't think Team Milky Way can find any more of this. They're just going to find a bit more positioning inside of the gym, but a good response from everybody in Team Promise.
Yeah, and that is a lot of cooldowns invested on Milky Way, but I think Team Promise knows there's a lot of pings nearby. I don't know if they want to take this team fight. There's 3 teams up here. There's 4 teams actually. Daydream's here. We got Always Incheon is here. It's actually every team aside from one team. Team Promise is the only team on the bottom side.
It's just, what the hell? This is so weird. These teams really like fighting, I guess, in the temporary zone. It's about to be chaotic again. The lane not gonna opt to use the.
They're looking here. Here comes British Uppercut. They're just gonna full send it onto the Bernice.
Untouched. Nobody is going for the Theo on the backside. The Bernice is just so low. Hessel by so much time. She does damage. Invincible. Not so invincible now, are you?
The Nikki is just wreaking havoc on these backliners. Just getting the ult off onto the Zahir, and oh, what the sword going to make it out? I think he's dead. Oh,
yep. Oh, and the extra time makes okay. So they have the camera on it, so they'll at least be able to find the
-1. Oh, at least Seraphine. Okay, yeah, Seraphine's gonna tag up the Nadine there, and that's gonna be a kill going into the side of Team Always Incheon. And now it's gonna be Team Daydream. It looks like they're stalling out with the safety orbs. Always Incheon doing the same. Oh. We're gonna have 2 teams here that are gonna start pushing into Milky Way. Milky Way should recognize this, and I think they need to be the ones to also just walk away and start using their safety orbs. Maybe give up the zone, because there is another team here. Oh, that looks like they recognize there's gonna be 2 teams. Now they're gonna be forced in a really tough spot here. They're gonna try going into the corner. I do like this from Daydream. They're just sitting down here, just getting their timers higher than these other teams, and I think they will be the ones with the timer advantage, and they can leave whenever they want now.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who from Team Milky Way ended up using an explosive drone, but that's a mistake, right? You're not pushing anybody away. 10 seconds left now for the human. Team Daydream, all they have to do is just leave. They are going to do it. They can buy enough time if they really wanted to, but they're trying to hold on to the gadget point, still trying to
Are we gonna have a 4-team final?
No, I don't think so. Look at the seconds left on to Yohi. Complex is about to die.
Promise has to go in. Oh my god, what is going on?
Everybody is just popping. Milky Way is all gone. The kill credit's actually going in favor of Team Promise, but Kimshai is down. Complex taken down as well. Yohi's still alive. Can he turn things around? He's just getting auto-attacked by that Theo. These single auto-attacks just are enough. Not even through the shield, but he's got the damage for it. Good stuff coming in from Team Daydream. They are going to knock out everybody inside of school. 19.5. They're going to be sitting on, looking for 25.5 at the minimum. Always Incheon, they're looking for 19.5 for their minimum.
Yeah, what a hectic final zone there. Just it seems just stalling out with these safety orbs. That is, the quote unquote meta for these temporary zones is you just stall out, try to force these other teams to to pull the trigger first. But since every team was doing it, one team was forced to do it, and it was team. I think that was team. I mean, Promise was the one who did end up getting engaged on, and they were the ones to being. They were the ones to get taken out. Daydream now going to be fighting Team Always Incheon in this temporary zone. It looks like the zone is going to be closing in force here on the bottom side. Luminal gonna have to look for an angle onto this Theodore, but they do have that Nikki, so Nikki can just maybe deny that Theodore's engaged. Namai is gonna be there though to also intercept that Peerage uppercut. If it ends up coming to fruition, they are gonna send in that explosive drone, but it's just gonna be instantly killed. So a lot of gadget energy already used for the side of Team Always Incheon. He comes engaged, gonna try looking for a taunt, maybe onto the Nikki. They do end up hitting it. Senefine gonna jump on forward, gonna try to look for an angle, not gonna be able to find anything. Here comes the ultimate.
No,
The parry is gonna go through, but Luminal is just gonna go down. So much damage coming out from the Nikki, and the Theodore is just gonna be enough. Daydream is gonna have a clean game with 25.5 points.
Are we having a hug your coworker day for Team Always Incheon? Senefine and Luminal both just line up Spark Nade spread, auto attack spread. Theo is just having a field day over there. Good game from Team Daydream. This is the Daydream that we wanted to see throughout the group stages, but I'm glad that we're at least seeing it now. It's what I was talking about. This is a team that has capabilities to pull things off like this. Disadvantage when it comes to the final zone drone, but they're still able to push through, find the mistakes in Always Incheon's gameplay, and punish it.
Yeah, Luminal getting caught out once again is a little unfortunate, but I mean, they made the second place 2 times in a row, pretty consistent performance, but just not able to seal the deal at the very end in a team fight here. I wonder if they're going to swap out Luminal Black for Blaster, or if they're just going to keep Luminal in here. A huge pop-off game for Daydream, though. I wonder if they are also just going to stay on this team comp, or if they're going to go back. I think this is the lobby that they could just utilize this theater team comp and take it all the way.
Yeah, I'll be real with you. I don't think it's necessarily a composition issue for Team Always Incheon. I just see like small misplays that they keep doing, especially in the final zone. And it's much easier to punish, especially later in the game, those smaller mistakes, right? Especially when you're playing something like the Lenny as well as the Shuichi. You can do all the plays you want, but you're still pretty squishy. If you can get the damage out onto, if you can't get the damage out onto priority members, they are going to rip you to shreds. Altail very untouched throughout that entire fight, and as soon as Luminal decided to hug Senefine right on top of each other, well, yeah. One Spark Nade and you're both dead.
I mean, I think Luminal is making a lot of mistakes in these final fights, right? Because he is supposed to be that solo carry, and if he's not performing, then I think they might look for that swap, because it is either just between Luminal or Blaster to look for that that solo carry role. So, I mean, I think they're still in a really good spot here. I think they're still in like second. They're definitely in the top 4 because they did have 2 second places in a row, but just not able to close out these games. And I wonder if that's gonna push their decision to maybe swap back. But I think Luminal can definitely Luminal's definitely shown some promise in these games, but just right now I think for these final fights he's just not all there right now.
Looked very shaky. Right, it's a little unfortunate for you and I to say this, but the consistency is what we need from HG. You can have all the really cool games you want, but the things that we're going to see right now is the things that matter. Talk about a lot of previous plays from Luminal, but that's more to set up the stage for him. If he can't perform like the ones from before, it's going to be a bit of a rough tournament for these guys. And for this to be happening in Knockout Stage 1, I don't know if it's the greatest of looks, albeit I will give him this. Up against some really, really good teams, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it could just be, a bad day right now, but I think in the upcoming games, if he does end up staying in, like I think we're definitely going to see maybe a turnaround from him.
Hopefully that's going to be the case. We'll have the scores up in just a moment here to show you guys what it looks like. And then, of course, we'll have the break. It's game number 2. Give us a moment to get some water in our system. But here we go. 35 points for Team Promise. Daydream second with 34. Below them is going to be Always in Tune with 25.5, 21 points for Team Punisher to round out our top 4. Still fair game, I would have to say, for 3rd and 4th place, but Daydream and Promise are slowly but surely starting to run away with the series. 0.5 points will be the differential between those two. I would have to say, rightfully deserved. Both of those two teams solid right now.
100%. We have Wait Miament in 5th with 18.5, Milky Way in 6th with 18, Say It in 7th with 12.5, and Invincible in 8th with 10. It's still anyone's game to make it into the top 4 here. Only an 11-point difference between 4th and 8th place, and there's still 2 games to go.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, real quick, before we go into the break, no bans, right? We didn't see a single one of them during the...
I don't think so for that game. We saw a lot of duplicates, though. We saw like 2 Buys, 2 Estelles,
I think
2 Yumins, 2 Nickies, 2 Theodores. We definitely saw a lot of variety, but I don't think there were any bans there.
Well, that's going to be a fun one to see when we come back from the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here for games 3 and 4 of Knockout Stage number 1. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘, 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 리나, 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야. 점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 아, 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까? 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
아무리 거센 파도라도 베어가를 수 있어. 바다를 건너는 한 마리 제비처럼. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 협은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 오늘은 어떤 추억을 만들?
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Hope you guys had a good one. And for the guy in chat, no problem. It's all good. You're welcome for that. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. We just finished games 1 and 2 for knockout stage number 1, which means we got 2 more left in that specific stage. And then we got a ton more afterwards for knockout stage 2. Games have been fun so far, but let's get straight into it for game number 3. 0 bans coming into this one. And we are, as a matter of fact, super going to keep Luminal in this lobby. That's a good one. I like that decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they haven't been having good performances. They're always able to get to that second place spot and went out on some of the team fights early on into the game. Just not able to close it out just yet, but I'm sure Luminal is going to have the performance he always does, and he'll probably be able to win it out for his team in the upcoming games here. Looks like we do have 4 Priyas this time going to be locked in. So Priya will be banned for 2 games, but there's only one more game left after this one, Shubi, so I don't think that that is really gonna matter here.
Yeah, it's all the teams on the left side too, by the way. Look at that. 1, 3, 5, and 7. Narahara is gonna be joining the fray. I believe that's the player that's gonna be opting to pick that one up. Yeah, that means Priya looking to be a very highly prioritized character from a lot of these compositions. The problem is, though, Promise and Daydream are the two teams that are doing really good right now. If their main composition prioritizes as Priya, if any other team later down the road in Knockout Stage 2, or if both of these teams continue to move on, that might not be a very viable solution anymore for the rest of phase number 1. This is a very, very popular character, whether it was in Season 7, whether it was in Season 6. Quite frankly, ever since they added a little bit more damage to her kit, she's always been a staple for ERM teams.
I mean, I think just in general, she's always been pretty good. Once you know, they gave her, you know, movement speed as well.
Yep.
The Soul Sealer, you know, buffs also, you know, kind of help her. But I mean, I guess Priya always kind of rotates around between Soul Sealer and Protocol. I think both are fine on the character. But I think just in general, you know, she just has a lot of utility. She has the shielding for her team. She has the damage. She has the utility of the movement speed, and she has the CC with the Echoes of the Earth, and that E to, you know, sort of root these enemies. So just a really, really versatile and really solid pick overall that you could probably put on most teams, and she'll probably be okay with.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, remember 2 more games left now for knockout stage number 1. After this, the top 4 teams in this specific stage are going to be moving on to the next set of stages. The bottom 4 are eliminated. Their time in Eternal Return Masters phase number 1 will be cut short. A little bit sad, but that's the way that these knockout stages go. Double elimination in the long run, right? You've already had your run. You've already had your try in the group stages. If you're putting knockout stage 1, you gotta start stepping it up. The teams that are already doing so, both Team Promise as well as Team Daydream, I want to see more of them. Daydream, just because I have high expectations for them. This is a team that really shouldn't be here. And for Team Promise, I want to just see this composition work more. It's so unconventional that seeing it work makes me happy.
I think you're saying that because, you know, they're playing Dial In.
Listen, bro. Okay. To be fair, I haven't been as pessimistic on Dial In nowadays. It's all more jokes at this point, but the reason why is because I myself don't play that character much anymore. But after this, you know, I'm not
fair. I mean, it is. It is always cool to see these picks that really don't get seen much in competitive play, you know, performance. So, I mean, I'm definitely a fan of seeing the Dial In come out and seeing them do well here. Looks like they will be able to get 2 kills. The sellout coming out a little too late. That is not going to be able to find really anything on that Hisui. And oh, is going to be focus from Punisher, going to walk up and instantly going to go down. Great focuser coming out from Promise and a great turnaround. Instantly jump on them there. Looks like the human is going to blink on forward to try to get the Felix, but Felix is going to be able to live with 1 HP, and the Yaw is going to be able to intercept, but a great knockback coming out once again from the human. I think they should be able to get on out of here. Their slow is going to come out. Just another knockback, but is going to get knocked up this time from the Yawn, and they will be able to get that kill. So it looks like that human is going to go down from the side. Team Daydream Echoes is going to be procced by both Priyas here, and the focus coming out from Promise is just going to be able to kill that Priya coming out from Team Punisher.
You have your matches, a Priya like that, and you both use Echoes of the Earth at the same time. You really have to look at where each of those 2 teammates are, right? It's the teammates that really matter starting from there. How deep are you into the fight, or how kind of laid back are you? The reason why I think Team Promise was able to win, they were the ones laid back. They were the ones receiving all the initiation, so that means the Echoes of the Earth from the opposite side, not that valuable. But this might be a problem for Elade, regardless of whether or not a Priya is on their team. They might be in a little bit of trouble. Does manage to walk away as the Raven's going to take away a little bit of focus, but Elade is starting to go back in on this. Okay, are they going to keep going? Rengeki was used from Netizen out. Cooldown on this is quite long. You can't really reset it unless the auto attacks are there. The Priya is going to be there. There's the Tsubame Kaishi, not going to be able to get the execute, but the flash cut is in. Down goes the Priya. Parry is out as well, but the auto attacks from the Theo is just way too good. Elade's going to be traded out, which means Shidra needs to leave. And even if they swapped over from the Zahir to the Theo, it seems like they're still having a little bit of problems with these team fights. Hopefully they can pick back things up. But for Sayed, a great fight from both. Well, not both, but all of the members here. Netizen landing everything he needed to do. Park doing exactly what he needs to do, and same thing for the Estelle.
Yeah, I think that Priya was a little too far out there, so it was a little awkward for the Theodore to auto-attack as there was the other Theodore that was kind of pressuring them. So they couldn't really auto-attack on two different fronts. Luminal is going to be able to use the ultimate, but not going to be able to find much here. The Echoes of the Earth is going to be placed down to keep themselves alive, and they will be able to get the kill on Luminal here, as Luminal is going to go down, and Always Incheon is going to be forced to back on out of. There's going to be a 2-for-1 trade going to the side of, I think that was Team Punisher there, as they get the meteorite as well down in dock.
Zeem's already starting to shape out to be a bit chaotic for these teams. Invincible 2 members down, not going to have too much fun at the beginning of game number 2. Tree of Life being contested by the members of Team Milky Way. Always Incheon is starting to spawn on him, but it's a bit too late. Felix has already picked it up. They're going to try to just craft some items with a nice dodge out on that Spring Trap with those Crescent Sweeps, but they're just not being allowed to craft the items. There's Kyungwei from the top side trying to run away. Great blink with the Tempest Hydra to make the distance. Nia's Gamer comes out and just instantly obliterated his Centipede. They walked into the trap and they're living life, and a good 2 kills from Team Milky Way starting out in day number 2. Plus
that's
the Tree
gonna
of
be 2
Life
items
secured.
so early on, because I think they got the tree in the hotel as well. You could see down there I think it was the item for Felix is crafted, not put on. It is put on now, so you can see they have 2 gold items already on the first cycle here. So a great start for the side of Team Milky Way, and they get the kills as well. I think Always Incheon is a little too hasty there to try to get the tree, because they ended up seeing that Felix getting the Tree of Life, but ended up chasing into that Nia's Game World and instantly exploding. Wait, Meowmit is going to lose their demo here. Will be a nice clean kill coming out from the side of Punisher, as they do get another one, and they should be able to get their Collins here very, very shortly.
So much space Team Milky Way has to work with, but Always Incheon has prio on that kiosk. Pretty good position that they're going to be in. Milky Way not going to be able to buy their timings on these force cores, which is going to be a bit annoying, especially as the Felix too. Remember that Aoyai, very valuable item on that character. Don't have it, your survivability gets a little bit downgraded. Look at where they're gonna go. Actually, where the heck did they go? Team Milky Way, they're in Fire Station. They're right around that kiosk, and the Rift is right next to them too. So this is a pretty hyper valuable teleport.
This is pretty good for them, because the Rifts don't have the kiosks just yet, because I think it just got released on the current patch, but I think we are playing 1 patch behind, so they need to get these buy-ins here in a Fire Station before they could look. And oh my god, the Felix already getting chunked down to about 60% HP. Wait, Meowmit is also here in the zone here, but the Lina is completely split away from their team. I don't think they want to take the engage here, but they do end up seeing, and they would definitely want to stop them from getting any more buy-ins.
Okay, fight between Team Say It as well as Promise. Promise, show us some promise. You gotta look promising here. There we go. Okay. Gonna stop making those kind of jokes, but here we go. Shy on the backside, but good response from Ruin T to block any initiation attempts. That's a really early energy blast field. You just need to back away. I love this play from Team Promise. They're gonna try to lock some people down, jumping in towards the backside, and the striking tire actually lands immediately over on the Kim Park. What is it? Minjik Park. Can they get the kill over onto Netizen is the question. They just need to do it. Yes, they can. Sniper shot from Kim Shai to lock that Theo down. What a beautiful fight from Promise. They are showing it to us.
Great coming out from Promise. They're able to get the team wipe on to Say It. A huge Echoes of the Earth coming down from the Priya there, able to hit all 3 members. Say It was just all stuck on the flowers, just dancing there, and just wasn't able to really do anything. So Promise just able to get a clean team fight there. Clean 3-0. Say It, unfortunately, now going to have staggered deaths here. You can see, looks like the members of the team ended up splitting away on the reses, but the Estelle is just going to be able to walk back to their Tsubame and their Dio back in archery range.
All fine and dandy. Night number 2 looking a little bit quiet, save for that fight we just saw. Punisher falling down with the Priya, but that's about it. There's been a lot of gaps, I would have to say, in Knockout Stage 1 where teams are just all fighting at the same time, and then there's a good amount of time where nobody's just doing anything but farming. I'm okay with this. Just means the teams are looking to scale up exactly at the pace that they need to. There's times when teams are starting to focus on the objectives a little bit more and position around it. As we can see here, Inori going to be able to flip Luminal
He's
around.
gonna connect. Oh, Luminal is getting chunked down.
Can he get killed? Yes, he can. And that's a day 3 death too. You're absolutely correct. Down he goes, and that's minus 200 to Always Into. And a crucial mistake as Inori just gets the easiest burger flip of his life. Where are the reactions from Team Always Into? Just doesn't exist. Sonafine couldn't deny it. Always Into, what is it? Luminal just didn't react to it correctly. And Yoi just decides to dash straight in towards him. What the heck is going on here? Complex getting taken dangerously low himself. Elage just targeting the backline. Down goes to Priya. Theo gets taken down too. So many small mistakes just being capitalized on by teams across the board. Yohi locks down the Theo. There is just no damage other than Narahara, but it's still too early in the game for that Priya to do anything. They're trying to fight into a Dylan as a Lennox. I don't think that's going to happen.
Wait, Yohi's going to find it, yeah?
The snakebite, and now Narahara is the one who
has to get away.
Can they get away is the question. They got some good damage using the guitar, but Yohi is a human, and you're playing a Priya. He's got to get to the White Lily. Not going to happen. Invincible, what happened to you?
Invincible going out in 8th place. They had the team fight there. It was looking so good, but Kim Shai finds the Striking Tiger onto the Theodore and just instantly obliterates him 100-0 in about like half a second. And once the Theodore is down, there's not enough damage. The human just has free reign to kill the Priya and the Lennox there. And oh no, Always Inchun gonna be in a rough spot here. Is gonna be able to get one. No, doesn't even get that kill as well. As Always Inchun gonna lose 2 members. Luminal just getting CC'd, getting locked down by this Marcus, as Marcus is just denying any chance for Luminal to really play the game here. I think in the previous fight it was that Priya, but no, it was that Marcus as well. The Marcus did end up hitting that burger flip onto Luminal, did end up just instantly killing him with that Tsubame being there to react, just doing so much damage.
I can't tell if it's that Luminal is being way too predictable or if it's that he's just walking into premeditated skills. He's getting CC'd everywhere, and just because of that, there's small margins of space between the hitbox of the, well, not the hitbox, but the range of his dashes. He tried executing the Tsubame right after he landed on the ground, but because of that knockup from the Marcus, he ended up not having the range for it. This is really bad for Team Always Into, and they're corralled into a corner too. Luminal opting to go back
Luminal is walking to beach, but there's a team there. I think he recognizes now because he should know there is console taken by one of these teams. So it looks like he is
dead.
Gonna get out of here. Gonna try teleporting. I don't know if Leon is going to be able to stop the res in time. No, but Cenafine. Oh, but Cenafine dies, and that's another minus 200. They're just, they don't have any credits right now. They're gonna try getting the res, but yeah, I mean, they can get the Mai back into the game, but just so many credits lost for Team Always Injured. They're just not going to have any amount of items to really play with in this game.
Again, it's not the comp. There's nothing wrong with the comp. We know that. It's just there's something wrong with the execution. It just has to be, because these fights are just looking a little bit iffy in my opinion. I don't know about you, but this is definitely not the level that Team Always Ancient wants to be playing right now. Luckily, the team that hyperlooped in decides to move to a different direction, but there's Team Promise.
There's no way Shuichi can get out of here. Wait a second.
Oh my! He gets a kill over on the Gimshai. That's
and they're leaving.
Team Promise just dips. They're like, no, thank you. They don't know that this is just a 2-stack, but a 1v3. Yeah, that kind of ego will push away the aggression from everyone else. Luminal and Always Inchan just barely gets away with murder.
Luminal might be back here, but I don't think they still don't have enough credits to get the teammates back into the game here. Punisher is gonna try actually crafting an item. They actually do end up getting the craft, and a great burger flip once again from this Marcus, always hitting the perfect target when they need it. The Tsubame actually gonna blink on forward, is gonna use the ultimate as well to get the gap closed there. They will be able to get the human. 2 kills going to the side of Team Punisher. Team Punisher actually playing these fights so well here. The Marcus just hitting these burger flips on the right target. Very easy follow-up from the Tsubame at the very end.
This is fantastic for Team Punisher. Inori is just locked in right now. This is exactly what you want from the Marcus, because now it buys time for Tsubame to just get all the damage in, right? The person who gets burger flipped, they're not going to be focused on trying to fight. They're going to be focusing on trying to get on out of there, unless it's the tank. But Inori just keeps landing it on these priority targets. You can't let the Marcus do that. Oh boy, we are having a feast tonight. These burger flips are looking juicy, bro.
Looks like Team O's in Chun might run into the side of Team Seiya, but I don't think they want to look for the fight.
That's okay.
Because it's going to go in, not going to be able to hit any of the knockups here. There's going to be a lot of damage returned from the Yumin and Team Punisher. I think they want to look for an angle back in on the top side, though. Luminal is going to be able to get the priority target. Theodore already going down, and Centipede is going to fall on the other side. Luminal going to try jumping back in, but it's not going to have enough damage. The auto attacks from Netizen is just going to be there, and that is going to be it for the side of Team Always Incheon going out 7th place here. Team Seiya to get the 1-up here. I think Luminal tried to jump back on forward, but you can't dodge out on those auto attacks. The Hisui, all they had to do was just auto attack him down, and just way too much damage for that Shoichi to really go through there. I think the item difference was just a little too big. You could see the Hisui already sitting on that Blood Ripper. Just, I mean, just having so many items over the side of Team Always Incheon, I think the Hisui just alone can just deal with Team Always Incheon there.
Funny enough, it kind of gives me feelings. Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on a second. I'll talk about it in just a second. Nice stall out from Hesto, but the fight is already over because look at this. And Nori is just pumping damage into Rami, and there's a third party coming in. Rami, where are you going? This team just cannot focus right now. Down goes Hesto, and I think Alteo will fall down too. Down they go. Oh, it's not looking good. Priya was able to get out, but Nori stuck in the middle of nowhere. Not going to be able to do anything. That's a great third party coming in from Meowment. Good stuff. Priya alive, but this team has been able to pretty much effectively shut down 2 different teams. Look at Team Daydream's composition. They have no credits left now.
They have no kill score as well. You can see that the 2 points are only from placement, and yeah, they lose 2 members. They have no credits here. It's night 4. I don't think they're going to be able to get enough credits to get the team back into the game. Another burger flip, but this time it's actually going to burger flip the Alina into the back line. Isilla is going to come down, but they can't really get onto the Swami here. The Swami is actually killing so well. Look at the damage the Swami is outputting, but is going to get frozen, and they will actually get locked down. A little too much CC there. The freeze coming out with the Demo knockup and the Estelle Sun is just going to be enough. Team Punisher, they're going to be on the back foot here. Looks like they will be able to get out, but not going to have enough credits to get your teammates back into the game either. So we're going to have a lot of Rat
Priya stonks are dropping
at the very end here.
Priya stonks are dropping. All of our Priya teams, save for Promise, are all struggling right now. 2 Priyas remaining as Rats. Invincible is just completely gone. Promise is
Wait,
the
can
only
Inori
one.
get the... Ooh, if Inori can crawl their body away here and get the res, that is going to be pretty big for Punisher, because Punisher is just missing enough credits to res 1 extra member. So looks like Team William Yama is looking for this body. Will they hear the res? They're going to come up? Yes, they will end up finding it. And the Isaac is going to go down to minus 200 going aside for the for Punisher. Minus 400 total. Oh no, they get caught instantly when they're trying to revive here, and they're just gonna lose their Priya, and now the Subami is just gonna be forced to rat it out here. Say it, getting that extra kill.
On the bright side, at least it's the Subame? Question mark? I don't know, but say it already sees this. They're gonna try to find him out. Oh, White Lily taking perfectly on time. Punisher, Sword is still alive. They're getting caught onto the chickens. Oh my god, that isn't... that's the wrong way.
I thought he was gonna ego it. I thought he was gonna go in. But I think just opting...
hard.
Yeah, I think just opting not to, because yeah, finding a Subami 1v1 is a pretty tall task, I would say, because she has just so many different abilities to, you know, sort of dodge out on your skills, and she is in ADC as well, so she could just slowly start to auto attack you down.
Yep, like decision making from much everyone across the board. And plus for Team Seiya, they already have the Wick line buff. Don't even need to play too aggressive. They already have the game locked down tight. Looks pretty good on their transitions as well. The arm piece, right? This is usually Blood Ripper, if I remember from previous seasons. I think that pattern still continues. Theo sitting on the Hellfire for himself. Not the Hellfire, sorry, the Widowmaker for himself as well. This is a disgusting set of damage Team Seiya has on their side. No need to rush anything. Just play your own game. All you need to do is just cross the finishing line.
Yeah, Team Punisher down here, just gonna have to slowly rat it out on the Subame. And there is a Priya down in this corner. I wonder... Oh, I think that Raven should check the Priya, and the Priya is instantly gonna drop a VLS system because they ended up getting spotted. So they will be able to get themselves to safety, but how safe will they be? They are a rat as well. They will get they won't make a ping. And on the other side though, it looks like Team Promise do end up spotting Sword here. They're gonna try running them down in fire, and oh, I think Sword's gonna try and maybe intercept Lumi to get the res? No, actually, you don't have enough credits to really get the res, so I'm just gonna walk around, maybe use the safety drone. There is the knock up onto Priya. Priya is gonna be forced to use the ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough to keep them alive. They're just instantly gonna go down, and the damage coming out is gonna be way too much.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be a clean T wipe coming out from the side of Team Milky Way.
Yo, he could have just gotten 2 kills on the BTB and Rajam, but he missed his Q. The AoE just completely whiffs. If it targeted any one of those two, I think Yohi lives and might be able to help the Dylan turn it around onto the Felix, but he whiffed it. That is brutal for Team Promise. They needed this game as well just to secure their place in first play.
Yeah, that is a disastrous misplay then. I mean, yeah, that actually would have killed both of them if he did end up hitting that. So it's a little unfortunate for the side of Team Promise, but you know, that is just gonna be how it goes here for game 3. I mean, still 9.5 points. They still should be able to keep their lead, but I mean, the lead's definitely going to be cut a little smaller here as these other teams that are on the bottom that are on the bottom side of the leaderboard are gonna slowly crawl their way back up.
Great capitalization from Team Milky Way. This is also a team that needs those points, right? Look at their placement. They're sitting in 6th place right now. Climb back up onto the leaderboard to make sure that last game isn't going to be a do-or-die kind of situation. They're doing pretty solid as it is right now. VLS for Sword, he's going to try to get back in, most likely to Hotel, but there's way more teams over there than there were in Gas Station.
Maybe you can find the Priya. The Priya's a solo.
She is alone. This is a pretty good target for it, but look at the damage
look
on
at the
these
damage,
flowers,
though.
man. Sword is just getting
Oh
rained
my
down
God.
by flowers. He gets slowed. It's over. Sword is so dead. Straight into another team as well. They just turned
the
their
devil's
face
there.
over
Okay.
onto Sword instead. They know there's a Priya right on top. They're just gonna go immediately aim for it. But good call from Rami to use that safety drone. Rami is playing this so well right now. What the hell?
Yeah, I think he's just gonna try stalling it out here to maybe try getting some more placement points, but I don't think they are gonna be able to get in.
Oh yeah, not at all.
They should be able to get in, but they're only gonna have 13 seconds. And the other team probably gonna stall it out. Team Milky Way maybe gonna use some safety orbs outside here, and the Priya's gonna be forced in first, and then we will come down to our 3v3. It's gonna definitely be between Team Milky Way and Team Weta Meowmint. There's gonna be that Theodore and that Hisui. I think the Hisui is just gonna be so strong. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be the Felix. The Felix is gonna be so strong into this team because he is. It is a triple melee team, but I mean, Felix is one of those characters that they can maybe lock down. And they're actually gonna get the zone to Priya here as they're just gonna walk away with the safety orbs. Looks like Team Milky Way gonna be forced in as I don't think they have any more safety orbs to really go, but I don't know if they know that this Priya is a solo. So more safety orbs are gonna be used. It's just both teams are just stalling. Maybe don't want to send it on the Priya just yet because they might have to invest a little too much, but the Priya only sitting on 2 seconds. 1 second is gonna explode. The Echoes of Dirt isn't even placed down. Safety orbs are being used. Timers are being saved, but now I don't think they have any more. They're gonna be forced in. It's gonna be a clean 3v3 here.
Oh, they need
Yana is gonna get some stacks onto these cameras and traps here. Maybe they look for an angle in. Oh no, the knockup isn't gonna connect. The gimbal is gonna come, but the damage is just way too much. So much AoE damage, but the damage is coming back. Great double knockup coming out from the Yan. Is it quick spin? It is, and the Estelle is gonna go down, and this should be lights out. The Felix should just have it here.
Oh my God, they're
kill
gonna just try to live.
Or the Alina, but the Alina is gonna be able to use the safety orb to get themselves to safety, and we're gonna have a 3-team final zone.
Very technically, right?
Well,
but the Elena,
not team, but the Alina can definitely be an agent for one of these teams here.
Yeah, she can.
The Alina is going to be that wild card in this final fight. We are just going to have a random Alina that can probably just dictate this team fight here, as if they just send it and get a freeze onto maybe a priority backline here on any of these two teams, either the Theodore or that Nia, it's going to be pretty devastating.
That sucks really bad for Team Weta Meowmint. They had the time, they had the advantage, but Milky Way, I think they got away with murder there. They really shouldn't have gotten away with this. The amount of time they wasted by just staying outside, not going for the Priya, despite they droned out the Priya. They knew she was alone, but didn't go for it. I honestly thought they were screwed, but nope, never mind.
The timer situation is looking
oh my God, he has
really
the
bad. Timer situation is looking really bad for Milky Way here. They are using some safety orbs to slowly rotate around the Alina. I don't think Team Seiya wants to pull the trigger on this Alina. I think Milky Way is just gonna try to force them away. Alina is just gonna. This sort of reminds me of the old Final Zone as the Alina is the wild card and no one really wants to kill him because they know if the Alina just goes in on them, they like that could be lights out for that team. So the Alina is just gonna slowly take their little corner here as the final zones are gonna start to close. It's gonna get really small, so these teams are gonna be forced to make a move. They're gonna look for the Alina, but the Alina's just gonna walk away. And oh, here it comes. Alina's gonna try sending it onto the side of Team Milky Way here.
So
Maybe get the freeze. They
tanky.
are gonna be able to
They
get the freeze.
ulted.
And here comes the ultimate coming out from the Theodore. Is it Theodore gonna be able to? Oh, wait, the Yon finds an angle in. And they kill the Estelle with the Nia's Game World. That's gonna be it. The Felix gets the Hisui as well. The Felix jumps on forward. And Team Milky Way come out on top. So well played. Oh my god. The Yon just able to get on in there. They instantly kill the Estelle. And they were just able to turn it around.
Daydream fought into the Nia's Game World? That was meant for the Elena! What are they doing? The Theo gets pulled in, he just gets immediately bursted down. What did I just watch? Okay, I don't know what that was. Sorry, that wasn't
They
Daydream,
fought.
was
I
it?
mean,
It was...
they fought a 4v3 and they came out on top.
That was so weird. Why are we walking into Nia's Game World? Did they not have information on it? I thought they had it because I saw recon drones being thrown down over to that school entrance. That's so weird. It's a late game Nia. You're gonna get immediately bursted down. That just feels so strange to me. You know what I mean? There is no way Milky Way should have gotten away with like 3 different murder cases they had.
I think they saw the. I think they saw they saw the Alina send it. I think they got a little too trigger happy, wanting to send it with the Alina. But I think they just needed the Alina to bait out the cooldowns and then send it in after.
Yeah.
Them pushing into that Nia's Game World definitely cost them. They just took way too much damage as they still got instantly bursted down. They got knocked up. I think there was just way too much AoE damage being swung around. I think Nia was getting too many procs in that Nia's Game World. So a little unfortunate for them. But Milky Way gonna be able to come out on top. Yeah, I mean winning that basically 4v3 because the Alina did end up sending it on them first.
How lucky of a game is it for Team Milky Way? They got away with murder not only in hotel but up in school as well. Wow, they needed this game as well. I talked about it, right? Milky Way 6th place before game number 3 happened. They're gonna start skyrocketing up on top to the leaderboard. Oh, goodness gracious! Top 4 has now all of a sudden been shaken to its core just because of a game like that. What a devastating loss, though, right? For it's the team. It's a team. No, it's not Team Punisher. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting all the team names today. But what a devastating loss. The Hisui trying what she could, but you can't really salvage it when the Nia's Game World and you need to fight into it. That really sucks. Milky Way, I don't know how they navigated it. I don't know if they got lucky or if they just played it really well, which is, you know, probably both is the case here. But yeah, that really shouldn't have happened.
And the leaderboard was Milky Way and Team Say It. The teams, the 2 teams there, they were 6th and 7th. So it's definitely gonna shake up the leaderboard. And you could see it already here. Team Milky Way, they got such a good performance. I think it was like 25 points, and they're gonna skyrocket all the way to 2nd place. Promise still sitting in 1st place with 44.5. Milky Way in 2nd with 42. Daydream in 3rd with 38.5, and Punisher in 4th with 33.5. And you can see how close it is between 5th, 6th, 7th as well. It's only a 6-point difference between 4th and 7th, so it's still anyone's game to make it into top 4 here. Unfortunately, I think Invincible 22 points away from 4th place. It's not looking too good for them, but I think they could still make it work if they just have that pop-off game like some of these other teams have.
So funny because Invincible looked pretty decent during the group stages. Yeah, they're here in knockout stage number 1, but they had their shining moments. I haven't seen a single one of that for Team Invincible. And at this point for game number 4, I think you're right. It's a bit too late. Priya is also gone as well. I think they were one of the Priya teams on top of it. Missing out on your main composition when you're in trouble like this is not going to be the easiest way to go. But I do wonder what the team solution again for the Priya ban is going to be. It's the final game. It's the last gambit. You need to make sure that this game goes well for you, because if you get knocked down in knockout stage number 1, that is a very, very early ending to your phase 1 story. Not going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it is still anyone's game here. It's just going to be whoever has the performance for game number 4. Any team can still make it in for into the top 4 spot, and remember, they just have to be into the top 4 spot to get into knockout stage 2, and the bottom 4 teams unfortunately will be eliminated for today.
Okay, game number 4 about to be underway. With the Priya gone, again, we have to consider solutions. Lenny is something that could happen. I know Complex is most likely going to be bringing out that Alex one more time. But for Team Promise, they've already been doing pretty decent today. They just need to round out the series, right? To at least push them to knockout stage number 2. I don't think game 3 went really too well for them. Something happened. I don't remember what actually happened to that team, but they did get taken down pretty early on. We just need to not see a temp zone and a final zone that goes like that again.
That was, yeah, I mean, that was a very interesting final zone. I don't think we've really had, you know, a rat, like a solo, just, you know, wreak havoc into that team fight. It did still work out in, you know, Team Milky Way's favor, though. They got that extra kill and they were able to actually, I guess, bait in Team Sayed to make all those mistakes. So they were able to win that 4v3 and they just were able to win that game. I think definitely deserved, considering you know, the circumstances that they were facing in that temp zone, because they were forced in as well. They were being pushed in. The drone wasn't in their favor either. It went over to the side of Team Sayed, but they still were able to capitalize and close out that game.
Gotta give them the credit where credit is due. Alright guys, last game now about to be underway. Priya gone one more time. I'm saying it over and over again just so I don't forget at this point. My god, I'm forgetting everything tonight outside of this. It's a sandstorm plus a windy weather for our final game in knockout stage number 1. Let's see what the solutions are. Remember, all the teams on the left side were the ones that picked up the Priya. Complex back over onto the Alex, not too surprised about that one. Narahara opting to go for the Nadine, so a lot more of a straightforward composition for Team Invincible if they're going to be able to pull off any miraculous games here on this. Daydream going back to
yeah,
bread and
Daydream,
butter.
they will be back on to that Theodore, Nikki, and Johan. I'm surprised they actually didn't pick it in the last game because they did end up winning game number 2, so I thought maybe they're going to keep that momentum with the same team comp, but yeah, ended up swapping over back to that Priya. It is going to be banned, so they're going to be swapping back to their original team comp here as well. We are going to have 3 Estelles, but bans aren't going to matter going into game 5 because there is no game 5, so the 3 Estelle picks aren't going to really matter here. Invincible, yeah, looks like they're going to be swapping over to this front-to-back team comp with the Theodore still here. Now, how are we going to be on that Nadine?
A little bit worried for Team Waitamiyama. Usually when you see compositions like this, especially for that roster, GTL tends to go a little bit more amp focused, but look at his items right now. He is opting to go for a full-on tank. So this is just one where you just mash your faces together, try to do what you can, damage as much as possible, stay alive for as long as possible. Question is, do they have enough for it?
Yeah, the one thing I don't like about Waitamiyama's team comp is they don't really have, or their damage is really slow. I mean, they have the damage, but it's really, really slow. But they're trying to look for that one-shot burst with the Estelle ult and the Alina freeze, but sometimes it just doesn't connect, right? If they're able to break out of the chain freeze, if they don't even get frozen, the Estelle ult comes down and it just doesn't really connect onto anyone. They just won't have that like enough burst damage to kill their priority targets, and that team comp just relies on everyone hitting the same target. You have to make sure you're all hitting the same person, or you're just not gonna have enough damage to really kill anyone.
Only one saving grace is the simple fact that there is no Priya in this game. Extended fight should be relatively even. I'm just worried about the exact same things you said too.
Yeah, but there's 3 Theodores. Yeah, there's 3 Theodores though, and Theodore is also one of those characters that can just help keep their frontliners alive. I mean, Theodore is easier to kill than a Priya because there is no Echoes of the Earth and there is not as much shielding, but you know, you have to get onto that Theodore and that backline. Into a team like Daydream, they do have that Johan to keep Theodore alive. Sayed has that Hisui, who is really good into a team like kill the Hisui. Then the Hisui will just you know, wreak havoc onto your team, and if you're not killing the Theodore is also just gonna do everything that they really want.
One of the reasons why I actually really liked, I mentioned it earlier too, but Sayed's composition swap is really, really good. Love to see the fact that they're incorporating 2 huge threats that play completely different sides of the coin. Good to see it. Invincible not having it once again as their entire team is gonna get wiped. Bunch of teams just picking members off one by one. Cedar I see in school would have no idea where anybody else is for that roster, but It's early enough in the game where the Nadine's probably solo farming on her own. Same thing for the Estelle, same thing for the Theo. They all just die.
Looks like a TP on in. Say it is going to group up here, and he's going to be able to focus this Alina down. Alina is going to be able to get... He's going to try using the dash, but not going to be able to get enough distance there. Laid. Just going to be cooking some food over here on the side of Team Invincible. I think they did. I think Team Invincible is also going to be splitting up to get some farm. You could see the mini-map here. Everyone is slowly splitting away, trying to get as much farm as possible. Laid going to get caught by the side of Team Invincible. Looks like they're also starting to split up as well, trying to get as much farm as possible to get those early 4-score buy-ins. This is what you usually see from these top level teams, is it usually end up grouping up for the early night cycle or early day cycle to try to look for some team fights, and then once they don't really see anyone, they slowly start to split away, slowly start to walk to zones that are free to make sure they get as much farm as possible here. Tia not going to be able to connect any of the skills, and the Alex is able to just dodge out, but the healing coming out from Alex and the clone gonna be able to keep that Tia alive, and they will be able to get the kill.
Saw it yesterday, right? Triple dogs inside of school.
Yeah,
Backstage
that
BTO,
was kind of funny.
One Red Bull
That was kind of
combo.
funny.
Unfortunate. Inori about to fall down as well. Spark Need will land. They're going to try punching over the wall, but the chase potential
Hyper
from
skills,
Team
one,
is pretty
two.
solid. Gun reverse, but straight
yeah.
in with that Q. Medicine will just knock down Inori, finish off the body, and say thank you very much.
Yeah, good sniper skills coming out from the Theo. Basically forced the Nikki to use that parry, and it was just easy pickings for Netherson to finish that off. And looks like the Theodore dying once again. Alay this time getting caught from Wait Meowment. Kim Shai gonna be able to instantly kill the Tia, but on the other side though, it looks like Sword was actually able to get one kill here and able to blink away. Almost gonna get another one, but not gonna be enough.
Maybe if he had a wolf that popped out without auto attack, because Kim Shai was drinking up, right? You can't really kill him with auto attacks. If there was a wolf, maybe. Yeah, the damage reduction is pretty significant enough that, especially this early on, I think. Actually, no, that could be a. Wait, no, hold on. That is okay. That is adrenaline, right? No. Accelerator,
No,
sorry, that is accelerator, so
yeah.
that's bow. There's two different ones, by the way. One crossbow, one bow. For Invincible, that's a crossbow because they have the adrenaline. The one on Punisher is gonna be bow because they have the accelerator.
Getting caught over and over again, but we know this team's strategy in the early game. They just split farm and they try to farm up as much as possible to get as many items on this Theodore, because they need to make sure that Theodore is really strong for them, because it's really most of their damage. I mean, the Nikki as well. The Nikki, I mean, we see it time and time again, able to find these backliners and try to one-shot them. So I do like that. They are grouped up here now, and they're looking, but oh no, the Johan's gonna get caught by the Jan. Not enough damage for Johan. They're gonna be able to just heal themselves and keep themselves alive. They do get the kill on the Jan here. They're gonna look for an angle in. The blink forward from the Theodore is not gonna really come out of, or nothing's really gonna come out of that. So it looks like they are just gonna back on out of there. Theodore ults are gonna come out from both teams here, but the Estelle is a little too far away from their team, so they will end up going down.
Looking kind of finicky, man. It's the final game, guys. You have to start stepping up. Mr. Park getting caught out. He's also going to fall down too, but it's day number 2.
Ooh,
not
close.
that big of an issue. Narahara almost getting taken down. Gotta still be a little careful, right? Theo, there's been too many times where Theo just turns around in 1v3 because everyone walks into his lasers. They let him spread the Spark Nade auto attacks. Well, not the Spark Nade auto attacks, sorry. They let him spread the Spark Nades. They let him spread the auto attacks. It hurts going up against the Theo. Considering it's early in the game, I'm actually surprised Narahara fell down that much, but yeah, fine, at least he lived. No trade.
Yeah, I'm gonna give an extra kill over because those extra kills could matter, especially since the lobby is so close to points right now. Looks like it is going to be always just going to be able to get a free Lumi for themselves, so there's going to be a lot of credits. Wonder if maybe we're going to start saving for these blood buy-ins here. I think it looks like they already bought out. If you look at the bottom on the map there, they already bought out most of the credits. I think they want to maybe look for maybe a smaller buy-in. Shuichi getting most of that here. We do have the Yan on the side of Team Milky Way. I think they want to look for this team fight here, but the members of Team Milky Way aren't there just yet. Alpha is going to be spotting in Chapel. There's going to be a lot of teams here that do want to contest for this. Daydream is here for this Alpha, and it is going to be in this corridor, so Theodore are going to be having that advantage, that terrain advantage here. Lumlo going to have to find an angle in onto the backline, but actually they're not going to walk up as it looks like they're going to be able to get this completely uncontested.
Too tight of corridors. The White Lily is gone as well. I saw what the angle for Team Daydream was, but a little bit missed out on an opportunity. This is really good for Team Always in Chung. Right up on the northern side as Team Promise is looking a little bit finicky right now. What happened to Kim Sha? He was just nowhere close to the fight. That's a free alpha going into the hands of Team Invincible. They need this too, because it can go straight into the Theo. There we go. Does he have the racing helmet right now? No, he doesn't. So, beautiful transition. Double Force Core already online for him as well. Holy Orders plus that Tellurian timepiece. Racing helmet upgraded. All he just needs is an Eagle Eye and good to go.
Yeah, and they need to start pushing points here. They need to look for as many kills as possible. They have to, like, the second they see a team, they just have to send it. You can see they're only at 5 points. They're in 8th place with 11.5. They're a little too far behind, so I would really like them to try to push as many points as possible to make sure they have a chance of making that top 4, because it's not really looking too good for them, you know, even despite their early performance here. Oh, a great catch coming out for the side of Team Promise. I do like the way they're playing around the vision there, as NXA did end up just walking straight into the hands of them. A free kill, and gonna be able to get some credits as well. I think NXA did end up having 2 gold items, so it's gonna be about 40 credits going to the side of Team Promise.
And you're being able to play the game, huh? NXA just stood still for the entire time he fell down. Quite frankly, it's still early in the game for Team, I think, Promise to be able to kill somebody extremely quick. They're running an Alex after all, plus a Dylin. Dylin ulted pretty early too. They couldn't really get all the damage out with the auto attacks, but they managed to lock the demo long enough that they are able to. So, one of the benefits of running a composition like this, but the Energy Blast Field comes out, he should make the call. Where is the rest of the team?
Wait, they're jumping on forward. Nar is just gonna die.
What was that? What was that from Nar?
No.
He just sends it straight in with the monkey wire. Now, Elate is the one in trouble. Not entirely sure what that was.
Oh, what a
striking
great
Tiger.
ultimate.
Cancel out the helitack stat. They need to kill this.
Oh, it's minus 200.
They just let her live. Minus 200. Beautiful play from Team Promise.
Promise just instantly turning Narahara, I think, getting a little too trigger happy there. I think probably thought maybe a free kill, maybe it was a solo. I think because they had that nighttime vision, the nighttime vision always gets people. Just not knowing, not having that information that's Team Invincible is there. But I think at this point to the game, you should expect them to be a full team there, and they just got instantly punished. Fortunately, that is going to cost Team Invincible a 200 credit buyback from that Estelle, as the Estelle did up getting caught there.
I think that's desperation play, right? Narahara really wanted that kill. They only saw that you in. It's nighttime vision on top of it. I was saying, hey, where is the rest of the team? They were just coming towards the edge of vision, and Narahara said, okay, well, I'll give it a try. But that's desperate. That's desperate. 100.
I was saying I would like them to, you know, be more aggressive, look for these kills, but you know, not like that. Not like that. Here comes the engage coming out from the Estelle or the Alina, and there is the Peerage uppercut to stop the engage, and that is exactly what I was talking about. Once the Estelle isn't going to connect, it's not going to be enough. But wait a second, the damage from the Alina and the Estelle is just going to be able to take down the Nikki, and Nikki's going to go down. I think that's going to be it. The Theodore is trying to get some damage back, but it's not going to be enough. The bodies are just too tanky for the side of Wade Meowman, and no, out in place. Only 1 point to their name, and they're in 3rd place, so they're definitely not secured right now. They have to hope that these other teams that are close in contention are going to go out early, but it's not looking too good for them right now.
Is this really how it crumbles? Super? Is this how Daydream ends their dreams for phase number 1? Absolutely insane. 39.5 points is where Team Daydream is going to be sitting on. If there's any 2 other teams that gets more than that, it's going to be pretty rough. 37 for Team Punisher at the moment. Let's see. Wade Meowman is sitting on 34 for themselves. Always Incheon at 30.5. It's going to be rough.
All these other teams are still in contention here. It's going to be really rough. And oh, here comes Team Promise here, going to be able to get a couple more kills to secure themselves their 1st place spot. They get a couple kills. Invincible going to go down, unfortunately, in 7th place, and that is going to be it for Team Invincible, and that is their tournament run. Unfortunately, just not having a good performance here in phase 1, knockout stage 1 here, so they will go out, and they'll be our first team eliminated.
So glad that Team Promises, once again, showing us a composition like this can still work in ERM. Love to see it. I want to see more of this as well. Don't know if it's going to work too well in the later stages of... Whoa, what the heck? Oh, yo, what the... A little weird for a second. But the fact that it's working now, it does go to show you that you can operate this composition. It's not a completely troll setup, even without a bona fide front line. It's looking good. It's looking good. They're just securing their first place spot. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things just because it's knockout stages, but it's good morale boost.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is a pretty versatile frontliner who can play as, you know, a engager and also sort of still be a little tanky with the Tonfa skill and having those clones to get them to safety. And then you just have the dial in there to, you know, as the secondary engager to try to get as much damage off as possible on the front line. And then Yumin is just going to be able to, you know, sort of round out that mid-range type team comp there. We're going to have Punisher just getting their call-ins in Hotel. Always Incheon. Maybe you want to try looking for something here, as we do have them slowly start to walk in. Luminal maybe going to try to find an angle. The item difference, though, is definitely on the side of Team Punisher, but I don't think they want to take this team fight. Luminal already full gold. They could just instantly kill any of these backliners here, and I don't think Team Punisher wants to take the risk. They're in contention as well to making it, and they probably just want to play a little safe here to make sure they get their spot in for knockout stage number 2.
It's finicky now for Team Always. And then if they can't find anyone to fight, yeah, placement point is pretty good, but knowing that the history of Team Always Incheon in the series, they need the points kind of right now. Kind of banking on the low 30s at the moment with the 2 placement points they have. Needs to get some kills to make all those points back up. They also sees this comp, says, nope, we do not want to fight. Nice blink away from Team Minshin Park, but the initiation is going to come on in.
Two-man
taunt. Double taunt coming through.
She's going to get in.
Looking on the backside, Netison's trying to do what he can, but it's just not going to work. And finally, Always Incheon finds something. Seraphine setting up a fight once again. The spring trap over on the Minshin Park forces out the blink. From there, that Theo is dead. Fantastic start to the fight from Seraphine.
Yeah, and a huge 2-man taunt there, just able to set up the Shoichi perfectly. Just able to get, just jump on in and finish that Theodore and that Estelle, or the Hisui, so the Estelle was forced to just back on out of there. Very, very well played from the side team opposition, and that's exactly what they need right now. You can see they're in that 6th place spot. They don't really have enough points, but getting those 2 extra points is going to slowly start to bring them up into contention for that top 4 spot.
Huge transition, by the way, picked up for Team Punisher. They got a Mithril out of the bear, go straight into the Iron Fist for the Nikki, one of the more core items to finish out that build. Focused a bit more onto the tanky front because of what her backline is, but with that Iron Fist now, she is a threat. Not gonna matter though in the grand scheme of things. Quite a lot of teams hanging around this Wicca line now. This team is sitting inside of archery range. Same thing for Team Promise, but they are within the vicinity. If this Wicca line contest goes for quite a long time, this could still be problematic.
Oh my god, that is a lot. Oh, yeah.
Where
those explosive drones do percent HP damage, so they are just able to burst down the Wicca line. I think a lot of people don't really know about that mechanic. Is if you just throw the explosive drones into Wick, it will just chunk them down, as it is current percent HP damage. So Wick line just getting deleted by all those explosion drones there, and it's just gonna be a free Wick line going to the side of Team Always Incheon.
Small update for you in terms of points. Punisher sitting at 38 at the moment. They need 2 more points to overcome Team Daydream.
Oh, that is in.
Oh, you need to check this. Do not walk up, please. Okay, he's walking down, but he's still... Oh, he's walking up. He's walking up. They have no idea. They have no idea. And parry straight in further towards the game world.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this is just not good. They were in the Nichiren Cup, but you can only save yourself for so long when you're caught out in a situation like that. But look at this. Wait a second. Ruin actually does a lot of damage, too. Marlon gets taken down. What happened to Team Milky Way? It looked so good for a second, but it invested way too much onto that side. Always Incheon comes in and says, thank you very much for for the kills.
Oh, no.
We needed these. +1 over onto BTB, but there is the dash-in from the Shoichi to lock that down. Another fight towards the bottom side of the map as Team Promise looking to fight it out up against 8ㅅKNOCKOUT. The damage output is just way too good from Team Promise. They have the items, they have the transitions, they have the initiation. Down goes the Elena. GTL is also going to get chased down. That should be a dead Estelle in a few moments. Estelle
Two
also going
Estelles,
to get
actually.
taken down up on the northern side of the map. Ruin
Oh,
team
wait.
taken down as well.
GTL. Oh,
There it is.
the snipe is going to connect, and that is going to be 8ㅅKNOCKOUT losing the Estelle. But team, I think that was, yeah, Team Seiya actually. Oh, wait. The Dito actually was able to get the res off, so it looks like Team Seiya is still in it for the running here. I think they were able to get the self-res because of the teams just over-chasing up in archery there. And oh, looks like the full rainbows
no.
connect onto Kimshai. That's going to be it. Promise going to lose their lead out in, but I think they're still fine. They already have enough points, I think, to guarantee themselves into that top 4. They're basically just playing sort of for fun now, but still want to have that good performance going into knockout stage 2. You know, maybe for that morale boost. Punisher will be able to find that though, and this is a team that definitely needs it to secure themselves their top 4 spot here, as they are in that 4th place spot right now.
One more point is all Team Punisher needs to get themselves into at least above Daydream. Right, that's the real mark that we're looking at right now. 8ㅅKNOCKOUT slowly making their way up. 35 is where they're at. Remember, 39.5 is the mark where the holding at the moment. That's not going to be good. There's another person going down. Estelle taken down too. That's 8ㅅKNOCKOUT losing a member from their side. They need to just somehow find something.
8ㅅKNOCKOUT and Team Seiya, they're both on 1 member. They don't have enough credits to get their teammates back into this game, and you can see their position on the leaderboard. They're in 7th and 6th place. This is a disaster. They need to find something to try to get their teammates back up, to maybe get a couple more points to get into the top 4 spot, but it's not looking too good for them right now. No. Looks like the NXA is caught here. I don't think they'll be able to get away. Soul Stealer was infested, but there's the Quake. It is going to connect, and I don't think this demo can get out. There's a Spring Trap as well into the wall. Slow. Look at the timer. That is going to be at NXA. Gonna explode, and that is going to be 8ㅅKNOCKOUT's run out for the count for Knockout Stage 1, Phase 1. A little unfortunate, but that is going to be how this team ends their run here for today.
That will also be Team Punisher making their way up onto 3rd place. Daydream now down half a point in comparison to Team Punisher thanks to the 1 additional placement point they were able to pick up. It all comes down to Team Always Incheon now. Can they push their way onto the top 4, push Daydream out of it? It's going to either be Daydream or Always Incheon to make it out. Say it is in shambles right now for themselves. 8ㅅKNOCKOUT not going to be able to make it out. Punisher, Promise, they are all up towards the top side. Same thing for Milky Way, Always Incheon. It's all down to this team. If they can knock out the players here, they're going to be in a good spot for it. But look at the initiation onto the backside. Luminol gets obliterated from the backside too. Daydream, they might have just found their saving grace. It's going to be Team Milky Way to knock down Always Incheon. They got 1 kill. Is that going to be enough is the question. 29.5, they get 11. I think a team actually wiped beforehand, so that extra point might be enough. 40.5, 41.5. Yes, they do. Daydream is out. Always Incheon is in. Now the rest of this game is just a formality. Punisher is in. Promise is in. Milky Way is in. What a shame for Team Daydream. They're not going to make it any further, but let's see how the rest of this game goes. Kimishai gets tagged with the yellow-red, sorry, will get taken down. Inori in a little bit of trouble. Kills Complex before that happens. Yohi gets down
that
with
extra
those
team.
wolves.
The extra team wiping in time, I think, might have got them the ticket in, because it would have been a tiebreaker, and I'm not sure who would have had more points here, but yeah, we are down to our final 2 teams. Team Milky Way versus Team Punisher here. Always Incheon just barely making it out, losing that team fight, but still making it into knockout stage number 2.
Massive. Punisher, this is a game they're really going to be happy about, right? Right at the end, they are able to maintain their top 4 spots. Milky Way doing the same thing. They're able to finally make utilization of this composition again after a couple of games staying quiet. They'll hold their place in the top 4. Again, another formality final zone, but it's going to be a fun one regardless. Can the Marcus and can the Yan and the Felix actually somehow get into the backline? Or is this Tia going to disrupt everything they want to do? Wait for when that Nia's Game World comes out, because as soon as it goes, everybody else is going
Yeah,
to send the message to go.
I love their coordination, Team Milky Way. They always just instantly use Nia's Game World as soon as a Yan gets that combo, and they just instantly blow up anyone that is caught in it. Once the Tetragon comes out and Yan is able to hit that roundhouse kick, get that CC chain, the Nia's Game World comes down and the knockup comes through as well. And it's just way too much damage for really anyone to really live through. And the Felix is there as well. The Felix can also get that set up as well with their knockup burst. I think they're trying to look for an angle in, but it's going to be a little hard. There is that Nikki with that Peerage uppercut to sort of peel back, and that poke damage coming out, those bullseyes. Nia already getting chunked down to about 70% HP. Here comes the engage. You're trying to look for an angle in, but the Peerage uppercut is right there to deny any. But wait a second, the damage is coming out from the Nikki. The Peerage is going to come through. Gonna try looking. They do end up getting the Nikki down, but the Nia is going to fall as well. The Yan is trying to find an angle in, but a great response here from Sword to dodge out on that engage. The Felix is going to try jumping on forward, but it's not going to be enough, as the Tia will be there to intercept. And it is going to be Team Punisher going to be the one top in the final game of Knockout Stage 1.
Too much control for this team. Punisher will be able to lock it in, finally be the ones that dish out the punishment. Takes away the final game to secure their spot in the top 4. Congratulations for this team. GG's, and that's it for Knockout Stage number 1. What an absolute devastating loss for Team Daydream. Unless there was a weird -1 for Team Always Incheon that we missed or something like that, which I don't think was the case, you're going to miss out on qualifying in the Knockout Stage 2.
Daydream getting out in Knockout Stage 1. That is not something I would have expected going into Season 8 here, but I guess these teams have just evolved, and Daydream just, I guess, wasn't able to keep up for this first phase, but maybe, I mean, we're definitely going to see them back in Phase 2, and hopefully we're going to see a more enlightened Daydream coming in to the second phase, because right now, yeah, they definitely have to go back to the drawing board.
We'll have to see them back in phase number 2, right? It's going to be a long way out, but if they can't really do it there, it's the end of the road. LCQ is still a very, very difficult place to be. We know Daydream is probably going to be a team that is going to be able to do pretty decent over there, but why make extra steps for yourself to get to a season finals? You might as well try doing your best during phase number 2, at least, since their phase 1 run is now over. But for Always Incheon, as you said, that one extra placement point from a team falling right before they got annihilated by Team Milky Way.
I really want to see if that mattered. I really want to see if they would have lost the tiebreaker in terms of kill score. But so we are going to get the scoreboard up very shortly for you guys to see if that actually would have taken place. Because if so, that's a little unfortunate, right? Because like Always Incheon made that play and it didn't get punished for it because someone ended up dying a little too early. Because if they just waited for that solo to die before taking that team fight, because it ended up happening in the middle of the team fight, so they didn't even know, right, that they would have gotten that extra point.
I don't think they even knew the situation of Team. They just knew that they got taken out, but when it comes to TS, I'm not sure what they thought it was. I don't know if they were doing the math in the middle of the game either, because that's a lot of mental capacity.
That's fair.
But
that's fair. Yeah.
Regardless,
it is definitely hard. It is definitely hard to keep track of everything and to do the calculations on how many points you need, because there are obviously that could outscore you in that lobby. So I mean, I don't really blame them, but I think it's always worth to be a little safe, play for the extra placement. I mean, I think in their eyes, they saw that they were so much stronger than the enemy, right? They had, I think, 2 or 3 blood samples. I think the enemy didn't really have full. I think the Nia wasn't even full build. The Yan wasn't full build. But they just got caught, right? Luminal getting caught by that Yan combo into the Nia, just one shot. And then the exclusive just wasn't, I don't think it came out in time. So once the Shoichi goes down, there's not enough damage for the side of Team Always Incheon to really deal with the side of Team Milky Way there.
Plus, they also got the additional kill. It would have mattered if they went into the tiebreaker. Whether it was that one additional place. Okay, so if they got the placement point, they would have still won, right? Because they get the team score.
Because if they're tied in kill score, then
it's
that
the
means
placement.
it's the last placement. Yeah. So it looks like it would not matter.
But if they didn't get the kill, but they got the placement, they would have lost the tiebreaker because they would be at 20.5 instead of 21.5.
Yeah, but if they didn't get the kill, they would be at 28 or 38, right?
No. Yeah, I said if they get the kill, but if they don't get the kill, get the placement because they killed the Neon.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Could have been very dangerous. By very close margins, Team Always Incheon was able to push down Team Daydream. But that does it, guys, for phase number 1, knockout stage number 1. These 4 teams will move on. Promise, Milky Way, Punisher, and Always Incheon. We'll see them in about 15 minutes or so after the break is over. So, yeah,
That's
I need
pretty
to see
close.
some things to come around. It's going to be an extended break just to make sure knockout stage 2 is locked and ready for you guys. But we are going to go on a break ourselves. We'll see you guys in a bit. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with knockout stage number 2, game 1 and
There.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 누나? 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야. 점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까. 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
아무리 거센 파도라도 베어가를 수 있어. 바다를 건너는 한 마리 제비처럼. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 협은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 오늘은 어떤 추억을 만들 수 있을까? 언젠가 오늘을 추억할 수 있으면 좋겠어. 추억이 또 하나 늘어났어. 오늘은 즐거운 날이 되었으면 좋겠어. 나이에 비해 조금 과격한 것 같다고? 어떤 의미니? 오늘은 꼭 내 마음속에 추억으로 간직해둘게.
그리고
네.
균열
오!
승리가
1대1!
1대1 균열.
1대1!
자,
아이템 밸류 차이는
로네프.
나요.
빼앗는 로네프. 근데 서로 무섭습니다. 상대가 3명이면 어떡하지? 상대가 3명이면 어떡하지?
서로 지금 섀도우 복싱 중인데 일단
네.
혜진의 빌드를 아까도 설명드렸지만 딜러가 아니거든요.
팽혜진이죠?
네, 그래서
자, 이게 3명이라고 생각하고 있는 거예요, 혜진은.
자, 하지만 이 정도면 혼자인 걸 이제 알 겁니다.
자,
간격도
근데
좁혀지고요.
첫 교환 구도 자체가 너무나 띠아에게 유리한 구도로 흘러갔다 보니까
그렇죠.
오히려 혜진이 궁극기를 아끼는 판단을 해주는 것 같습니다.
물감을 진짜 와 영만 선수 역시나 준비가 됐기 때문에
오, 이게 방시아여서 안 들켰거든요. 그래서
아.
혜진 각이 너무 좋죠.
부대 끼고 싸웠을 때 이안과 키아라의 밸류가 꽤 나올 거거든요.
맞습니다. 그리고 대제메아리가 빠졌기 때문에
어,
이러면은
시즌
선수
넘어지고요.
살 수 없고요.
예.
자, 프리아까지도 위험한데요.
자 아래쪽에서 키아라가 폭주 계속 유닛시켜주면서 이안한테 물린 프리아 다운됩니다.
를 진 건 아웃 오브 더 블루거든요.
그렇죠. 좀 더 상대를 압박하면서 먼저 과감하게 이니시에이팅 걸어주긴 했습니다. 자 이제 들어오는 상황에 맞춰서 또 프리아 궁극기가 또 유효타로 작용이 될 수 있다면 좋은데 잘 걸었거든요.
자, 근데
깁스터.
대제메아리도 일단 엮여지면서
와! 트윈즈러시가 대박이 나면서 그대로 쓸려 나갔습니다.
와.
그래서
예.
네, 밀어내는데 성공을 했습니다.
자, 이쪽 교정구도가 커리 선수의 금지구역 시간이 많이 부족하기 때문에 오브 안전 한번 써줘야 될 것 같고요.
와.
자, 킬을 만들어냈습니다.
들어오는 거 화무시비룡 정확하게 막아주면서 커리 선수 딜각 만들어주고 이러면 체력을 온전해놨던 사텐 선수가 해줘야 될 것 같은데요. 이거
자,
같이 맞으면 안 돼요.
이거 벨 선수 다운되면 안 되고요.
그리고 오대로
최대한
터졌으면 혜진이
안 돼요.
와.
와우. 그리고 살릴 수 있습니다.
할만하다라고 보시면 되겠습니다.
맞습니다. 그런데 또 니키를 보유하고 있는 골든 나이트다 보니까 사실 뭐 유키가 날아오는 뭐 분노의 어퍼컷을 막아줄 수 있는 게 아니다 보니
그렇죠.
그리고
오,
들어와
니키!
그냥 점 찍히면 터져야 되거든요.
와,
이렇게
이거는 영만 선수의 스킬을 반응하지 못했죠.
네.
그렇죠. 바로 깔끔하게 연계해 주면서 사실 띠아가 물감이 묻기 시작했을 때 바로 이제 이거 묶였다라고 콜이 나올 수 있는 기술들이다 보니까 깔끔하게 체크메이트.
하더라도 늑대 턴못 먹어서 위험해질 수 있고요.
깔끔하게 일단은 습작을 통해서 넣어보려 했지만 잘
자,
빠져나갔고요.
이런데
이러면
리다이린이 루프로 합류하게 되면서 안쪽에 떨어졌거든요. 그래도
와.
데미지 제대로 보여줬죠.
그리고
쌍벽
키오가
리다이린.
바닥까지. 그렇죠. 아델라가 380, 데뷔말렌 420 크레딧. 이게 써야겠죠.
오, 이거
여기서는
띠아
이거
위치가.
아니에요.
띠아 위치가.
뒤쪽에서 깔끔하게 물감 묻혔고요. 자, 하지만
자,
빠져는 나갔고 일단 핑퐁.
자,
와.
도지. 야, 잘 살아남았습니다.
네, 깔끔하게
오,
연결됐고 잠시만요. 손해가 누적되고 있는데요, 성남 락스.
그걸 골든라이트가 한 번 더 가보나요? 근데 여기에서 일단
잠시만요.
잠시만요.
터미네이트
골든라이트.
될 수도 있겠는데요.
아, 이거 터미네이트 각인데요. 위쪽에서
자, 자이르가.
나가줘야죠.
차이를 터졌고요. 잠깐만요.
자, 니키가 살아야 돼요.
자,
이거
영만.
선수
오?
와,
예? 0만? 자, 근데 잠시만요. 자이르 10.
이름이 한 번 더 와요.
고양이가
이름이 한번 더
빨라요.
와요.
고양이의 추격은 빠르거든요.
자, 그래도 섹시널리 3초.
고양이 상태에서 또 벽을 넘을 수 있고요. 자, 빠져나갔습니다.
이야.
따라두기용으로 좀 쓰는 느낌이긴 하죠.
네, 오, 에이든 들어가서.
자.
자, 두 번 했는데 퀸 제대로 꽂아주는 키파이브 선수. 근데 그걸 역으로
방해가-
맞추는 히카시 선수.
많이 들어가면서 에이든
에이든
떨어지면서
떨어지면서 양손 스킬 빗겨 올리고.
최수 백스텝도
마무리 값이.
맞춰주고요.
고양이.
와. 아니 심리전이 근데 에이든이 사실 2대1을 해낸 거거든요.
그렇죠.
네.
죽이면 다시 부활하면 부활시키면 됩니다. 오. 자, 일단 블링크가 빠졌죠.
근데 이거 덕프랙션이
아,
빗나갔기 때문에
그리고
No signal. No signal. Okay, there we go. Welcome back, everybody. I am eating a sandwich right now, so I'm. I just finished it, so my mouth is kind of full with bread. Super, I need you to take it away from me for a second while I finish this.
Hello, guys. Welcome back from the break. We are back here for knockout stage number 2. Very excited to see what these teams are going to be picking, and we're going to have a completely new set of teams. Well, not completely new, but 4 new teams coming in from the group stages. These are the teams that did end up placing in 6th place, and yeah, we're going to have to see what these teams are going to be picking. Maybe we'll start to see a metagame start to take place here in knockout stage number 2.
Yep, thank you very much. Sandwich is all done. Appreciate it, super. But here we go. Team 2, well, not Team 2, but the teams for Knockout Stage 2 are now on your screen. The ones on the left for Knockout Stage 2 are the ones that we just saw coming out from Knockout Stage number 1. The ones on the right, the 4 new teams, Gyeongnam Sparkle, Order, Hipster, as well as CDAC, are the 4 teams that came from the group stages, the 6th place team for each respective group, A, B, C, and
The surprising one for me is seeing Sparkles, all the way down stage number 2. This is a team that's been playing pretty consistent, I would say, and now down here so early for the knockout stage. We're gonna have to see if they will be able to crawl the way back up into getting into the finals. We're gonna have a lot of games to play if they do want to make it there.
Absolutely. Looked a little bit finicky for that team. You're absolutely correct. Kyono Sparkle is playing a lot more of a standard roster now. I mean, this was the same case during Season 7 ever since they lost Fauna for this roster. But let's see what they opt to do. Alto is in now. I'm a little bit sad that we're not going to be seeing Carla at the moment for Alto. But considering we've seen a lot of games where range has been such an important piece of utility a lot of these teams are using, whether it's range on your range, whether it's just range from auto attack range with as ADCs, Carla struggles in that front, right? Very mid-range character. If people aren't playing in, very difficult to jump in because you're always risking to fight for it. I do prefer this kind of composition.
Oh, he's interested in swapping. They're not gonna be on the Shoichi anymore. They're swapping to the Theodore, Nia, and Alonso. That's gonna be a Nia ban coming into fruition in game 1 here for knockout stage number 2. I think this is gonna be their first Nia ban coming in.
Yeah, it's actually
in all of ERM.
You're absolutely correct. First Nia ban that we're ever going to be in ERM. It's actually kind of funny to me. There was somebody in chat earlier that was talking about how this was the first time they were ever seeing Nia without an Alonso. Well, there you go. Nia with an Alonso. Your wish has been granted.
On two teams.
Yeah, technical case. Pang's also running it as well. The difference is going to be between the Nadine and the Theo. This one is crossbow. We can see it up at the top left. But even if you don't know it, they have the Adrenaline Accelerator. Accelerator really only used for bow because you want to get the wolves out as fast as you can after you pop that ultimate. But for bow, you just need Accelerator. Backing along.
Yeah, I think it should, it's because they are on the Adrenaline, so it's going to be that crossbow, Nadine, going to be more on the auto attack, and then you have that Nia to play that long range. So you don't really need like 2 mages on your team here, but bow can also be an auto attacker, but obviously less consistent in that department for your auto attack damage. It's mainly on that burst damage with your Wolf's Assault, so you're gonna have to see how Sparkles just end up utilizing the same comp. Same thing with Team Ocean is. I think maybe they swapped to it because they maybe wanted to get the Nia ban away from maybe the side of Team Gundam Sparkles here.
Not entirely sure, but regardless, it's still going to happen, right? It doesn't matter what the strategy is. It doesn't matter what you want. It's gone for game number 2. If we see it again in game number 3, I'm going to be quite intrigued, right? Because Nia is not a character that you would expect to be banned, but we can definitely see why she's starting to be a little bit of a priority pick. KR actually hated this character during Season 7. I heard a lot of talk about how people just didn't really like her. Saw buffs to Nia despite seeing some massive numbers in NA. Like they're starting to pick her up now.
Yeah, to me, she felt just like a worse Adela, but I mean, now these teams are learning how to utilize the Nia's game world properly with their layered CC, because it is a lot more damage if you do end up getting the procs of the Nia's game world and just easily burst anyone down, and the range is definitely a lot longer as well.
Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 more games for you tonight. Knockout stage number 2. After this, we're going to go into knockout stage 3 and 4 next week on Friday. Do mind that it is 2 hours later than usual. We'll remind you again at the end of the stream. But we can't really give you a timer on that one unless you want us to be like, hey, you have to be there in like 140 plus something hours. I don't think anyone's setting a timer for that, so you have to be a little bit vigilant next week, guys. Make sure you're here on time. If you show up early, well, you're going to be watching a blink screen for about 2 hours.
Oh, it looks like the Kiara is going to get caught here from the side of Team Ocean. It's going to be an early kill. Yes, there's one more auto attack. End up securing the deal there, and on top side, Kim Shy might be able to find Lenny, but the Lenny looks like we'll be able to get away. I don't think the ultimate is going to come out from that dial. It's not going to be enough to close the distance here. Wait a second, it is going to be used, but there's a jump coming out from the Lenny, and there's a speed gates going to be taken, and it looks like they should be okay here. And on the other side, though, we do have 2 different teams. It's going to be a Sylvia and Alina teaming up to kill this Nia down here in the pond, and they will end up going down. And the Felix is just trying to get Luminol there, but not going to be enough. The point is going to be there from the Alonso, and just going to be team fighting non-stop here. Lenny is going to be able to hit that spring trap, and Now we're going back over here, back down to stream. It is going to be the Kiara and the Lian here going to be able to get 2 kills. The Alina chasing down this Johan, but it's not going to be enough. And we got a Jan this time going to be able to kill this Priya. Respawn's coming in. The Felix is going to come out as well, is going to be able to respawn in her team. And I think that's going to be it. We're going to have some peace here for... Oh, no, never mind. We got a Kiara versus an Alina.
To call it.
And they are going to get engaged now by this. Yeah, no, they're away.
Well, nobody see me to calm down, at least for the time being. They're still chasing people down. Tilasi trying his best to get away. Will use Springtrap to get away from the Alonzo, who's just waddling. But there's another fight up on the north side. This place feels like hell. Raheem gonna get caught out by the game world, but no one's really gonna be sitting inside of it. That's a big ultimate cooldown invested. Down goes. What the heck happened to that Johan executed by the Nia? Isol on the backside using the assault rifle. They don't have ammo anymore. Knocks down one, knocks down another. Marlon also getting taken down. BTB needs to desperately get away, but they are only a Nia. Doesn't have any mobility skills. There's a chase down, but they have the blink. That's the one thing they have. Was they perfectly. Complex also getting taken down as well. Just non-stop action in game number 1 for knockout stage number 2.
You know, I didn't realize there's an ISOL in this game. When was the last time we've seen an AR ISOL coming out in ERM? It's always, you know, the Nadine, the Hearts, the Rios, but AR characters usually never really have a good showing. But looks like CDAC is going to be able to pick that up. They do have a pretty solid team comp here to round it out with that Johan to support that ISO, and that Isaac is going to be there for that frontline engage to maybe look for these picks on these backliners. Priya is going to be able to get away. Ooh, and on bottom side here in Cemetery, it is going to be the Yon getting caught by the side of Team Sparkle, so they will be able to get that kill.
You know the reason why ISO is coming back into play though a little bit, right? It's the first time we're seeing it for phase number 1, but no ammo makes it actually play the character. Although on a technicality, I think ISO and Aya were one of them. Get a massive buff, you have too much ammo.
Yeah. Once you get your transition, I think you already have enough ammo, because you know, once you use your skill, you basically get to reload it for free. We got a lot of damage. Kiara is going to be able to keep their ultimate continuing to proc here, and you're able to get so much value out of it, able to heal up with the Judgment, and they will be able to get to that kill onto the Lenny there, and the Ekion's going to be forced to back away, but the Sylvia is going to be there to maybe intercept. The bike is going to run out just barely. Finish line is going to be used to slow down the Ekion, and maybe it can get them here, but it's not going to be enough damage, because the Sylvia is going to TP back to their team. I think they want to play for this forest tree, but it was already picked up by the Alina. The Alina, a great heads up play to just walk down to grab it while their teammates was getting chased. So Order still able to grab that objective for themselves despite losing out on the team fight.
Value is pretty good, and plus all the deaths were during night number 1, so it's not like the opposing team got that many points out of it either. Execution from Sword, down goes Gimshai, down goes yet another, as only 2 members of Team Promise sitting up on the northern side. Human was a little bit to the left inside of archery range. Did he get his buy off? No, he did not. Just hit 350, so the timing is a little bit iffy. That team is going to have to wait just a little bit longer for them to all group back up. Rhea sitting at 330 as well. They should have the credits by the time they all... But a little bit unfortunate. A slowed down pace is going to be the start for Team Promise, but a good couple of kills up on the northern side from the team of Pope.
Yeah, looks like Promise is going to respawn back in. We do have the call-ins coming out for these teams. Always Inchan actually calling that Mithril for that Dragon's Fury on that Nia. Trying to make sure you get to that damage reduction for that Theodore to also do damage as well. Of course, we're going to be brought in for these teams just coming in as well. Holy Warrior is going to be built for Luminal on that Theodore. We do see a lot of teams just slowly starting to get their buy-ins, get these call-ins. Have Lumi being procced as well down here in Cemetery. Sparkle's going to be able to get that full, those full Lumi credits for themselves. Maybe get a second buy-in before the next objective contest. Do have an alpha somebody down here in Warehouse.
When I think about it, I actually wonder how fast it can kill Lumi. But here we go. 2 people sitting on top of the plague. The execution should come down in just a second. Doesn't actually end up getting the execution, but it doesn't matter. The plague still exists. Then if you're getting out of it, the range is gone. But can I just say, play continue even if you miss Last Judgment? I think that's kind of stupid. The value is just way too good, and we've already seen struggle with it. It's one of the reasons why Kiara's being played right now. it's just such an annoyance, right? Because she just gets to reset the play completely for free nowadays. Execution over onto the Johan, not even close. Cannot walk out of the Nia's game world, but I don't know if you want to sit in there anymore. Trust,
Yeah,
a little bit weird.
Johan just completely one-shot there with the Alonso and the Nia. Just so much damage, and they're just going to instantly blow them up. Oh, looks like the Lenny is going to get engaged on by the Lenny here. A lot of CC coming out from this Alonso. The Theodore is not there just yet, but should be able to make it in time. There is going to be the pad, and oh, I didn't even know you could jump that wall. It is going to be the Lenny getting themselves to safety. Able to just jump on over. I know you could blink that, but I didn't realize you could jump that with Lenny as well.
Yeah, right. The Alonso can't blink that, can't jump that, right? Unless you had the finger point straight over onto the Lenny, and it was intraversal by the time she started jumping. I cannot get any of that done. Good stuff from the Lenny to get herself out. Means Mortar isn't really going to be too far behind when it comes to the department of being on pace. Kim Shaw about to get taken down. That last auto attack not going to be enough, but the follow through, the fadeaway auto attack with that shuriken is going to be enough to kill Kim Shaw in the middle of the Striking Tiger sword with a beautiful micro.
Yeah, very nicely played from the side of Team Punisher. I mean, Team Punisher, they had a really good performance in Phase 1. And, ooh, Complex is sitting in the corner here. I think could get sniffed out. I don't know if the team's going to check, but, oh, no, there's really bad timing for the side of Complex here. Just going to walk straight into the hands of Team Punisher. They're going to be able to get a free kill for themselves. There's going to be a box dropping in archery as well that team is probably just going to play for. You can just sit around on that top side there. Just wait for that to drop. Sparkles is going to come down and maybe play for this box in Pond here. There is going to be that ISO bomb proc. They see that camera as well, so they should know that there is going to be another team that does end up wanting to play this for this box. We do see another team nearby as well. Wait, maybe they also contest for this purple box here. As they actually might wrap around onto CDC here, and the CDC doesn't recognize this. They're going to be in a really bad position.
Needs to deal with this extremely fast. Isaac's gonna go in. Ping's also gonna pull people in with the magnetic field, but look at the right side.
Here comes
Milky
the
Way
party.
is on their way. Good thing for CDAC, they were able to immediately sense it out and get the heck on out of there. This does give the purple box freely over to Team Milky Way. A mithril for this team is massive. They have so much value out of that. Like pop for Raheem, they're trying to chase it down, but the freeze is going to prevent, at least for the time being, the chase on through. But the last judgment comes in and the play just fully resets. The fight just continuously and infinitesimally continues. To get away from the plague, they will be able to do so. The mobility on that side of the team, it's insane. Order with Lenny plus the Elena and Ekian is just going to cancel out the plague and deny Team Hipster from getting.
Yeah, White Lily used to just get themselves to safety, and they're actually not going to send the engage back in. I thought maybe they would try to look for the team fight without the Kiara ult, but it's not really that big of a cooldown compared to the other skills onto the side of Team Hipster there. That Lian ult is a little scary to really to sort of play into. Do have Team Milky Way just using their safety drones to get themselves to safety, not wanting to take the team fight in that corner there. Team Order actually just opting to walk around as well. No, all these teams sort of avoiding each other on this day 3 spot here. And oh, the damage coming out from the Isaac. He's gonna get chunked down, but the Yohan's gonna try keeping them alive. The Human is just doing way too much. So much AoE damage. Kim Chai hitting the ultimate as well. Great Tiger is gonna land onto Isaac, and they're just gonna lose 2 members. The Human just providing so much value for the side of Team Promise there. The Human just doing so much damage. Able to get the skill rotations off. You could see the items as well. The Human already sitting on 5, so they are just wreaking havoc onto the side of Team CDAC.
CDAC was trying to win out the fight by brute forcing health bars. The healing win on the Johan I thought was going to be enough, but it was responded in kind by Team Promise's very own healing win. Good stuff from them. Yeah, the utility, when one team has it and the other side has it, it's whoever uses it first typically, or is forced to use it, that will eventually end up losing out on the fight. CDAC, a little bit unfortunate for that team. Minus 400 for those guys, but will slowly recover. 0 items on the Johan is a little bit worrying. Of course, it's just a Johan, but you at least want the elf dress on it.
Ooh, a flare gun for the side of Team Order there. I think they definitely want to make sure they're able to get it here. We do have a VLS system used by the side of Team Milky Way. They're just gonna VLS their way onto archery. They do have some credits, so maybe looking for that credit buy-in. You can see their items. Only the Nia that is fully stacked there, so they're not sitting, or not really that strong. As I think Team Punisher do end up knowing they're gonna maybe try looking for this team fight. Team Milky Way gonna be stuck in that corner in archery, so Team Punisher wants to push them. They can definitely pressure them to make sure they start fighting here. There is the weapon skill used from the Theodore. See what's happening here. Nothing really gonna be spotted out, and yeah, Team Punisher is gonna go straight in, gonna get a lot of damage. Nia is stuck in the back here, but is just getting auto attacked by Marcus, but a great one up to keep them alive. And look, it's gonna be Milky Way gonna be the one to come out top.
Rachan and Marlong is so good at coordinating with each other. I think you mentioned it earlier, but these two players have been on sync every single time we've seen them fight it out. Yes, Game World coming out, but the one that's more efficient is the one from Team Always Incha, and everybody sitting inside of it. But Kyungkwae about to get taken down, needs to blink on out of there. Looked weird. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised Team Always Incha wasn't able to capitalize it on a little bit. Or maybe they didn't know where the Alonso's position.
I feel like the ultimate from Scarlet just didn't really hit anyone, but I think it was just to try to zone out Luminal from doing any damage. And if Luminal wasn't, since Luminal wasn't really in a team fight, it just didn't really have much to go through, while the Nadine was just able to just pelt bullets into that Alonso. So we're able to win the trade, but weren't able to get any kills, so we'll be a full reset here. Mobile Kiosk is called in for the side of Team CDAC. I think they want to look for this fight. Spark, the bomb is going to connect, but nothing really going to come out of that. On the top side, though, Nia's game board is going to come down. And the Nia is going to slowly... is going to be able to get themselves alive. Once again, that one
the crowd control stack.
Themselves alive, and it's that Yawn and that Felix coming out once again, just able to just chain their CC. And oh my god, the damage coming from Human, but just dies to the ISOL. The ISOL is just able to do so much damage back. Fully stacked AR skill just rips the Human to shreds. It was looking so good. They stood in the two-man ultimate. They got double knocked up. The AoE damage was there, but the single target damage coming out from the ISOL was just way too much for that Human to really...
Oh man, that hurt to watch. That really hurt to watch. Are we just really letting a fully transitioned level 18 assault rifle ISOL tag for free? We're blinking in to kill an Isaac instead of prioritizing down the ISOL. Oh man, I mean, realistically speaking, Team Promise just asked for their own death on that one by just making a crucial mistake like that. We can't be targeting an Isaac when the ISOL is just fully stacked on the overheat. You can't do that.
Yeah. ISOL, like AR, when they're fully stacked, they just deal so much damage, and it was like the ISOL just got the free auto there. So Human just getting melted down in about like half a second or like 1 to 2 seconds there. Pretty devastating for Promise as they do go down in 8th place, but look at the damage coming out. They're trying to kill Nia, but Nia, all these 1-ups are always just getting these teams. They're trying to dive on the Nia, but the Nia is just always living by a hair. Perfect timing from these Nias, hitting the 1-up to make sure they keep themselves alive. Hipster, maybe gonna look for an angle in. They are just gonna dive straight onto this Subame. Subame is gonna get ulted on. The last fragment is actually gonna be used on the Priya, and the Chiara and the Priya are gonna go down, and there's the follow-up there coming out from the Sylvia, and they will be able to get the Subame. Great pushback from the Marcus, but I don't think it's enough. There's the radar gun with the auto attack, and that is going to be it for the side Team Punisher. They will go down in 7th place. I think this is, it's 2 teams from our knockout stage 1 gonna go down so early, and is that a -1 for the side Team Milky Way?
Milky Way had a -1. Yes, Game World going quite a long time. There's the jump in towards the backside, but do they have enough health to deny this? The Game World was up for such a long time. Good explosion shot, but Alto is just completely isolated. And
Can't
Team
do enough damage to these tanks.
This. They cannot push the way in further into the red, but luckily Chapel is still open. Alto is gonna head pop. Talasi will be there to pick up everything else. Thing is, big bleed buff went over to I think Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. Did they get the blood sample? Yeah. They got it. So everything just in the hands of that. Just -200. I'll take that any day. Talasi about to die. You don't have
Lenny is completely isolated.
Is the support there? Absolutely not.
Yeah, it is a disaster. Look at the timer of the Alina. They are going to be forced straight into the side of Team Always Incheon, and now it's going to be on the Ekyan to get themselves on out of here. And look at the credit counts. They're not going to have enough credits to get their teammates back into this game. Only one. It's going to be that Lenny, the Lena, going to be up for the count until maybe they could find Lumi and a lot more credits to get their teammates back into this game here. A disaster for the side of Team Order.
If anything, the explosion shot that pushed the Ekyan away actually had a lot of value indirectly, because it directly leads to, well, sorry, not directly. but indirectly leads to Team Liquid being stuck in a terrible situation, right? They were stuck in the red, walked in the chapel, but there's around. It's sandwiched all together. Talasi gets isolated, gets picked off. It's not a good situation altogether. So Mortar getting a little bit screwed by Team Gyeongnam Sparkles in the aftermath with the indirect ult. Another fight inside a police station. Here we go. Fire station is alive. Hipster trying to jump on in. Raheem with the tank Kiara build, by the way, trying to stay alive. Will get taken down first. But the problem is the backside. Aisul is already dead. Down goes the Johan. Isaac can't deal with this. That's a fully transformed Leon. She's got to get away. There we go. Trust.
Yeah.
Has to dip.
Great dive in coming out for the side of Team Hipster, and I think that's a tank Kiara. That's they're just using the ultimate. They're going in and they're just providing space for their team to deal that damage. A great dive coming out from the side of Hipster, able to get that ISO. And once that priority target goes down for the side of Team Siak, they're not going to have enough damage to really go through the members of the side of Team Hipster. The Lien and the Sylvia is just enough to deal with the Isaac and the Johan there. The Isaac is the last member alive, needs to rat it out for his team. Maybe gonna try looking for the Lumi res, but just surrounded by all these teams here, it's gonna be a little tough for him to stay alive now. He's gonna walk back into the side of Team Milky Way and gonna try using the jump pad. Is gonna be able to get on over. And yeah, I don't know where they're gonna go here. They just need to wait for Lumi to maybe rotate around, but we don't really see it on the map just yet. Oh, there it is.
Alright, yep, Lumi not anywhere close to where the Isaac is going to be. Same thing for Order as well. Is 6 seconds left. He is going to overflow. He's going to dash on in here, but what do you really have left? Theo standing around doesn't actually hear Ekion going in, or even like the the static sound that he makes when he's in overflow. Lucky for Minja, he will stay alive just for the time being. Doesn't change the fact that he's in hell, but he is alive at least for now.
Isaac.
Same thing for the Isaac.
Oh, I like this, using the Villa system to get perfect stop on Lumi. And they will be able to get the res here, but where will the TP? Because it is going to be a little risky because there's not too many zones left, and there's a team in every zone here. They do use that safety orb to make sure they save on some time. Or actually, oh, it looks like they're going to walk in. I like this play. Oh,
that's actually not a bad idea too.
It's also not a bad idea, but it also is a little risky because you could just land right onto a team, and I think that might happen here.
Oh no!
Oh, Zinchun is right here to intercept, and oh no, Zinia's game. What's gonna do? And that is going to be it for the side of CDAC. They're just gonna go down. The Nia double knockup is gonna connect, and the Dido ult is gonna be there as well. But the cooldowns are invested for the side of Team Zinchun. If Team Hipster want to look for a fight, they should look for it now. Yeah, I think they should have just walked in. You know, if they use another safety orb, maybe get into pond. VLS is just as risky as a TP, especially this late into the game. Because if you just land, if you don't pilot it into like the zone, you land right in the middle, that could happen, and they got immediately punished for it. So,
no, if anything, I'm kind of annoyed that Xenophine didn't get a 3-man pull in. But here we go, nice blink away from Xenophine, trying to keep themselves safe. But the backline is just completely ransacked by both the Yan as well as the Felix. Down goes Xenophine, but they exchange out for the Felix. Umino is just completely untouched in this fight, but the problem is Kyungkwei is dead. He's trying to pump out auto attacks left and right, but it's a Yan. The crowd control is there. Always into the Wick team gets annihilated by Team Milky Way. This team has woken up, getting put into knockout stage 1. These guys are online.
Yeah, and look at the item difference. Milky Way didn't really have anything. Felix was just able to just get the Nia, and they were just able to get the Nia. Once the Nia goes down, that is a lot of damage gone. And oh no, here they are stuck in a corner here.
Dude,
I just kills
I can't.
the two backliners. What the? Oh
We're
my
fighting
god!
into Nia's game world. Like, what are we doing, man?
Oh my
no, bro! Like,
Nia
you
just
can't make this up.
Yeah, I mean, Nia just dropped the game world down, and yeah, ended up spamming Qs. I think it's because of the cooldown changes that she's just able to just spam so many Qs so fast in the game world.
No, game world in and of itself already puts your Q cooldown to like 0.1. You can just spam that thing.
No, it was like 0.5 before, I think, but I think now with the extra, maybe, yeah, but like with the extra cooldown buff, I think you can just click it faster, especially on like lower ping. So maybe that's the reason why we see, a lot of. But yeah,
And the thing is,
that was kind of crazy. Like they just
yeah,
Kiara and Lien, like two bruisers. The
they
problem
blinked
is
into
as
it.
well. Yeah. The reason why like it did so much damage is because so Nia's game world, how it works is it procs based on how many, I think, amount of hits. I think it's after it's like 6 hits, you it like does additional bonus damage for anyone that's in the game world. And because she's hitting 2 people, she's able to just proc instantly like 2 or 3 times, and then yeah, they just exploded.
Nia also has true damage, by the way, when a piece is placed down and it gets traveled directly into that skill right there, the pull in. It does true damage. You can't really deny any of that, no matter if you're running tank or whatever, you will get ripped to pieces, so good stuff there. But the question is, Milky Way, we've seen miracles pulled off by this team, but has their luck right now? Look at how convoluted this final zone is right now. Yeah, Rachan, you might actually end up seeing a repeat of what ended up happening in Hotel. They're just gonna full on send it, and the combo is actually pretty good, and they get the execute over onto Scarlet. No counter game world coming through. Milky Way, how do you keep doing this? But wait, straight
wait,
into
they
Ulto,
turned it though.
Rachan. Hold on a second,
Wait.
they still don't have that much time. The Felix is there.
They hit the knockup.
What is this? Oh,
They hit the
BTB
knockup.
up against Pain. They have the true damage, but can they stay alive is the question.
Wait,
Alonso
Pang?
can do quite a lot of things in the 1v1 up against the mage. All he has to do
His
is
healing?
just live. Can he do it is the question. I
the
don't think
explosion
so.
body.
The pieces are just being placed out everywhere. The misplays from BTB, but the execution is gone. Milky Way pulls off yet another miracle. 24 points going in favor, and we get the special finish MVP pose. What the hell is Milky Way doing today, man? They are just putting on a clinic.
I feel like maybe Alonso could have tried to. I guess he can't really reset because the Lien or the Nian will just walk up and just try to just finish them off there. It was a good try. It was definitely a good try for the Alonso. If Alonso dodge out, maybe knock up. I think maybe they could have had it there because you saw the HP bar slowly going back up from the passive on the Alonso because they're just landing CC after CC, but it just wasn't enough at the very end there. Like you said, the execute and that one more knock-up skill there. I think the cooldowns are just too short on Nia, especially in this late into the game with that. I think what about like 45% cooldown reduction is what I saw from that Nia.
What a hilarious way to finish game number 1. What the heck, man? Team Milky Way, they are continuing the streak of putting on a clinic onto some of these teams after what they did. Some teams in knockout stage number 1. I love to see it. Marlong is just doing so good on the CN. Looked a little bit troll when he walked up against Alto with the Wolf Assault, but the rest of his team is able to pick up the pieces and clean things out. Felix traded out for the Nadine. Eventually, the Nia is able to chunk and burn down the Alonso's health bar. What a funny way to go into game number 2. It's just going to be a shame that we're not going to be able to see the Nia in game 2 because of the ban. But now we start seeing the real threat of this character. As long as you're able to keep people in, whether it's by the field or the Tetragon with the bouncy house, if people are in, they are in for a lifetime. It is so tough getting out of it. This is exactly why they're in first place with 23. 8.5 points ahead of second place Kingdom Sparkle.
Sparkles with 14.5, Hipster with 12.5, Always Ancient with 10, CDAC with 9, Punisher with 7, Order with 7, and Promise with 5. It looks like our top 3 teams here having a little bit more points, Milky Way having a lot more points than the rest of the lobby here. So it looks like if they have another consistent game number 2, they will definitely secure their spots into the knockout stage number 3. But yeah, Nia looking pretty strong here. I wasn't really expecting it, but I think the changes of the new season with all the cool action is definitely helping her out.
No CDR that you get. This is one of the reasons why I'm pretty sure KR is a little angry with the CDR changes. There's too much of it now, so a lot more of these fight skill rotations is all blown out of proportion. Even 1 or 2 additional percents make a really big difference. I've seen people sitting on like 37%. CDR at base items. I've seen people sitting on 42% with full transitions. It is disgusting. Pair it up with somebody that can spam skills like Ania, yeah, she will rip you to pieces, man. Really, really
Yeah,
brutal.
especially in that Neira's game world, because usually there's like a slight delay on the, when you're dropping your little point sinks. But I think with the extra cooldown, having that 0.1 second less is actually really significant, especially for these players that, are playing Korea. They're on like 2 pings, so they're just able to just keep spamming it like as soon as the cooldown comes back up. So I mean, it's definitely a significant change, I would say, for the character.
Man, I love the fact that we are actually seeing KR people starting to bring that character out. I've always thought she was really strong. The amount of damage that she's able to pump out is absolutely insane. The only time I really actually thought that Nia was going to be was when they just used her skills, because I was going to say, the character that doesn't really have that much crowd control. I definitely definitely took my words back on that one very, very quickly. You can operate Nia really well and have a team composition like the one from Milky Way. People locked in the world. Absolutely filthy. You gotta give credit where credit is due. It always seems to be the Yans that make their name setting up for their team composition, right? Way back in the days, it was team, well, no, it wasn't always Incheon. They had a different name back then, but Taekyung on the Yan always set up for Luminal. So, Yans are very important, and they're all doing their jobs. That's a really big mention as well.
100%. I mean, the frontliner is just as important as, the backliner. Nia still needs that setup, right? You need to find that, or it's a lot easier if you have that, lockdown CC at the very start of the fight. These teams are running the Alonso for that point and then that stun, and Nia just able to follow up. Same with the Yan. The Yan, we saw it come out a lot of times for the side of Team Milky Way. The Yan is the first one to engage there, get that Tentragon knock up, and that's roundhouse kick to get that chain CC, and then Nia is just able to just get that one shot down there with the point sync knock up into the Nia's game world to just obliterate anyone who is in that little circle.
Oh man, I'm really excited to see now what Milky Way is going to bring out to the table. They played that Nia a lot, Nia, Yan, and the Felix comp the entirety of Knockout Stage 1. But now that this really weird ban came, it's not something that a lot of these teams probably have planned for, right? Like, who expects a Nia to get banned?
Yeah, Nia getting banned is very interesting to me. But, I mean, again, I'm very interested to see how this Nia comp plays into, some of the top teams, because obviously we are down in Knockout 2. We didn't really see any of the Nias or any of the top teams really make it out with Nia. I don't think there were too many Nias that made it into the later stages of the knockout stages. So, maybe it's just something that these teams just aren't really familiar with, and we have to see how it does end up pairing up, because I'm really excited to see some of these teams, like the side of Team Promise with that Nia Beyond team comp. How it does end up pairing into maybe like a team like Team FN Sejong, maybe in the finals.
Now that I think about it, I was talking earlier about Milky Way not really swapping off that comp. This is what they started with in the group stages.
I
we
think
had
so.
that Sua ban in one of the lobbies. I'm sure this was one. Why?
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of changes here because of that Nia ban. We are going to see... Oh yeah, you're right. They did play the Sua, Jackie, and Priya team comp, and they are going to go back to it here. We do see 2 Priyas, 2 Lennys, but I don't think there are going to be any bans here. So, these teams are just going to be swapping to their secondary team comp, and then we do have Team Sparkle swapping. It's going to be Alto on that Carla. He was well known for this character, so I'm excited to see him back on it.
I did mention one of the reasons why she is a bit difficult to play right now. There are a lot of range, a lot of gap closers in the game that Carla's going to be struggling with. Alto, though, has been one of the players that's been able to curb that quite often throughout the history of their Eternal Return Masters career. They're able to do it once again. I'm going to be all the more impressed, especially for Season 8. Right? It's not like Carla builds CDR. You don't have easier access to the grappling maneuver. You just got to keep pulling those harpoons and pray that you'll land them. Get the CDR reduction skill. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is now underway. After this, we'll be halfway done with knockout stage number 2. From there, we take a look at the leaderboard, say thank you very much, go to a break, and wait for the latter half of this stage to determine the 4 teams that will move on to next week's set of games.
And which 4 teams, unfortunately, will be leaving us for Season 8, Phase 1.
I'm a
Unfortunately,
little excited there saying and.
I mean, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna be sad that our teams are leaving, but it is just how it is for this tournament. Our teams are going to slowly start to dwindle down as we go into the later stages of the knockout stages.
For sure. This is pretty much the fate of the teams put in the lower brackets anyways, right? As we said, it's not necessarily over just because you didn't do good in the group stages, but even if you're a good team, right? We just saw it with Team. It's always a toss-up. The fact that the possibility is there for you to kind of mess up a couple of games to begin with always is going to throw a wrench on the side. You don't want that chance to ever be there. Oh, the shield!
One more!
The
Okay,
attacks
you
are
get that.
targetings are good, but see that gets wiped. That timer doesn't really mean much at this point in time.
Yeah,
but
it is way too early, so they're all gonna be back up right now. Looks like they're all gonna be able to respawn here. They are gonna look for the Isaac here on the top side, or sorry, the Marcus here on the top side. Looks like the members of Team Punisher are just gonna try getting this Priya, but the Priya does have the movement speed buff. They are gonna get slowed by the lead out in. Oh, the Q coming out from the human is actually gonna whiff, so that's a lot of damage, and the Priya actually gets killed the human here with the flowers. They are gonna be able to proc it, and they are gonna go down though to Kimchai. Kimchai will be able to find it, but will be a 1 for 1 trade.
We're still underestimating Priya's though. But that's weird that was allowed to happen. Regardless, good kill from the Priya. Traded out in the end though. It's not like it was an untraded out kill. Oh boy, early game is still aggressive as ever. Shoichi exchanged out for the ISOL, but do they have enough damage to kill anybody else? Trust is gonna do quite a bit.
ISOL is just sustaining.
Oh, never mind, Kyonkwe is gonna get taken down. Trust, yeah, Isaac has a bit of sustain. When you're not really doing that much damage to this character, you will eventually have a bit of trouble killing him. Oh, the roundabout.
Oh, and
do they
the
get extended
ISOL's
death
here.
timer? Yes, they do. And it's night 1, so it's actually going to matter a bit. 10 extra seconds that some of these members have to wait.
Mai and Lenny, not enough damage to kill an ISOL because ISOL has a lot of sustain in their passive. Isaac has a lot of sustain in their passive. Is able to heal up so much of the damage dealt when they proc the marks. So yeah, just able to get that 2 kills for their team. And always Incheon, they are going to respawn back down here in dock, so they maybe want to look for the team fight once again. Maybe Luminal can find something better this time around here. But look at the Mai. The Mai's a little split. Luminal is going to drop the dagger down. He's going to jump on forward here. He's going to get a lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage. Is there to anyone? No. Luminal is still alive though, and the ISO is just able to free auto, getting a lot of damage off. And that is going to be it. Team Always Incheon going to lose once again as CDAC gets the 1-up. It is going to be a clean break for the side of Team CDAC. A clean 3-0 as they do end up getting a nice 3 kills. Look at their points already. Just 3.5 tournament score for themselves as they're sitting on 7 kills in night 1. Or yeah, in night 1.
That sucks. Oh well. Raheem trying to run away. They're going to use the Last Judgment onto the Raven, but there's way too many people around. You can heal off of 4 people. That is just a level 1 play. Amount of healing you do, not really going to be that much. Order just joining in again. What is going on? Everybody's just running into CDAC, letting these guys get the snowball.
9 kills.
ISOL is scary if he's fed, guys. Let's not do this anymore.
And 9. Oh, wait, they are sitting. Oh no, he doesn't know an alt click. He doesn't know alt click. Alt click. No.
Their team wiped too, man. They get even more death timers. This sucks.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to alt click. You know, if you hold alt button, the little text on whatever object it is will pop up, and you can right click on top of that. And if you do that, then it doesn't matter if like people are sitting on top of either animals or those plants, you still will be able to proc it. So a little unfortunate for the. Yeah, exactly. If you're contesting for like an alpha as well, maybe you want to quickly grab the item and get on out. But fortunately for that Tekion, they will end up going down. CDAC is going to lose the Johan as well, and it'll be the Kiara from Hipster. So Hipster looks like they're split farming. They're going to lose 2 members. The Sylvia is going to come back alive very shortly here. The ISOL is a little split away from their team. Looks like they just want to get as much farm as possible. Try to get those 4-score buy-ins. They already are pretty accelerated in this game with the amount of kills they have. You can see their credit counts. They could just slowly start calling in their 4 scores very shortly here.
This is pretty much the pace that all the teams want to be running for anyways. Surprised that there are still fights going on because I see a lot of teams covering that 350 credit mark. We're going to see another fight as Anger gets obliterated, Rachan gets to reset, leaps on out of there. We'll see that
but looking to fight this though, no.
Yeah, they just want to get out, especially because Isaac called in the 4-score. He had to build the Helix.
I see.
Of a required sacrifice, but I don't think the ISOL had to die there. I think they could have just all ran.
I feel like the ISO could have maybe got out as well, but it is Atsua. The Atsua does have the Don Quixote's the gap close, so gotta be a little careful. I feel like the Atsua did end up taking 2 Don Quixotes in. Maybe they could have just turned, but because the ISO was a little too far in that bush, it was just a free kill for the side of Team Milky Ways. They're gonna be able to call in their 4 scores as well, so they're gonna be looking pretty strong here.
Pretty good. Order. I don't know, the Hekion, I'm assuming he's looking for Guardian suit first. He just hit 350. He'll start making his way over. What is this augment? Is he running protocol violation on an Hekion? That's going to be a pretty interesting one. They're going to be forced to fight. Protocol violation, it is indeed the case. Minjae does end up eating it. He just tried chasing people down, but Alto, look at this. I mentioned it earlier. He's so good at curving a lot of these initiation tools.
So well.
He gets the freeze, but it just doesn't matter. Down goes the Elena. Minjae alive. Same thing for Talasi, but look at their timers.
Aujin Luminal, can he find any resets here? I don't think so. There is Atsua to give them the spell shields, and that is going to be it for Team Aujin. They're going to lose 2 members, and they're going to be forced to back on out of there as there's going to be that objective secured by Milky Way on the bottom side there. The Rift, though, is going to be secured by Promise as they do end up killing the Marcus. I don't know if the full team was there, but I think they were. So Team Punisher going to lose out on that 3v3 into Team Promise in that Rift here. We do have another catch. Oh no, Sparkle is going to lose 2 members. Looks like the buy just wasn't with them for this team fight here as Team Sirak is just going to instantly punish that. They will be able to get both backliners of the side of Team Sparkles.
Why are there so many people isolated? I mean, yeah, it's nice. Quite interesting to see. Is this going to be a pattern that we see for Knockout Stage 2, where a lot of people are split farming well into night number 2? Because for Kingdom Sparkles, they almost paid the price for it.
Night 2 split farming isn't the worst, just because there is still, respawns, but they're definitely at this about this time, you usually want to start grouping up with your team. Maybe try looking for some team fights. I think they just got a little unfortunate and they got caught out there. Looks like the Sylvia is going to get caught out on this side, as looks like Hipster is actually completely split farming because they don't really have too many objectives here to name. They do have that Sylvia sitting on 400 credits, still hasn't got their buy-in as well, so gonna have to look for that before the next objective coming up. I don't think they're gonna be able to make it in time. They're both down in Cemetery down there. Maybe we're gonna try to play for that Tree of Life, but probably gonna be a lot weaker than these other teams that are gonna be coming to contest them off of it.
I would just like to say, by the way, Elena is sitting on 5 seconds timer. It's always gonna keep giving me heart attacks, I swear to God, man, when I see players with low timers early on in the game. But if you're gonna be using a resource like that, you might as well use it early, right? Probably gonna have more chance to get kills anyway. Earlier you use it. It's a resource after all, as long as you can manage it correctly.
Yeah, timer is faking the early game, but you don't want to burn too much of it, because if you ever get pushed into you're back into a red zone, you literally can't go in because you'll just die. But I guess with safety orbs now, you can just drop a safety orb and you should be good. Oh, Kiara getting engaged on a great burger flip coming out from the Marcus. Time and time again, we always see this Marcus hitting these burger flips, these core burger flips for their team, and Kiara is just going to go get instantly taken down. It was a 4-score being bought for that Sylvia, and they will just get their call in here back to get the Kiara back into this game. So minus 200, but looks like the core transitions are coming for the side of Team Hipster.
I'll find it then. Why? She has 11 raw meat in her inventory. I'm assuming she's probably running what is it?
Carnivore?
No, not carnivore, but what is it? Dine and Dash? Because Dine and Dash has.
Oh, right,
part of
Dash
it.
has the carnivore now. Yeah.
Yeah, if you eat anything below, I think it's
I
like
forgot, yeah.
650, it just gives you 650 now instead, so you
Yeah,
can just
yeah.
stockpile on
Because
raw.
they like combine the two augments. For the season. Because there's
the right
the
idea.
boar mask. Yeah. There's a boar mask. I think they replaced it with like the boar mask, wolf mask, and bear mask now. They split off how you want to get extra stats if you do want to stack it. Oh no, the Isaac is getting Team CDAC. Fortunately, it's going to be a minus 200 for the side Team CDAC, and they don't really, or they should have the credits here, but it's a little bit risky to get the res back up here in Uptown. I think they could just drop a kiosk down, and that is exactly what they're going to do to get their teammate back into this game. I think they can maybe look for a fight now, but look at the items on the side of Team Sparkle. Emma already sitting on 5 gold, Alto sitting on 3 as well. It's going to be a little hard for them to fight into this, but I mean the ISO is also sitting on 5, so I mean they're like equal in the power here if they do want to look for this Omega.
There's a Carla, Emma on the other side. Look at the entrances for the fire station.
It is going to be a little hard to push into
It's even worse up
a
here.
Carla Emma. But they are going to slowly start to pull the Omega. Oh, the Isaac's going to pull it back to their side. But here comes Engage coming out from the Mai. They are going to get some damage back in, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, wait. A huge blade gun forward from the Isaac. They are going to be able to pull 2 members back in, and there is Deceptic's bomb. It is going to connect. The root is going to land, and they're going to be able to finish that Mai. Great play coming out from Trust here. Huge. They are going to get the boost from the boar. I actually think they might have lost distance from that, or it was pretty even because he walked back into the boar, but if he just walked forward, I think it would have made the same amount of distance. But yeah, it looks like they do end up getting 1, so not too bad for the side of Team CDAC. A huge play coming out from the Isaac, and that is exactly what.
This is what I do like to see from Isaacs, right? I've seen a lot of people on Isaac, especially in ERM, trying to play him like a frontline as a wall, but you can't do that. He doesn't have the stats or the skills to do it. The only thing he has on survivability is the sustain he gets from proccing his marks, and also the quick spin, which in comparison to a lot of other tanks doesn't really give you that much survivability. It's the proactivity on this character that really makes or breaks an Isaac. CDAC is doing it perfectly. That's double spring trap, tagging 2 people into the wall. The slow is devastating. Explosion shot is good, but look at this third party on the backside. Minji's in trouble. He gets the dash race, but Kimshai is there in place. The leaping pad is just gonna leave Telasi behind. Down goes the Lenny, down goes Minji. The fight was so good. Telasi landed a godlike spring trap, but the third party is there and down goes 2.
And I think this happened in game number 1 as well. This is the game, like, it's just not good. The series is just not going Team Order's way. Third party after third party. Unfortunately, I think that was Team Promise was there at the perfect time in Research Center. They just walked up and they were able to recognize that these 2 teams were fighting Team Order. It's gonna be a minus 400. Gonna have to look for that kiosk to get their teammates back into this game. I don't know if they have enough power to get. Oh no.
So even have
he gets taunted as well. There's the double poly, and that is gonna be it. He going down. Oh no, in 8th place. Just not what they were looking for game 2. They definitely have to. I mean, I think they just got unlucky, right? For the game, they just got third party. They had such a great team fight, but yeah, just weren't able to get back into it with the buyback as well.
Happened twice now. Problem is, the thing about Team Order's composition, they're really good at initiative, right? But look at their comp. Where is the damage? They're playing Sidewinder, but it's tank Sidewinder. So who is the one that's really the threat here?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a coincidence that they've been third party twice now. It takes too long for them to kill anybody.
That is the issue. That is the issue, is that they are playing 2 tanks, 2 dive tanks that do decent damage, but it's just, yeah, you are right. It does just take a little too long for them to get any meaningful damage down. And once the damage comes down, it just gives more time and more opportunity for teams to be there for that third party. There is Wicklanger though that is going to be spawning in school very shortly. We might have a couple teams contesting. Maybe Team Hipster wants to contest here, but they're not looking too strong for themselves. Team Sparkles gonna slowly start to zone off and maybe walk in as well to contest for this Wick line. A lot of teams down here in school wanting to play for this Wick. I mean, Wick, such a powerful buff. If these teams are able to get it, not only do you get the buff, but you get the blood sample as well. And now with the new season, you are able to choose which consumable to get as well. And I think almost every team will definitely opt to choose for that holy water. The holy water is quite powerful, and I think this time though it looks like Team Punisher didn't get that drink. Oh no, they did. They also went that holy water. Yeah.
Funny enough, holy water gets more value out.
Yeah, the 9 defense. The 9 defense is really strong. Like the reason why holy water is so much more powerful than like something like Zen and Tier Celine is it's 9 defense. So 9 defense is a lot more. 6 AP, which is like 6 adaptive force or 90 HP, is because the 9 defense also you get the defensive value from obviously your HP, like how much HP you have, and because you're always eating food, you basically have a big HP bar, right? That is not really accounted for. So the defense always just provides more value to that extra HP that you are getting as well.
Yep. I love the word effective HP because yeah, you have the health bar, but the other things that also account to make staying alive different defense. Light is not really get started, but that is the augment proc for trust. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. Inside of school, Gables is gonna fall down pretty early. Raheem, the last one alive on that team, has to just really book it. I think there was actually 3 teams fighting in that situation there. Not really sure what happened, but Sylvia is dead, as well as the Leon. Isaac just in the middle of nowhere. He's in trouble. Dash comes in. Quick spin does absolutely nothing.
Gonna try looking for
Over on the
something.
backside, but where's the damage coming in? Trust is still really healthy.
Not enough.
Everything sent from Team Always Into, but the damage just didn't stick. They're trying to chase down, but I don't think they have any resources to further the chase, especially with
They gotta
Lubani.
go because Luminal doesn't have ult, and that is a lot of their damage. But yeah, I think Luminal got interrupted, and once the ultimate and your flow when you're using your ability on Shoichi is interrupted, it's really hard for you to kind of recover. But the Johan ult was there the second Luminal placed her ult down, so it was a little hard for him to get his resets, I think. And great peel back coming out from the ISOL to keep themselves safe as well. Always in Chun. Gonna be down here in Fire Station. There is gonna be 3 teams here, so I think these teams are definitely not gonna opt to fight. There's still 7 teams alive, and it is gonna go down to our temporary zones very shortly, so these teams are definitely gonna have to look for something.
Say it, but I think we're always in Chun. It's either gonna on the field or bring back Blaster. Teams are just dealing with it a lot better than I thought they would have.
Yeah, I think maybe teams have learned how to play around this the Shoichi. I think the skill and the level of play has just gone a lot higher. And there's
unless that happens.
in, and I think they can just find an angle, but the Soul Stealer, Yasuo is just completely out, and they're trying to look for an angle onto the Johan, but they don't even get any of the kills there. They're just all gonna back on out of there with the safety orb and the VLS system coming in. There's so many teams still alive. I wonder if this might be the game where we might have maybe a team final zone here, because we see how these teams play these temporary zones. They're just gonna keep dropping safety orbs, and it's just going to be chaotic for the final temporary zone that is going to be closing in very shortly.
There are a number of teams already using gadget points right now. Are they going to have enough to actually fight for some of these temp zones? We're going to have another school temp zone, by the way. We've seen a lot of these. Well, not even tonight, but over the course of the weekend. School, Forest, +1. Chapel or Uptown. Interesting that this is happening.
Oh, Rez is coming
over and over again, but look at the Leon's timer. They need to use safety drone. They are going to get it. Everybody
we have
is
another
alive.
one.
Can they
we need another one here.
Where's the Kiara?
Actually, do we need another one? I'm pretty sure we need another one.
Oh,
wait.
Oh my god.
But
they're found out. The Kiara's nowhere close.
Yeah, they're just gonna... Oh no, they're gonna book it. The Lien is gonna be the one that is gonna be sacrificed, and they will end up going down. We do have a fight on the top side though. Luminal gonna get some damage in. I think the Rulus was already invested, but the side of Team Punisher is just gonna back on out of there. Sylvia gonna have to walk back in. Is this cammed up? It is not. So Team Hipster is gonna live, but Kiara and the Sylvia just completely split away, and there's just not much they can do. I think Kiara is waiting for Lumi to wrap around, but I think Team Milky Way is gonna be able to intercept. I think they're gonna recognize that someone's getting the res here. And the Sylvia is so much farther away from their team. It's gonna be a little hard. We do have a 5-team final zone over here, and I think it might actually take to fruition here. We're gonna have maybe like all these teams are probably going to start using safety orbs. There's your ultimate coming in. The Plague is going to get a lot of value, but it's not going to be enough. Jackie's getting a lot of auto attack damage, but the Lian is getting so much value on the backside. They are going to get bursted down, and it will end up going down. The Sylvia is going to get one, is going to get the double knockup, but it's not going to be. The Jackie and the Suwa just have too much sustain, and they are just a little too tanky for the Sylvia to really deal with. So will be a clean wipe coming out from the side of Team Milky Way.
Items on that Suwa. It's one single bookmark auto attack just obliterated the Kiara's HP. I think it did like 300, 400 damage, even though she's building tank. Huh. Quite interesting that happened. Maybe there was some defense shred or something like that going on over there. Milky Way will be able to maintain that bottom side of the map. All 5 teams still hanging around here, so this is going to be quite chaotic. Let's see which teams are able to
safety
get the
orbs. You can see everyone is just outside of the zones using their safety orbs. I think. Oh no, a double safety orb. That is not what you want to see from the side of Team Punisher. That is gonna be a disaster, as they're not gonna have another safety orb, but actually gonna come down for the third party here. These two teams are already fighting. Oh no, Team Promise is stuck in the middle, and there is the Echoes of the Earth is gonna go down, and everyone's dancing Punisher. But Team Always Winchon is gonna be here. They're gonna try looking, but all 3 members of Team Punisher are gonna be out, and now it's gonna be Team Punisher that is going to be forced in here, as they already used a safety orb. They already used one of their safety orbs, so they're not gonna have enough timer. They're gonna be forced to send the Marcus, already getting chunked down to 3 seconds of timer. They're just gonna go. All 3 members are gonna go down to the side of Team CDC.
What's happening up
or CDAC. CDAC able to just hold down the bottom zone here. And oh my god, there's so many teams here. Always Incheon. They don't have timer. They have to look for something. They gotta get a kill here. Luminol sitting on 2 seconds. There is a safety orb, but they are gonna place it down. It's not gonna be enough. But look at the timers on the side of Team Sparkles. They're gonna explode. Who exploded first? Oh no! Oh, the jet exploded, and then Sparkles exploded as well. And now all the kills. Oh my! What is happening? Everyone's exploding down here.
What the hell? Complex is dead. There's 5 seconds left, but I don't think there's anything these guys can do to save it. Yahi, they take down Shauna, but the Diamond falls. What the hell just happened, man? Everybody's just popping the timer. They left their safety orbs. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, in the heat of the moment, you know, you lose. I mean, Luminol was on 1 second of timer, and then they didn't know how much timer Sparkle had, so maybe thought we have to get the kill here. But I mean, you just have to risk it on that 1 second. You can't really go back in because you're just gonna explode, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, Luminol exploded, Cenafine exploded. We had, I think, Emma exploding, Alex -1.
Yeah, like what are we doing?
Alex -1. I mean, I think there was 4 to 5 explosions in that whole encounter there. But that's just how it's gonna be. I think with the new temporary zones and the new safety orbs, there's gonna be a lot more scam. These teams there are just gonna have to be forced in to play with that timer now. We are gonna have our final fight though, Milky Way versus CDAC. It's gonna be up to this ISOL to stay alive, to dish out enough damage onto these 2 bruisers, these 2 drain tank bruisers here. The traps are gonna be coming down, but they are gonna be exploded. There's the EMP that's gonna be used. They're gonna slowly start to walk in. It looks like the drone is gonna move to the left side here. Isaac is gonna try looking for an angle in. The Jackie is gonna try looking for an angle on the back line. Johan.
Everything.
Damage coming out from the ISOL is just way too.
The auto attacks are just too
But
good.
the damage is not going to be there. No. The Suwa jumps on forward, but the damage coming out from the ISOL, the ADC damage is way too much, and I think that is going to be it. The res is going to come through. It's just going to be a clean 3v2. I don't think this Jackie and this Priya is going to be enough to kill the rest of the members on the side of Team CDAC.
Oh, it could still be timer related issues. Some of these players, Rachan taking up to about half HP is all they're going to have, but can they even do anything up against this ISOL? Faith and Wavering is going to be up in about 5 seconds, but the pull from Isaac is just too good. Trust. Making sure his team has the trust in him, the backbone of this composition, multiple pull-ins as well. The Warden prospers once again. You're gonna have Team CDAC number 2 with an assault rifle ISOL. Congratulations.
Very nicely played by Shauna there. Just has to stay alive, just has to peel back, because he is the damage that they need to kill these bruiser drain tanks, right? Jackie and that Suwa. With the Priya shields, it's just not enough sustain when you just have an AR ISOL just pelting bullets into you. So very nicely played by Shauna there to just make sure they got themselves out to safety.
Really appreciate the way that Isaac was playing. Even if he was looking for aggression, even if he was looking for proactivity, he never stopped paying attention to what the situation on the back line was. Right? He dove into 3 people, but didn't really pull that many people. And as soon as somebody started jumping behind him, he didn't even try to fight in it anymore. He always just walked back. He's always just standing there as a wall, making sure that the Sua can't get free access over onto the ISIL. Yoan in the backside also doing everything. Shauna alive as well, but another good talking about for Shauna on top of it. Was the one with the Blood Ripper. They needed that 60% healing reduction, and by the ISIL playing like an absolute monster, able to keep that minus 60% reduction alive for the entire duration of the final zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the healing reduction, just the damage coming out, from these ADCs, onto these bruisers. They just get shredded, right? So just had to make sure that they were gonna be able to live there, and yeah, it's just kind of textbook front to back type of gameplay that they need to play into these double bruiser type games. So I really like that. CDAC is sort of evolving, or not really evolving, but adapting to these teams that they are fighting into. So in like more of in this type of team fights in the final zone here, they're playing more of that the front to back type of game than the Isaac looking to be a little more proactive. Usually, that we did end up seeing earlier in that game.
I think this is also because it's one of the early knockout stages. We get to have a different side of what some of these compositions are actually. Right, we didn't see this really from CDAC during the group stages. They were just struggling pretty much the entire time, which is what I kind of expected because of the Isaac. You can see what happens if this team is the one in the driver's seat. Isaac with the proactivity, ISO in the backside just pumping out damage. This is how it's meant to be played. Just if other teams are dealing with it really well, maybe your composition wrong, which could have all been the case in stages. You don't get to see it. But in knockout stages, we have a little bit more leniency in the earlier portions of it to make mistakes, maybe try to figure out how you want to operate your composition. Well, we get results like this.
And it's a really good game from the side of CDAC there. I think they had about 25.5 points, something around, or something along those lines. A really solid performance from them. And yeah, I think this should definitely secure maybe a spot into the top 4. But there is still 2 games. So, even if you have a good game, if you go 8th place, 2 times in a row, you are definitely still on that chopping block.
Exactly. We got 2 more games remaining now in this stage. We have a break that's coming up in just a moment after the score sheets are up, but the score sheet should give us an idea of how this entire lobby is shaping up to be. I think it's going to be a little bit more clear cut than Knockout Stage 1 was. We do have a couple of teams that are distinctively doing really good, a couple of teams that are definitely struggling, right? Not going to sugarcoat it. There's a few that's really not having a good day at all, whether it be the ones from Knockout Stage 1 that came up here or the ones from Knockout Stage 2 that just after the first sets of games.
Yeah, and we will see very shortly here. The scoreboard is going to be up very shortly for you guys. Kind of excited to see where these teams lie, and maybe institutions. Maybe we'll see Always in Chun. I don't know if they're going to maybe go back onto the theater comp, or maybe we're going to see Blaster come out as well, but I think the Shoichi just isn't really working out for them for this group here. I think, like you said, I think a lot of teams have maybe adapted and learned how to play around the Shoichi. I think the level of game has just improved a lot on the KR side for these backline players to just recognize exactly when and how to be safe into this Shoichi dive. But here's the scoreboard for you guys. It is going to be Milky Way on top with 40.5 points. CDAC jumping all the way to second place with 34.5, so it's a pretty top-heavy lobby here, as I think our top 2 teams are definitely have quite the lead over the rest of the lobby. Sparkles with 24, Promise with 19, Always in Chun with 18, Punisher with 15.5, Hipster with 15.5, and Order with 8. Still not really anyone's game for maybe our bottom 2 spots here, 3rd and 4th, but first and second, they are slowly starting to run away with it.
Clear cut, as I said. Guys, we're going to go on a break to make sure that we are alive and kicking, I guess, for the last few games we have left. So give us a moment. We'll be back with you guys. So go grab some water, go Good. Go grab a snack. There we go. Go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the last two remaining games of number 2 and the last two games this weekend.
Take care.
주변이
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 리나, 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야. 점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까? 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
아무리 거센 파도라도 베어가를 수 있어. 바다를 건너는 한 마리 제비처럼. 차에도 예법이 있다는 거 아시나요? 재행무상. 만물은 시시각각 변하는 법이죠. 차는 아직 따뜻한데 이 고요가 오래 갈 거란 생각은 안 들어요. 조용한 순간일수록 가장 먼저 깨어나야 하니까요. 생사결이었으니 미련되지 마시길. 내 문은 칼끝에 깃든 뜻, 덕은 내 걸음이 향하는 방향. 이건 휘두른 게 아니라 쌓아온 거예요. 내가 걸어온 검선 돌아보지 않겠어요. 틀은 자체는 사라져도 그 그림자는 끝끝내 남아요. 그러니까 쉽게 잊히진 않을 거예요. 제 차례인가요? 그렇군요. 부드럽고 날카롭게. 자, 클라이막스예요. 여왕의 스텝을 보여드리죠. 예의를 지키세요. 수고하셨어요. 거기까지였지만요. 오늘은 어떤
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eternal Return Masters Season 8 Phase number 1. We are just about to go into our final 2 of the day. I was about to say night, but I looked outside the sun. A little bit cooked for us, but we're going to dive straight on in. AR side wanted to call it an early night. Same thing for me as well. I got some, got some training to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
we got some racetrack training to do.
we aren't going to have any bans going into game number 3 here, and Blaster is going to be substituted in for Luminol here, and they are going to be swapping over to, it's not going to be the Mai, it's going to be that Nikki here coming out for Gyungge there, and we're going to have the Mai, or sorry, the Nikki, Tazia, and Priya going to be locked in, and we are going to have 3 Priyas, so Priya is going to be off the table once again going into game number 4.
Not too surprised about that one, but as I thought, for Team Always Incheon, Luminol is out. It was either that or keep him on the PO, which I don't think would have been the greatest of idea, just because there is threat of that being banned, especially in a lobby like this. So I think bringing back Blaster was a great idea, but without Seraphine, Priya, they're gonna have to swap over onto the Lenny. That is
actually,
at least an option.
Yeah. There is going to be a swap of bans. Last time it was the Nia ban. Nia is not going to be banned for game 4, but it's just Priya is being substituted in, because I think Seraphine was on the Nia before, and there is still 2 Nias, but there is going to swap over to the Lenny, and Lenny's going to be banned, or sorry, Priya's going to be banned, and Nia is going to be still on the table for game 4 here. So it's going to be really good for a team like Team Milky Way that this is their main team comp, and they've been showing pretty good on this Yan, Lenny, and the Felix combo here. Just able to just play off of each other. Leon goes in, gets a nice knockup, gets some like a nice roundhouse kick for that chain CC, and then Nia's just there to follow up.
Here we go, guys. Round number 3. 2 more to go for today. Unfortunately, that's all the ERM games you're gonna get for the weekend. Hopefully you guys have been here since the beginning, because I know drops were finicky at the start of today, but hey, if you've been watching from when it actually started working, then you should be able to get all of it before the stream over today. Congratulations, guys. Have fun with a bunch of acorns.
Hey, don't say that. I believe they're going to be getting some NP for
Hey.
themselves here. So
Hey, listen, we've said this before too. I think we bring it up a lot when we talk about drops nowadays. Those acorns matter. I run out of that thing so fast.
That's true. That's true, because when you do get those acorns, you can buy those skins in the shop, and those can turn into those season pack tokens if you already have, you know, those skins. And those season pack skins are really good. There is the Abigail one coming out soon, and that one I think a lot of people want. So yeah, make sure you guys are watching, getting your drops. We are gonna have an engage coming out from the Suban, but so I'm actually gonna take their substitution back over, and we are gonna have a burger flip. It's not gonna connect actually. Sword is gonna get locked down by Kim Shai with the ultimate, but they are gonna get bursted down. The drink is gonna keep them alive for just a little longer, but it's not gonna be enough here. The human is gonna get a lot of value. The body's gonna get thirsted from both teams here. Priyas are slowly starting to walk away, and the respawn is gonna come out first from the lead out in. A lot of damage coming out from the Priya, but it's not gonna be enough. The human will be able to connect that last skill. The Priya is gonna go down. On the top side here, we do have the Sylvia and the Lian gonna be able to pick up the Yawn coming out from the side of the Milky Way.
Just because it's the second half of Knockout Stage 2, the aggression does not stop. If anything, it's increased. The number of swords that were flashing at the bottom side of my screen, absolutely crazy. Not just mine, but for yours as well, and the people in chat. You can tell these teams want the points are. Might as well not wait until the final game as well, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit risky.
Went up.
+1,
Gonna keep them
not gonna
alive.
get
No.
it, and good dash from Rod trying to get out of the game world as well. That's how you're supposed to play it, right? Just leave. Get out of there.
Yeah, just
break through, Wreck-It Ralph it or something. I don't know. Like, get out of the world.
was almost able to get that kill, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. The 1-up was able to keep them alive for a little longer, but the other Nia is going to be there to finish off the job. Last year going to get caught out in school here. It is going to be Promise going to be able to claim that kill for themselves. We do have Team Order going to be coming down. Maybe going to try to start find these angles. Scarlet a little split from their team. Maybe they could find this angle onto this Nia. The Alonso is going to be there, going to hit that Q to deter the Alina from engaging, because they will have that stun. We do have the Lenny jumping back on out of there. It's going to be a little hard for them to get on in, but the Alina is just going to jump on forward here. But the damage is simply way too much, and Nia is just going to instantly burst down that Alina. And a great explosion shot coming out from that Nadine to lock down that Ekion. No more dive coming out from the side of Team Order. They could just slowly start to press on forward. The Spring Trap does end up connecting. The slow is going to connect onto that Lenny. The Lenny should be able to get out, but yeah, looks like both teams are just going to slowly walk away.
Rough. Hey, you know, as much as we just joke about leaving this game world, it's hard sometimes, right? You just don't get the targeting down, maybe just locked in crowd
The
control or something
problem,
like that.
yeah, the problem is Nia's game world comes with the knock-up, and the knock-up with the Q is all the damage that they really need from the Nia's game world. You know, like all the damage is really gonna be it's really gonna come down before you leave the game world. And once you leave, and even if you leave the game world, there might be one of your teammates that is still gonna be inside that they could change targets to.
Alright, 10 seconds to go until day 2 is going to begin. We still see people having a little bit of struggle as solo farming once again, right? Caught out. Gable's going to get caught out. Triple stack in on towards archery range. That's going to be good positioning, by the way, for Team Promise as well. Right on top of the Mutant Wolves. Do they get anything out of it is the question. I don't think they did, but there's a kill over here. Minji is about to fall down.
It is the Ekion. Oh,
nice.
nice.
Doesn't have the dash resets anymore, but he does have some of the skills to slow down some of these players. The
and as the game world,
and investing the game world for this. Minji just got absolutely terrorized.
I mean, it's a full kill word, so I mean, why not, right? Because the ultimate's cooldown isn't gonna be that long, especially when these characters are building, just stacking CDR now. So, there's gonna be Soy getting caught out here by the side of Team Always Incheon. Always Incheon gonna be able to win the team fight into the side of Team Punisher here. There's that human just from a random team, and oh yeah, the Yawn is gonna be able to get the knock up onto the Sylvia, but the Sylvia's gonna try flicking away. It's not gonna be enough. And that is going to be it for the side of Team Hipster. The Nia was able to connect that pull there, and that just, it is a disaster. Hipster going out in 8th place with only 1.5 points.
Caught the edge of the tire. Oh man, they caught the edge of the tire. Hipster, I don't know, man. They're sitting at 17 points after this game. It's fine? Question mark. The leaderboard looks okay for 17, but that
it's
also
fine
depends
for
on
right
how...
now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the keyword right now.
This game isn't over yet, so there is going to be a lot of changes, and they're going to be set pretty far behind. So definitely not the game they're looking for, but maybe in game number 4 they have that pop-off game. They're definitely going to need some more points going into the final game. We do have Lumi being started up by the side of Team Order down here. They will be able to get full value on all the credits. Maybe try to look for another buy-in in Hospital before this alpha comes up. The Ekion still hasn't got their 4-score buy-in just yet. Looks like they're going to be moving over. Maybe going to try contesting for this alpha, but it's going to be a little hard to get in with that Alonso and that Nia. They're just going to have so much peel back from this dive. Oh, here comes the engage from the Yan. Yan is going to be able to get the full combo and is going to be linked to roundhouse kick again onto this Marcus. This Yan just completely soloing and finding that Tsubame. The Tsubame just not full HP. He just immediately gets punished by this Yan.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Rachan, you're crazy, man. You're psychotic, but I love you for it. 1v3, he just snipes down the half HP Tsubame and then just
comes
walks away
engage
like
coming
no
out.
problem
Oh
whatsoever.
my
Also
god,
get
that is a
full
lot of
combo
damage.
by the Ekion. That is still a sidewinder. You get slowed down into oblivion. A lot of good damage coming out in exchange. But the problem is, everyone's outside of the game world. The Ia is just not doing anything.
Wait,
Lenny
dies.
Talasia
Wait, they're dead.
Ninja's in the whole heap of trouble. What happened? What happened? They were outside of the Nia's game world, but they walked back into it. Scarlet held it for some reason, but it worked out in the end. I don't know. That's another team gone. Here we go. Dimensional Rift is going to begin this time around. It's going to be the team promise and always in turn. Down goes Complex. Freya is out. The health bar still looking pretty good, but it is a human. Remember, down goes the Nikki. This is what I said. It is a human,
Blaster.
but the problem is, it's Blaster as well. Execution bonus not going to keep Kim Shai alive,
Human
but
though.
it's still a human. The wall goes through. Can they land the shots over onto the Priya? Yes, they can. It's a 1v1 now. The problem is, Blaster has the spotter. There's the pushback.
Oh,
There's
got
the
it.
dashes. Down goes the human. Valiant effort from Yona, but it's just not going to be enough. Blaster, the addition of a lifetime for Team Always Inchan, will bring back a fight that could have ended in disaster.
Yeah, great find from Blaster. They're able to connect all of his shards and able to bring the Yubi down at the very end. They do end up getting that mid-throw for themselves and some call-ins as well. So Team Always Inchan definitely sitting in a pretty good spot for themselves there. Promise, they don't really get the rift there, but they do end up spawning back into a hotel, and there's some free farm, so it's not too bad for the side of Team Promise. There is going to be that tree and that box going to be dropping over here, but Always Inchan actually respawns back into school, and they're going to look for an angle. It looks like Kim Chai is going to be caught out here. They're going to try getting away, Blink, but the Period Uppercut is going to be there to finish the job. And now it's going to be the Priya going to be the last, or the second last member on the team of Team Promise to get themselves on out. The human is just going to be forced to walk away. Gonna try greeting for this box, but I don't think that's a great call. Always Inchan is gonna come up for this, so they will be able to get the box and the Tree of Life. So a huge tempo swing coming for the side of Team Always Inchan. They do have some credits as well. Maybe they could use one of these trees. It looks like it's gonna be 2 Tree of Life. Maybe they could use one of them for a 4-score. And oh yeah, Team, what is going on here? Team Punisher is completely split on day 3 and immediately gets punished. They are just gonna go down, and that's gonna be a -200 for the side of Team Punisher.
Just split for fun. What's going on? It's not the first time that this has happened this weekend at all, right? So many teams just
day
randomly split on day 3. What's going on?
Day 3 split, I think maybe just respawn onto a free, quote-unquote free zone. So usually what happens when we see...
So deep in factory, they should have known.
Yeah, usually what happens when we see like teams, quote-unquote, or teams split is, you know, they die on the day 2 swap, and then they see a quote-unquote free zone, but it's not really free, because there's teams still around, and then they just get caught out, or they're just so much farther away from their teammates, and they try to regroup, but they just get caught out. And maybe that's what happened to Punisher this time. A little unfortunate, because it is going to be a -200 for the side of them. definitely not what they're looking for. As you can see, their items are only sitting on 5 gold, so they're not even that strong for themselves. Devastating loss. Team Milky Way looks like they're making the way back up into gas station here. There is going to be the Omega spawning in school as well. Lumi going to be procced for the side of Team Sparkles. I think being able to get a lot of value off of this, a lot of credits going into that hand of Team Sparkles. Probably going to be saving up for that blood. Looks like they're giving all the credits to Alto.
Actually, every single time I see Wisdom Robes, I keep thinking it's Ghost Bride's dress.
Oh.
Why on earth the team was running Ghost Bride's dress? My eyes are starting to fail me super. It is cooked for me, man. But yeah, Alto is building the Wisdom Robes of that one as we go later on.
Definitely makes sense because it is pretty good on Nadine. Yeah, because Nadine is able to utilize it because usually when they're popping their Wolf Assault, they are full committed and they want that extra movement speed to navigate these team fights. And Team Always Winston might be caught in the middle here. Blast actually going to jump on forward. There's Superior Jump Cut actually going to go on in. Nania's game world is going to go down, but is going to get pushed out. Actually, it was just BTB going to cancel it because you actually can't get CC'd in Nania's game world. But yeah, I think Team Milky Way just opting to concede that team fight as Team Always and Chun were able to get that 4 score for themselves. So great pickup from them. You can see their items as well. They're looking really, really strong.
Absolutely, it's one of the reasons why they're just kind of trying to push the lead that they have as much as possible. At the same time, let's be careful, right? We've seen some teams troll a little bit here and there, no matter how strong they are. We've seen full-on Wick team.
Ooh, that is a Gamma Key card.
Nice combo. Oh, Inori stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Oh,
I don't know about that one, but okay. All right. Let's just call it a day.
Yeah, roundhouse kick. You know, we don't have this. We can just pan the camera over to the hotel. Here's a pretty jump, but a great buffer coming out from the Priya from that ultimate, going to be able to land that CC immunity, but the Nikki's just going to go on in, and I don't think Complete can get on out. The Priya does have the movement speed from their abilities, but it's not going to be enough. There's the glove skill. It is going to be able to get that extra range from that Nikki, and the Priya is going to go down from the side of Team Promise. Always Inchun subbing in Blaster here definitely helped them out. They are getting and they are pushing a lot of points in this game. They are right now, they are in 5th place, so they need a couple more points to get into that top 4 spot, and they should be good to go.
I'm telling you, fear of Team Always Into. Whenever they're in trouble, they sub back in Blaster, and Blaster just solve every single problem Gun has. The exact thing right now. 8.5 points for this team, looking pretty good. Sean actually taking a huge amount of damage from the first quick spin onto 2 traps. It also pop Cataclysm. Forgot that that's the way the quick spin works. It does reflect the skill damage that's built over. Does rock you? Oh, I forget which is the Tonfa that gives Cataclysm. I forget. How about that one? You know.
I think Obsidian GT, right?
Oh, you're right. Yes, it's Obsidian.
Is it that one?
I think you used to have heal. Not heal. Hex fast.
Yeah, I think it is that one, but ooh, yeah, the blood is gonna be bought in for the Nadine here on Sparkles, so they're gonna be looking really, really strong here. They have the Nia as well sitting on full gold. The Alonzo is sitting on a blood helmet. I think they probably got a I think it probably was a flare gun would be my guess, because no blood boxes should be back up just yet. I don't think they would just buy a blood for the Alonzo's headpiece, so it's going to be that Viking helmet for that Alonzo. I think they're calling in some more items here. Gonna try getting the Alonzo a little bit more tanky before this wick line is gonna come up here. There's gonna be three teams here that are probably gonna be contesting for this. Got Milky Way, we got CDAC, and we got Sparkles that are opting to play for this wick line. There's a red box as well in stream if any of these teams do end up wanting to just go there and grab it. Sparkles, I think, definitely want to play for this wick line. You can see the items on this Nia as well, already sitting on 5 gold, and you can see the CDR on the Nia with the new changes, 45%. They're just going to be able to spam all of their abilities whenever they want.
Raw amount of raw HP that Pink right now as well is because he upgraded his arm piece over onto Smash Totem, a ton of HP stacked onto this Alonzo right now. Viking helmet gets so much. The reason why Milky Way not going to risk it. I like this idea. They're just going to back away. They're the ones in first place right now.
Oh wait,
to risk anything, actually go for that.
They're just
play.
pulling the wick, and they're using the Nia's game world to burst it down here. I like this because they know there's another team. They want to make sure they get this quickly And what is the blood going to go into? I think it's going to be the Queen of Hearts to push this Nia CDR even higher. It is. The Nia is going to be, I think, about like 50% CDR. So that is going to be a disgusting amount. I think it's going to be, because I think she was on 48%. But with the Queen of Hearts, yeah, 51% CDR on this Nia. She's basically not going to have any cooldowns here. And yeah, it's going to be a little scary for these teams to deal with. There is going to be a lot of poke damage, but the wick line is on Sparkle, so I'm surprised these teams are fighting here. They are going to use a VLS to get them to safety. They're going to go back down to Cemetery here, and I wonder if they're going to land on the side of Team CDAC. I don't think they're going to make it, so they should be able to get themselves to safety. There is going to be a lot of damage traded over into Promise, but nothing really gonna, or Punisher, but nothing really gonna come out of that.
Sure is fire right now. The positioning for the Marcus was actually running away from the but shouldn't thought process here before. Everybody is out though. A little bit of lower HP on the Marcus is back away and try to get the rest off. CDAC sees that the Wick team Cemetery will get themselves out. So now, for the remainder of this game, I think what you have to do as Team Gangnam Sparkles is, since no one's really going to fight you anyways, just push people out. Do the thing Gangnam Sparkles did best before Fauna left. Got your early game already set, you have 4.5 points. You can just play all the way until the end and go for those final couple of kills to get yourself a decent amount of points to go into the final game. They're in 3rd place right now, they just have to play decent. That might be the of the game. So the members, but from the old roster, they might know the playbook that they used to run with in the past. I would love to see that being what they do, playing the map. But they're in stream right now, gives a position of Cemetery to a different team. They are just like one more safe.
See that taking this corner here. I don't think Team Always Incheon saw them. So they are, ooh, wait, see that gonna rotate around as well. Gonna take this top spot, maybe trying to get themselves out of that CCTV. I don't think the CCTV can see the bottom side either, but maybe just want to reposition a little bit, make sure if these teams do end up checking, they will be safe here. There is the double burger for them. Is going to connect onto 2, but the Echo Desert is going to come down. It's not going to connect onto anyone. Blaster is still going to be alive. The shields coming out from Cenefine are going to be quite big. The third party is going to be here, though. CDAC is going to run straight into the Always Incheon. The double enhanced Q is going to push back the members of CDAC, and it looks like Team Always Incheon is going to be able to get themselves out to safety.
Nikki Rod, there we go.
Oh, they're use another one to go back. I like
in.
this.
They are preferring the back inside Fire Station.
I think they recognize that these other teams aren't that strong compared to them, so they want to take the team fight up here, then take the team fight below where Team Sparkle is. And Team Sparkles, you could see the amount of items they have. They got 3 blood samples, so want to fight the weaker teams first before you opt to fighting the strongest team in the lobby.
They were safe, sandwich position. Ew. Safety gadget use. Teams are using quite a lot of it. It's night number 5. You don't really have that much time to build those points back up. If you run out when the temporary zone's pop, well, we know what's been happening for the past couple of games. Good number of teams left right now too. We start seeing 5 teams in one zone again, we may have ourselves yet another fiesta of a temporary zone. Guys, this is gonna be fun. Milky Way waiting, good check on the recon.
Oh, we have the Q charge come out from Yan, but Yan is just gonna walk away. But yeah, I'm very I'm interested to see how this final zone is gonna devolve again. Are we gonna see just everyone spamming the safety drones, and are we gonna see maybe another 3-team final zone once again? It's been happening so often that yeah, I think these safety drones are just providing these teams with a little too much timer because of how short. It's not really that short, but because of how much timer it's providing. What the Johan just got caught out by the side of Team CDAC, so they're just gonna lose one of their core members to keep them to keep their team alive. But like I was saying, the safety orbs are just providing so much timer for these teams that it's just way too much for the temporary zone to run out in time. And I do like this. They actually make it to Lumi, and they get the res here. They're gonna use the VLS system back. I wonder if they're gonna go down to Cemetery, if they're gonna go back up. They are gonna come back up, and look at how many teams are here. And oh no, they're gonna get caught. No. Okay, they're fine.
But they're
oh, look at the timers. The timers are so bad.
They just used the VLS to get out of there too. Their gadget points are in shambles. Needs to find something. You can see Frost getting a little bit angsty with it. Have control over the temporary zone for now. If they can hold this,
Good, this is
maybe
good. Yeah,
there's
they
a
need to hold it.
world.
They need to hold it here, because if they can hold this zone, they are on the lowest amount of timer. They can hold the zone and then maybe walk away with their safety orbs. It should be pretty good. A lot of teams here, and oh wait, Team Punisher is just gonna send it, but no, they're just gonna walk away. We have a lot of teams. Safety orbs should start to come down very shortly here. There is one for the blue team, one coming out for that team as well. Safety orbs are just going to be used by all these teams to try to stall out. Another one coming out for the side of Team Milky Way. I think another one coming out for the side of Team Promise. These teams are just going to slowly start to stall out, and here comes the team fight on the bottom side here. It is going to be Team Punisher versus the side of Team Promise. The Priya is going to go down, and they're going to find Sword as well. Sword is getting chunked down. Kimshai is just going to be able to just get on in there, and they're going to get a lot of timer back from getting these kills, and maybe now they can start using the gadgets to get themselves more timer again. Oh, the timers are going to be, safety orbs are going to be used. Now it's going to be Team Always Incheon that is able to hold the zone here.
C-Dak is out.
Always Incheon. They're just going to fight Team C-Dak with the third party.
Wait, no, they don't get
it. The timers, they don't get the kills. Shauna's not gonna have time, he's gonna explode here. Well, it looks like they actually just go down on a clean 3-0 anyways. The timers didn't even matter, but there's the other team coming in now. It is gonna be Team Milky Way fighting the side of Team Promise. Gonna get a lot of damage and a lot of knocks coming out for both teams. Wait a second, a clean wipe for Team Milky Way. Dion needs to get out, but they're not gonna be able to get out in time here. The Felix is going to try to jump back in, trying to get enough damage, but the sustain is just way too much from the side of Team Always Incheon. I mean, the Nia can live.
Don't do
Nia can live.
Run. Get out of there. No.
No. It's going to be a clean. It's going to be a clean 3v3.
Why did he even +1? You know what I mean? If he didn't +1, I would have respected it a little bit more, but BTB, you know.
And he could have got out and yeah, they could have got out and been an agent for one of the two teams. That would have been kind of funny again.
It's a Dia. If you close down an area where two teams are fighting, well, that game world.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, you could game world 6 people.
Win.
You know, you could.
Oh. Alright, well, we are down to our final two. Always Incheon, they need this game. Gyeongdong Sparkles, this is just more of a game to secure their spot in the top 4. But Always Incheon, they need to bring something back with this. They're sitting on 21.5, looking for 27.5 at the minimum. Gyeongdong Sparkle would also appreciate the 17.5 minimum amount of points they can get from this game. Will the fight transpire though? The drone is closing in. This one's going to move, by the way, to the left. There's not enough space on the right side for the drone to start moving, unless it wants to start bouncing back. Garden reverse for Kyungkwae. The shield counts are absolutely insane. There's still a lot of time that can be bought here. Peng still not pulling the trigger. The Nikki is going to go in. There's the game roll coming out.
Backline to get a lot of damage.
Can they get it? +1 has been activated over onto the Nia. They get the kill. Down goes Scarlet.
Oh, that's a close
the last one alive too. They're trying to do the damage, but the Wolf is not alive. Look at the health bars on Always Incheon. It doesn't matter. They will live 27.5 points for Always Incheon. Blaster saves the day.
That was so clean from Blaster. I don't know if you saw, but Blaster was able to get the totem off at the perfect time from all the burst damage from Nia with the Nia's game world, and then was just able to just finish off Nia with the Paradiso, and was able to weave in and out as well. Got some extra damage and was able to get themselves to safety with the Nadine diving on in. So Blaster just playing so well and so perfectly in that final team fight, just winning out his team that entire fight there.
I think Pang waited a little bit too long for him to find that optimal initiation. To be fair, all he had to do is be a wall, but the the problem of being a wall is that sometimes people will get past you. Things like the Nikki, if things like the Tazia starts getting past you and damage to your backliner, well, what were you really all? It's one of the problems when you're playing Eternal Return. As a frontliner, you're always waiting for that optimal initiation. But if that never comes and you're kind of sitting there eating a lot of damage, you're not going to be at an advantage regardless of whether or not you find that optimal initiation. It might have been too late at that point. Good fight from Team Always Incheon. They're going to bounce back from a pretty rough start to the series that they had. 8 points with 20 26.5, I think it was that I said, maybe 27.5. They're going to bounce all the way up into the top of the.
Yeah. Great game from Team Always in Shun, and that is exactly what they needed. I think that was like a 26-point game, so I think I think they should be secured now.
Perfect. Well, let's not call it that far. Just all right. Let's take a look at the leaderboard first, and then we can talk about it. I'm pretty confident you're right, but I don't want to call it. Let's see where we are. Milky Way with 53, still holding in first place, and I definitely they deserve it. Has been so consistent with that Yan and the Felix. They're going to have another Nia game to round out the series. Don't expect this team to drop any further. Always in turn 45.5, 39-4 team CDAC, and Youngno Sparkle sitting at 35.5. Promise at 30. Okay. 15.5 points is a bit of a stretch, but hey, we had
it is a
daydream
little.
happen.
Yeah, it is. It is a little much, but I mean, Punisher can have one of those 26-point games, like Team Always Incheon just had it, and if they can get there, maybe even Team Hipster can get there as well into that fourth place spot.
Exactly. A lot of variables still in play. Just because you're doing pretty good doesn't mean that it is over until the finishing line has been crossed. One more game left to determine the fates of these 8 teams. The ones in the top 4 are relatively comfortable, especially Milky Way. Man, oh man, oh man. Did you expect this team to be the one ransacking lobbies after what we saw from them in the group stages? I genuinely did think it was going to be the case, but I don't know what happened between Felix and the Yan. They are coordinating so well with the Nia. As soon as somebody goes in, Nia World immediately up as well. The comms are there.
Yeah, I think they're just on their A game today. The Yon getting that knock up, or that Felix getting that knock up, and then the instant follow up coming out from the Nia, and the damage is just way too much. I think just the damage, the burst damage from Nia already was really good, right? With the Nia's game world into the knock up into some point sinks to instantly proc the Nia's game world, but with the again with the CDR changes, that Nia is just able to stack instantly on base build. I think about like 40%, and then once she gets to her transitions, somewhere around 45 to 50% CDR, just makes the character like 10 times better.
Yeah, I think the surprise factor, by the way, for their composition enables it to have a lot more potential even further down the road. So if Milky Way next week, they're probably going to make it through today. I don't want to obviously confirm it just because we never know until the finishing line is crossed. But if Milky Way is able to continue showing us performances of this level next week at knockout stage 3 or 4, I'm actually willing to give them a really good chance of making it all the way until the end. Some of these teams that are starting to make rosters, maybe come into the ERM scene as a fresh new team, one of the things they tend to lack is that oomph factor to try make this composition that worked in the first stages of knockouts towards the end of them. But you've seen the Yan just jump in. The Nia is there to combo in. Felix always seems to be in sync with it as well. Those factors are going to match when they start going into better and better teams the further we go into knockout stages. They just need to keep playing like this, and knockout stage 3-4 will be the real test to see if they up to it.
100%. We always see, some of these teams have a really good run, have a dominant run, but once you get to the later stages of the knockout stages, or even the finals, is when they start struggling, because some of these top teams maybe they already know how to play around these team comps, or they're playing their front to back, a lot better than some of these other teams.
But it falls flat eventually, but if you can hold your own, that's when the real true testament and the real legacy starts to be. That's one of the reasons my team's Cider was able so many fans for them. Like Daydream also during season 7 was able to find a lot of fans as well. Niche mechanics, the niche unique styles of gameplay that these are able to provide, get fans out of it. You can see Milky Way being that new generation in season 8, that one team that has so much hype behind them because of how they play. I'll be with them all the way. This is a fun comp to watch.
Hey, I would love to see another golden run, another team making it all the way from knockout stage 1 to the finals. Maybe we'll see it again this season.
A couple teams that are lined up and ready to do that, right? I think Wizington still in a contest for getting on into stage. Same for Team Milky Way. Well, middle of the pack seems a little bit finicky, but you never know what's going to happen. Some of the teams, of course, the bottom 4 could still move up. Not going to be a hopeless run. How a couple very, very different. I believe number 4 is about to be underway. Have any bans? I think it was the Priya, and that was it, right?
Yes.
So this is gonna be a little rough for some teams. I think the Priya has been way too valuable for some of these guys. The moment we don't see that Priya starting to come through, guys struggle up. Especially Team Promise. That's one
Yeah.
that I've noticed.
I mean, Priya is just, once again, such a versatile character. Has almost all you really want, in a, magic damage dealer, right? But now Priya's being banned. We're gonna have to see what these teams end up swapping to. We do have
no.
Punisher pulling out the Jackie.
No. Okay.
This time it's Punisher pulling out the Jackie. It was Team Milky Way the last time with the Suwa, Jackie. But it's gonna be another player. It's gonna be Anori gonna be sitting on that Jackie. You have Complex swapping over to the Alex and always Inchan.
Yeah.
I think they're having fun here.
I'm hoping they don't pull a Daydream. It's actually kind of risky to run this. If Kyungkway messes up a little bit, there is no out for this team.
Yeah,
Boy,
they're this all
Abigail
dive.
gets
They are full dive here. They got Abigail, Kiara, and Ekian. They're looking for those backline kills. They're looking to maybe kill that Nia, kill that Nadine, maybe that Isoul. They just want to make sure they kill these priority targets and hope that they could win out the team fight right after. Because once those damage dealers end up going down, there is a lot less threats on the board.
I know Team Always Intern is one of those that tends to have a lot more fun with ERM than some of the other rosters. You have been there for a few seasons now, playing the exact same composition pretty much every season, and get bored. I do appreciate them running a comp like this, although...
I think they're already secured, so they're playing one of their, off, or one of their... I wouldn't say they probably don't know how to play this team comp, because I'm guessing maybe they've played this team comp in the National League, but I think they're just playing one of their, I would say, weaker team comps compared to, what they would usually play, which is either with that Shoichi or that Kazuya.
This is a very scary comp. If they get the snowball potential, you know how Abigail is when she snowballs, you know how Ekion is when she snowballs. You know how Kiara is right now, especially in Season 8 when she's able to snowball. This ain't no tank Kiara. We don't have anything like that in this one. Full-blown imp Kiara. She's running down with that totem just in case. Stasis for a little bit. All the meanwhile, the Abigail and the Ekion is down. The fun comp that I do want to see succeed, but this has to be the game where Always in Turn doesn't pull a Daydream, right? That can always happen.
That is true.
That always happens.
They only have a 15-point lead, so they're technically not guaranteed. But I mean, it's Team Always Inchan. These players can probably get a couple kills here and there, and that is all they're gonna be. That is all that they're gonna need to qualify into this top four spot.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game for the weekend is now underway. Round number 4. After this, we know which 4 teams are gonna be on. Whew, Milky Way, I want to see more of this team. Always Inchan, I always want to see more of that team. It's another team that you're looking forward to if they can get out to. See, it's more of an evolution of how this team decides to.
I would say Team Promise. I mean, they are running this unique dial-in pick, so I do hope that they could have maybe a pop-off game here. But I'm not going to be too biased, as they are a team that is in 5th place, so they need a couple more points, and they need to just get enough to get into that top 4 spot.
Oh no, you say you don't want to be too biased, but I heard a little bit of that yesterday. I did give it to you. Right, I did give it to you. You said you were cheering for that team, and I know how much you like one of the players, so I'll give you those ones. As a co-caster, I give my moments to some of my friends. Oh, nice play. Yo, he just playing with fire, but complete. Oh, what?
The Yumin, dropping an ultimate there. Maybe trying to get some extra damage. Oh yeah, that is actually his team. They are gonna jump back in, and they're gonna be able to get nice 2 kills.
Dead drop.
Nice, as Sword ends up going down there, so they actually do end up getting the kill eventually. Alto, unfortunately, getting caught on the bottom side there, and does know how to alt-click, so will be able to get themselves to safety. They will And the Dylin is gonna go down here, but
I've seen him do this
the
before.
human. Oh, no. Not gonna have enough cooldowns this early into the game, so they will end up falling. The Yon is gonna go. Oh, ooh, is gonna get a nice roundhouse kick onto the Kiara into the wall there, and will be able to get the stun. But the movement speed coming out from the Kiara is gonna be enough. No, they are gonna go down. Alonzo is gonna go down on the other side. So many kills going to different teams here, as it's just team fighting non-stop. Another kill going this time to the side of CDAC, and Alto is gonna get caught out from the Alex. The ultimate is gonna go down to isolate them. Is just gonna get some auto attacks down, and they will end up falling. Nia's Game World is gonna be used, and it's not gonna get anyone. And now Scarlet is gonna be on the back foot here. It is gonna slowly back away.
That is absolutely wild. Everyone is just full sending their entire kit trying to kill one extra player, because these half points are going to matter in the long run, right? Especially considering it's the last game, you want to get as many kills as possible. But it scares me a little bit, the amount of util that's being spent. Here we go, ult sent out by Seraphine. They just want to try finding one kill. Complex sitting behind saying, guys, wait, I want in on this too. Let me get the kills. Oh no, oh my god, he steals the kill. He steals the kill. He gets it with the, I think that was the recognition signal. Seraphine in shambles. Can you turn it around? Quick spin for the Dimensional Queen.
Oh no.
It's so good. Complex. Okay.
Is able to get another kill. That is 3 points already for the side of Promise, and that is exactly what they are looking for. They need to get a couple more points to get into that top 4 spot. Order is going to walk down here. They do end up seeing the team CDAC. I don't know if they want to take this fight. Lumi is going to get stopped by Peng, but Peng going to use that White Lily to get themselves to safety.
Yep. Okay, are we finally going to have ourselves a little bit of a lull period for the first time in this entire series in night 1? Okay, let's back away. Or disappear. Oh, never mind.
Inori, no, Kimshai. Oh, Kimshai gonna get locked down here. Is gonna trade.
Explodes.
1-for-1. Inori's here though. Good parry on the ultimate, and I think they should be able to get this kill. Is gonna blink on forward. Is gonna get the reset as well, jumping on into this Alex. But Alex is gonna get a taunt. But oh, the ultimate reset is just gonna instantly kill the Alex, and they're gonna get a lot of stain back up as well. And oh my god, the Nia Gabriel is gonna completely obliterate 2 frontliners on the side of Team Order, and the Lenny is gonna go down, and that is gonna be a clean break coming for the side of Team Milky Way.
Alright, you know what? 2 satisfying fights in a row, not that bad. We got one where Jackie was able to just heal up Infinite, and then another one where it was the bouncy house all over Team Order. Really unfortunate. Another situation where they're just lacking DPS to knock down something like a Felix and a Yan over the course of a fight. A split for the Tia. She is completely isolated with the Femtex on top of her. No way she's going to be able to get away. I don't know about that. Yeah, let's get out of there, Renor. You do not want to stay any longer.
I like the idea of the Tia going down to try to let their teammates get the meteorite, but unfortunately, there was another team, and it was going to be Sparkle's going to be there to contest, so a little unfortunate for the side of Punisher. They're not going to be able to get that meteorite, and actually, it looks like they get a meteorite off the Wolf anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Somebody in chat is a little bit confused about how it works. If any of your teammates died in Phase 1, then even if all of the rest of them die in Phase 2, it's all good. Wake activated, sitting in the middle of everybody is going to be the Kiara. I really like that last judgment usage, but the rest of the team just isn't there. Look at the health bars though, they're finally starting to drop. The blink on out, but it doesn't matter because Sylvia is on the chase. Nice 1-for-1 trade in between the 2 teams, and that is just going to be it. Nice play from Raheem, by the way, to use the last judgment to get out of the initial game world combination from the that invulnerability does set you up to buy yourself a few seconds of time. It's one of the 4 reasons why Tank Kiara back in the day, solos and things like that, was really good. It was used to dodge skills a lot of times.
Yeah, great last judgment to get them out to safely. I think we are just seeing, all the Kiaras that are coming out. Kiara's just using it as a gap closer now. Not even using it to execute anymore. I don't think we've ever seen a reset coming out from any of these Kiaras, but I mean, wanting to keep your Plague alive is definitely valid, because it does give you quite a bit of extra HP, effective HP, and it does do a lot of damage. The Yan is getting focused down and is just going to go down to this Ekion and this Alina. The damage is actually going to be pretty good for the side of Team Order. I'm actually surprised at how much burst damage they're doing, but you know, when everyone is targeting you, when you're getting hit by 3 people, it is going to be a lot there. And oh, Scarlet gonna get Sword. Unfortunately, Sword tried to go into that corner on the edge, but the little point sinks still have a big circle, so the AoE is just going to connect onto that Subami, and the Subami is going to go down.
Tough. Killing those particles on top of the couple kills that they picked up. We'll go into the rift and get it for free. No team to contest this whatsoever. Free objectives going their way. Same thing for Team Promise as well. They were going to go into the other rift. That one up. Now that I think about it as well, do you know the preconditions, or if there are any? You know, like the unstable rifts that let you jump into it, and did they remove that or something? 2.1? I thought that was a thing.
I think it's still. I think it's still there, but I think it's just at a certain time. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't seen any of them around the map. Is it that we're just really unlucky, or what's going on?
I'm not sure actually. Oh, looks like Sword is going to engage on by the Isaac, but the Isaac is getting chunked down. The Subami is a monster in these 1v1s. It's really hard for them to fight, but oh. Yeah, it looks like they are going to get baited back in, and they are just going to go back. They are just going to go down here. Felix is going to try to find an angle. Not going to be able to find anything. The Yon is going to get tagged up by the ultimate from the Alex. Here comes the Nunchaku skill's not going to connect. There's the Nia's Game World. It's going to connect onto the Human, and the Human's going to get comboed by that roundhouse kick, and they will end up going down. Kimshai going to use their ultimate to get themselves to safety with that White Lily, and they should be able to get themselves on to out to safety. So Promise unfortunately gonna lose a member, but they are still all gonna be alive here. And oh, there's a lot of damage coming to the side of Team Punisher. Tia already getting taken down, and now it's just going to be this Isaac. Is this Isaac? Oh no, it's Isaac, and the Johan is gonna be alive. And now we're gonna try looking for an angle back in, but the White Lily is gonna be able to get Sadak out to safety.
I still continues on the north side of the map. Kiara versus Kiara Terrorist. I don't know if that was a word that I should have used. Terrorism, I was going to say. Unfortunately, one of them is still going to fall. Hipster going to lose out on Ryan, but that was a night number 2 death. Everybody is going to come back. Starting from now, though, this is where the real problem starts to happen. Number 4, that means any minus 200 credits, not going to be in favor. See that Trust, once again, doing a good bait and switch, going in and then out. Bait out a couple of skills. Parry is gone from Inori. There's back away from this. There's a single front line, by the way, on the Jackie. He needs to be real careful with that one.
Uh-oh, BTB is caught here.
Why?
That is going to be a minus 200 for Milky Way. Oh, it's going to get a lot of damage, but obviously not going to be enough. But yeah, I mean, day 3, once again, there's, I don't know why these players are being split up from their team. It's going to be an early minus 200 for the side team Milky Way. That is not, I mean, Milky Way is already secured. I mean, Milky Way is basically already secured, but definitely not a mistake you want to be making in these type of games.
I can't tell. Somebody in chat actually makes a good point. There is a White Lily towards where the spawn in forest. Maybe it wasn't a little but still, not the way you want to go. I'll give them the benefit of it. Now, why is Marlon? Okay, all right.
Trying to risk here, because I don't think. Oh yeah, they could have just dropped the kiosk, and is that exactly what they're gonna do? So Nia is gonna be back up, and Team Hipster, they want to take the seat fight. You can see the item difference. Hipster is pretty strong, and I think that means Milky Way, they don't want to take the fight here. They see the items on that Sylvia, on that Lian, already sitting on 4 and 3 apiece, so just gonna slowly back on out of there. Well, like Sparkles, they want to look for this team fight. I think they know they're also a lot stronger. Alt already sitting on 5 gold here, so they are so much stronger than the side of Team Punisher. Gonna slowly walk down. Nia's Game World is gonna be invested, but it's nothing is going to connect. A great blink there from the Tia to get themselves to safety. Do have the safety orb going to be used on Punisher, but a great blink on forward is going to connect, and the pull is going to connect onto Kimshai, but the instant blink away, and the Striking Tiger is going to get themselves on out of there.
One of the rare cases where we actually see Kimshai this series and this, and quite frankly, that Striking Tiger as an escape tool. We've actually seen it offensive more so than not. Jackie parries in towards it. He's gonna have to both use the blink and the pair and the jump to get on out of there. But
so
now this
well. Oh yeah.
Okay, that's something that lands. Yeah, might be
You
in
should be dead
trouble.
here.
Movement speed bonuses. That Semtex is going to pop eventually, and another team comes in.
Oh, no.
There is nothing left on the side of Team
but the
Punisher.
Sion's
Down
a
they
little too
go,
far in.
but Rachan completely isolated. That quick spin wasn't what you wanted to do.
Oh, no.
I see why you did it, but it was the wrong choice, Rachan. 2 members falling down, and another third party coming in as Gangnam Sparkles decides to join the party. CDC Trust in a little bit of trouble, but the ultimate
jumps
the
over
hand
the
of the
knee.
law is going to come down and get him out of there.
He jumps over the Neo's Game World. Trust is playing perfectly in these team fights. I mean, had the perfect pull, and oh, look at the side of Team. Oh no, Team Order. Or no, Team Order is actually just completely dominating Team Hipster here. Great freeze, and the damage coming out from Order. Again, it's these 2 tanks, but there's just so much burn damage, and once they're both targeting the right target, it's just so much damage, so much AoE damage coming out to just kill these members of the side of Team Hipster. Lian gonna fall, Sylvia gonna fall, and now it is going to be up to Sylvia to get their teammates back into this game, or that is going to be it for their tournament run here. They are in 7th place, only 17 points, so it's going to be a little hard for them to get back into it, but they need to get the res and they need to look for these kills.
Fight rough, looking quite rough. Another fight on the northern side. Rachan stuck in the middle of everybody,
Oh,
but is still
executed.
in favor of their own
Wait.
Mia's game world. But BTB is dead. They do not have the damage to finish it, as Marlon decided to just completely dip. Nice call out, as they are going to keep their lives intact. Oh no, Minjae falling down as well. Akian taken down to Lassie, the last one alive on the team all of a sudden. They do have the credits to get the res and will do so. Coming in from stream. How much utility did they just invest in on this fight? They see the Kiara, they do now. They know there's a team right around here. There's the Leon coming in. They do not have the damage to kill Leon with this composition, by the way. They need to leave, but the Claw grabs 2.
Oh, it's
and
so
pulls it
much
through.
AoE.
The AoE is insane. It's not happening. Down goes 2 again, minus 800 in a blink of an eye, but they don't even have the credits to recover
Oh, no.
Order. I think that's going to be the tournament run for those guys. 9.5 they walked in. They're sitting on 15.5. That might honestly be with them getting chased down by
it's
Team
just...
Gangnam Sparkles. Reload and a hop over the wall, but how much longer can you even keep yourself alive with this?
It's just so much sustain and healing coming out for the side of Team Hipster. It's Kiara and Lian, 2 characters that just have so much lifesteal from the enemy when they're hitting 2 or 3 people. And the side of Team Order, they're on those 2 tanky frontliners, so it's just free reign for them to get all their HP back, and it's really hard for them to find an angle onto this Lian. So a little unfortunate for Order, but the res might be coming through. But oh, I like this play from Milky Way. They're gonna let them res? No, they're just gonna, looks like they're just gonna kill him.
Pretty rough. Okay, well. Day number 4 about to turn into night. The entirety of Cemetery is closed, but Talasi does not really want to walk up to Wickle line is spawning, because you know there's going to be team.
But there's an Alex coming down.
I just have to wait out for the pink. Here, there's one that goes away. He sees it. He's just waiting for the timer. He can't walk into the center anymore, but they're walking
can't go
down.
back.
The rift is there too.
Oh.
They jump for it, but the call is bad. They're going in. They're going in.
Oh my god, he's in.
Look at the res. What?
He makes the rift. He makes the rift. That was so big brain coming out from the Lenny there, and I think this is free, so all their teammates are back in. Oh, it's a team fight. It's going to be Punisher. They have to win this one out here. Punisher is also still in contention here. They look for an angle in. They're going to get the freeze. They should be able to just instantly kill Sword. Sword actually blinks away. He's still alive. If Sword can sustain here, but Inori's actually just getting chunked down, and that is going to be it. Wait, can the Tia get some value off here? No, it's not going to be enough. Sword ends up going down. And the Tia isn't going to be able to win this 1v3, and that is going to be Team Punisher wiped out in the Rift here. And that's going to be it for their tournament run. They will be sitting in the bottom 4 spots here. Sylvia is going to find an angle onto the backliner here. He's going to get a lot of damage onto this human, but the human is going to go down. The Sylvia is going to find some value, but the 2 members of Team Hipster does end up falling there. I don't know if the ultimates were used.
Complex is completely outplaying G1 there as well. That means Team Promise going to pick up a couple extra kills for themselves and keep themselves also, by the way, in contest for the top 4. Gangnam Sparkles sitting at 40.5 and Promise sitting at 39. It is very close. Are any out right now by any chance? So still have Team CDAC in. They're sitting at, I think that's so they are on 47. Boys in not doing that bad themselves either. Okay, so it's all just down to Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. If Gyeongnam Sparkles can stay alive, Promise doesn't really have dreams to continue this run. Need to somehow
Promise is
knock down
getting
a few
chase down by Order as well. I think Order, they know they need some points here. I don't even know. I don't think they could even get there, but I mean, why not? They can maybe stop these other teams from getting on in here. A lot of damage. The Ekion going in, but the safety orbs are going to be used for the side of Team Promise to get themselves to safety, and nothing really going to come out of that.
Promise, it's all on you guys. I want to continue seeing this top, man. I really want to see it succeed in Knockout Stage 3, Knockout Stage 4, as long as they go. But the time for them is starting to run out. Unless this happens, why were two people standing right on top of the drop spot? That's a lot of stun timers, and the third party from the backside, Promise, in a little bit of trouble. Down goes the human. Yeah, he is going to die. This is now starting to become a lot more rough. There's a Nia on the other side too. Milky Way is there, and the White Lily taken on the wrong side for Kim Shai. And they maybe look for the Lumi. It's going to start walking down over towards the western side of the map. They need to catch it, but Complex is about to die too. I don't think they have time. It's going to loop back down around school. No, he's dead. No. They have the time to get the res. They just need to wait somehow. It's going to loop back down to where school is. Kim Shai is starting to run around there, trying to clear vision as much as possible. But there's teams waiting around. If this thing starts zooming past, the island doesn't have time to deal with it.
A -1 is devastating as well for the side of Team Promise. I think they're caught. Look at the damage coming out from this Nia, already getting choked down multi-way, and that is going to be it for Promise. They're going to go out, and I think we have our top 4 already guaranteed here. But oh, Nia does end up catching the other Nia and the Felix as well. Nia's going to go down from Milky Way. The Felix is going to get caught as well from 2 different teams. It's going to be Order catching the Felix on this side here. And oh, wait a second, Sparkles might be getting caught on a third party, but looks like they are going to be okay. Peng is just going to slowly back on out of there. And yeah, it is going to be Yan from Milky Way going to be forced to use a VLS. You could see the credit counts. They're not going to be able to get their credits back in. As always, Incheon is going to come down and probably secure this kill and secure the zone as well.
And Team Order is the one holding. Everybody else, every other team outside of Team Order that's alive are all already part of the top 4. Why now? You know what I mean? For Team Order, they're just popping off at the wrong place at the wrong time. Rachan gets a punch off. His position is notified of, but we'll just use Petragon to get the cooldown reduction on Bob and Weave, get himself on.
Yeah, it was Lumi, but not enough credits to get the teammates up, so it's a little unfortunate. Do have the shield already breaking from Alonso from the bomb. Another bomb is going to connect, so maybe they can look for something on this route here, but I don't think they can really find anything. I don't think Yasuo wants to walk up. The Yasuo gets caught by the knockup here. They are just going to get one shot. Good dodge out on the sink there. A lot of damage. Going to be, ooh, good dash away from that knockup. It's all coming down. I think it's all just going to come down to the ISOL just having to play well and dodge out on these Nia skills, but just one little mistake. You think the Isaac as well can just get caught here.
By the way, I don't think there's a chance, a possibility at all. Order can make it. If they want to go for it, if they somehow want to even remotely have a chance, I haven't done the math yet, but Gyeongnam Sparkle needs to fall down first. But does Team Order even know about that, right? I think they're just playing their own game at this point. They're high off of the off of the feeling they had when the Rift clutch came in from Tilasi. I don't know if they're paying attention to anything other than just wanting to play the game at this point. Gyeongnam Sparkles has to be the primary focus though for Team Order. Standing on the right side of Fire Station for now. They are using up all of their points on gadgets, trying to keep themselves in. We'll have to start moving in very soon. Gyeongnam Sparkles has the clear advantage when it comes to it right now, but they're also about to get sandwiched, also in a really awkward spot. Squirrel Monkey Wire is going to come out to keep themselves in. His game rolled too, but Anger gets taken down first. Look at their timer, it's just not good. And I think with that, that should genuinely confirm it.
They need to get these kills quick before Team Sparkles comes back. They are going to get the explosions. 1 and 2, but Nia is going to come back. It's going to come down to our a 3v3 here. Sparkles versus Team Order. They do use a safety orb back in, and they do get the
Oh
point
no,
onto
the
Lenny here.
Lenny's got found out.
Nia isn't going to get some. They're going to get a lot of damage, and
No.
the Lenny is going to go down. Both the frontliners are trying to get Alto, but Alto is just has the perfect recognition. They're just gonna walk away, and I don't think they have enough timer here to deal enough damage in time. They're gonna try getting onto the Lenny, but the Lenny is gonna use the ultimate to get that CC immunity, and it's not gonna be enough. The 1-up is gonna come in, and they're gonna be able to keep themselves alive. You see how many abilities like Nia is spamming in this ultimate? It's because of this 50% CDR.
And the
It
plus
is
ones
so
there, the
fast.
healing drones there from Pang, dude. You killing that? God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the 50% CDR with like the one ping. Like these queues are coming down so fast.
Alright, information drone being used by Team Always Incheon. They have full information on what Gyeongnam Sparkles is looking like now. It doesn't even cost that many gadget points, so it's all okay and handy. Drone position is very much in favor of Always Incheon. Kyungkwae just holding on the outside, but that is yet another Nia that they're gonna have to deal with. Yeah, this Ekion's taking quite a little bit of damage right now. No real pressure that he's gained whatsoever either. He's gonna, I think, have to take the jump pad over. Kyungkwae just goes in, but he's by himself. He's all the way on the backside. There's just no support, but he's still staying alive.
He's getting a lot of value. Wait, the Nia's gonna die.
Absolutely
Nia's dead.
useless. It doesn't do anything. Explosion shot pushes
Alto.
Ekiar over to the backside, but this is a ADC versus an Ekion. He
Oh
can't
my
do
god, Ekion
anything
can't die. Ekion's not
about
dead.
it. Alto
No,
is
no.
just dead. Cenophine's holding Pang, and that's gonna do it. Always Incheon with Blaster on toe takes 2 games in a row. I think there's a certain common pattern, my friend. GG's called out Always Incheon 2 games to finish out the series, 17 points to punch their ticket into Knockout Stage 3. Congratulations with the 4-fun composition. That was awesome to watch.
Great dive in there coming out from Always Incheon. Just, I mean, Youngwei just getting on in there on the Ekion, just able to live for so long with that force field and dodging out on the Nia at the very end. The Nia's game world just able to dash on behind. And then the Kiara was just able to just use their ultimate, get as much damage on that Nia, finish the Nia off. And then the 1v1 between ADC and Ekion, a tale as old as time. Ekion just not going to be able to, just not taking any damage and just able to finish off the job there.
I am amazed that he stayed alive for as long as he did because he was completely isolated. Usually it's those kind of situations where Ekion's can get bursted down, but Alto wasn't in position to punish it. That was the problem. He had to actually end up using the monkey wire to get in towards the Ekion, and that's time that it takes for him to be pumping damage. Ekion could have been killed. I genuinely think he could have been if they prioritized Ekion further in, but instead of taking the jump pad, he decides to jump back in. Did you see how far the rest of Team Always Incheon was? My god, Kyungkwae is an absolute beast.
Yeah. Youngwei just navigating that fight perfectly, dodging out on a lot of the damage from that Nia, because the Nia is what's needed to kill this Ekion, or I guess all their damage is needed to kill this tank Ekion, but it just wasn't enough. And then once they go down, once the Nia goes down, it sort of lights out from there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the really cool things about Force Field as well, is because it scales off of max HP bonus, right? Bonus max HP. And all the items that Ekion builds nowadays have a crap ton of max HP builds. The only optimization I think from it is probably your arm piece. Go Smash Totem right now just for the additional survivability in the fights, as well as the additional kind of threats. The bonus damage that comes out of that thing is quite a lot, especially against targets. You could swap that out for something like a Solar System miniature. I've actually seen that a couple of times on something like the Black Mamba King. But on Sidewinder, you do want to run that Smash Totem. Outside of that, it's all as much max HP as you can. That force field value is insane. It's still like pretty sure 100% max bonus max HP killing by level 2. And you get the bonus effect of it, of having extra from compared to level 1. And the bonus movement speed, I think, still exists when you have the shield up. So yeah, running away from a Sidewinder when that thing is online as a backliner, it's not that fun.
Yeah, the Ekion could just, sort of walk at you. You just don't do enough damage, and then you get hit by, the reflect. I think they were on the dwarf helmet and stuff as well. So it's just kind of rough. As the Dean at the very end there, and then the Alonzo. can help all they can to help peel, but the Abigail was there as well to finish. If the Alonso did end up going on the Ekion, the Abigail just would have been able to finish the job there.
There's a certain limit what your frontliner can do for you, especially if the attention is split. I don't know how Kyungpui found that angle, but that is in my player for you. He just finds a way. Life finds a way. Super. Guys, that was the last game that we had for this weekend. What a great way to finish it out. Always Incheon with the substitution from Luminal over onto Blaster, the savior for that team, as always. Because of that, we actually have a tie between Team Always Incheon and Milky Way, but the tiebreaker is won by Milky Way thanks to the total KS they had in comparison to prior. 3 additional KS means, or kill score, KS makes it look a little bit different, but 3 additional kill score means bona fide first place for Team Milky Way. It doesn't really matter because it's stages, but congratulations to them. Alongside those 2 teams, Gyeongnam Sparkle and CDAC will be our 2 teams moving on. Unfortunately, everybody else not going to be moving on any further. Promise just barely missing out on that qualifier as well. But a great run from our top 4 teams. Cannot wait to see them next week.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Promise, Order, Punisher, and Hipster. We won't be seeing them back here tomorrow, but they already have the graphic for us, and we will be able to see Knockout Stage 3 with all the teams coming in for tomorrow. It is, or sorry, not tomorrow, but next week. It is going to be on Friday at 6 a.m. EST, so it's going to be 2 hours earlier, or sorry, 2 hours later. So make sure you guys remember that if you guys do want to come out for the next couple knockout stages, it'll be Knockout Stage 3 and 4. That's going to be Team Odyssey, New Rise Gangwon, Big Game Hunter, and Modern that are going to be joining our top 4 teams that we had for today for Knockout Stage 2.
So 2 hours early. Started today for 4 hours. Didn't exactly give you most optimal use of your time, but regardless, yep, that is the way that knockout brackets are going to look like starting from next week. A pretty stacked lobby for next week as well. I mean, Odyssey, New Rise Gangwon, Big Game Hunter, and Modern, all 4 teams are pretty solid, but just got a little bit lucky here and there during the. That is that. Continuing on to some events, we saw this yesterday as well, but for those of you guys who want to continue seeing it, is the 2nd anniversary of Eternal Return official release, which means there is a code out there. Well, grab that emote, by the way. It's a really cute song with Doctor. Oh.
And there is the season pack. Make sure you guys get it. The Subame skin is part of the season pack, and it's exclusive for buying the season pack. So if you want to get that skin, make sure you buy it. It is 55% off, and it will slowly start to increase the later the season goes on, is usually how it is. So make sure you guys buy it now if you want the biggest discount possible.
I can't wait for the future skins to come out. I feel like they just keep getting better with it. But there is a part of me, Nimble Neuron, don't take this to heart. Splash art better than the in-game models. I'll be real with ya. These splash arts nowadays just hit different. I talked about this yesterday too, but some of the people, the artists that they commission or ask for requests on utilizing their artistic skills in order to get skins. Even the comics right now nowadays, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that is usually how it always is. You know, like the splash art is always, I think, going to be better just because, you know, it can, yeah, because the splash art, it can be more detailed, right? Because it is just, you know, a 2D picture than, you know, an in-game model that has to be in 3D. So I always love to see, you know, the splash arts coming out. They always look amazing, and, you know, I think Nimble Neuron always does a fantastic job. Do have some other events here, but I think these are all on the KR side. We have the SNS.
No, the SNS event for Shui Lane.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just always forget to do it. Talked about that yesterday. I should probably start picking up on that because I do know some of the artists that are working on the SNS events. Yeah, I just get and then forget to post because social media is not exactly my cup of tea. But another thing here as well, the summer boxes, we can also grab some of the other skins from the shop. The revamped beach volleyball skin for Nikki well coming back, right?
Yeah.
Yay, it is back in. The splash art looks absolutely amazing. Last but not least, supporting your favorite. Guys, that is going to be it for us today. Thank you once again so much for joining us this weekend for Eternal Return Masters. Coming back one more time.
We do have one more announcement. If you guys haven't seen the post, haven't seen the post as well. Oh well, there is a code for you guys.
Yeah,
I
think we're
think
talking about
for
this, my bad.
today. It is going to be 0727. So I will type in the chat for you guys. Make sure you guys redeem this. But there is going to be the professors for Shuling that is going to be happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I will be doing that. So if you guys are interested on how to play the character, or just want to know, some tips and tricks on just the game in general, feel free to come. Ask some questions. I'll be there. And yeah, I mean, it was a great weekend, Chuvi. I'm excited to I'm definitely excited for the next weekend for some more Eternal Return Masters.
Absolutely. Tell your friends, everybody. The competitive season has begun for Eternal Return all across the globe. Thank you so much for joining us one more time as we are gonna call it there. We'll see you guys next week for Knockout Stage 3 and 4. But until then, have yourselves a great rest of your Sunday and a great. Until then, bye everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 생존자가
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
리나, 준비 운동은 해야지. 하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자. 리나, 파도 소리 들리니? 인형극이 곧 시작될 거야.
점성술을 시작해볼까요? 물고기 자리를 떠나 물병 자리로. 아, 모래가 옷 속으로 들어오네요.
하체 운동부터 시작해볼까? 찬물이면 잠시 들어갔다 나올까 싶은데 휴식도 훈련의 일부다.